Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the live coverage, day two for theCUBE, day one for the event. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. This is the keynote analysis segment. Adam Salenti's just finished coming off stage. I'm here with Dave Vellante and Zeus Carvella with Principal Analyst at CK Research. Zeus, great to see you. Dave, guys, the analysis is clear. AWS is going next gen. You guys had a multi-day analyst sessions in on the pre-briefs. We heard the keynote, it's out there. Adam's kind of getting his sea legs, so to speak. A lot of metaphors around ocean, space. He's got this thematic exploration as he chunked his keynote out into sections. Zeus, a lot of networking in there in terms of some of the price performance, specialized instances around compute, this end-to-end data services. Dave, you were all over this data aspect going into the keynote, and obviously we kind of had visibility into this business transformation theme. What's your analysis? Aziz, we'll start with you. What's your take on what Amazon Web Services is doing this year and the keynote? What's your analysis?
Well, I think there was a few key themes here. The first one is I do think we're seeing better integration across the AWS portfolio. Historically, AWS makes a lot of stuff, And it's not always been easy to use, say, Aurora and Redshift together, although most customers buy them together, right? So they announced the integration of that. It's a lot tighter now. It's almost like it could be one product, but I know they like to keep the product development separately. Also, I think we're seeing a real legitimization of AWS in a bunch of areas where people said it wasn't possible before. Last year, NASDAQ said they're running in the cloud. The Options Exchange today announced that they're going to be moving to the cloud. Contact centers run in the cloud for a lot of real-time voice, and so, things that, we looked at before and said, those will never move to the cloud, have now moved to the cloud. And I think my third takeaway is just, AWS is changing, and they're now getting into areas to allow customers to do things they couldn't do before. So if you look at what they're doing in the area of AI, a lot of their AI and ML services before were for prediction. And I'm not saying you needed AI ML to do prediction. It was certainly a lot more accurate, but now they're getting into generative data, right? So being able to create data where data didn't exist before, and that's a whole new use case for them. So AWS, I think, is actually, for all the might and power they've had, is actually stepping up and becoming a much different company now.
Yeah, I mean, I had wrote that post, I had a one-on-one day, got used to the transcript with Adam Selipsky. He kind of went down that kind of route of, hey, we're going to change next gen, oh, that's my word, AWS Classic, my word. You have the AWS Classic, the old school cloud, which are a bunch of Lego blocks, and you got this new next gen cloud where the ecosystem's emerging. So clearly it's Amazon shifting. Yeah. But Dave, your breaking analysis kind of teed out the keynote. You went into the whole cost recovery. We heard Adam talk about macro at the beginning of his keynote. He talked about economic impact, sustainability, big macro issues, and then he went into data and spent most of the time on the keynote on data, right tools, integration, governance, insights. You're all over that. You had that, almost, your breaking analysis almost matched the keynote thematically. Macro, cost savings, right sizing with the cloud. And last night I was talking to some of the marketplace people. We think that the marketplace might be the center where people start managing their costs better. This could have an impact on the ecosystem if they're not in the marketplace. So again, so much is going on. What's your analysis?
Yeah, there's so much to unpack. A couple of things. One is, we get so much insight from the CUBE community, plus your sit down one-on-one with Adam Selipsky allowed us to sort of gather some nuggets and really, I think, predict pretty accurately. But the number one question I get, if I could sort of hit the escape key a bit, is what's going to be different in the Adam Selipsky era that was different from the Jassy era? Jassy was all about the primitives, right, the best cloud, and Selipsky's got to double down on that. So he's got to keep that going, plus he's got to do that end-to-end integration, and he's got to do the deeper business integration, sort of up the stack, if you will. And so when you're thinking about the keynote and the spirit of keynote analysis, we definitely heard, hey, more primitives, more database features, more Graviton, the network stuff, the HPC for, Graviton for HPC. So okay, check on that. We heard some better end-to-end integration between, the elimination of ETL between Aurora and Redshift. Zeus and I were sitting next to each other, going, okay, it's about time. Yeah. Okay, finally, we got that. So that's good, check. And then they called this thing the Amazon Data Zones, which was basically extending Redshift data sharing within your organization, so you can now do that. Now, I don't know if it works across regions.
Well, they mentioned APIs, and they have the data zone.
And so I don't know if it works across regions, but the interesting thing there is he specifically mentioned integration with Snowflake and Tableau, and so that gets me to your point. At the end of the day, in order for Amazon, and this is why they win, to succeed, they've got to have this ecosystem really cranking. And that's something that is just the secret sauce of the business model.
Yeah, and it's an integration into that ecosystem. I think it's an interesting trend that I'm seeing for customers where everybody wanted best of breed, everybody wanted disaggregated, and their customers are having trouble now putting those building blocks together, right? And then nobody created more building blocks than AWS, right? And so I think under Adam, what we're seeing is much more concerted effort to make it easier for customers to consume those building blocks in an easy way. And the AWS execs I talked to yesterday all committed to that. It's easy, easy, easy. And I think that's why, there's no question they've had a lead in cloud for a long time, but if they're going to keep that, that needs to be up front.
Well, you're close to this. How easy is it?
But no, we're going to have Adrian Cockcroft on at the end of the day today to go into him on analysis. Now
well, less difficult, how's that?
Adrian retired from Amazon. He's a CUBE analyst, kind of retiree. But he had a good point. You can buy the bag of Lego blocks if you want, with primitives, or you can buy the toy that's glued together. And it works, but it breaks, and you can't really manage it, and you buy a new one. So, his metaphor was, okay, the primitives allow you to construct durable solutions, a lot harder, relative to rolling your own, not like that. But also the simplest out-of-the-box capability is what people want. They want solutions. We call Adam the solutions CEO. So I think you're going to start to see this purpose-built, specialized services allow the ecosystem to build those toys so that the customers can have an out-of-the-box experience while having the option for the AWS Classic, which is if you want durability, you want to tune it, you want to manage it, that's the way to go for the hardcore. Now it can be foundational, but I just see the solutions things being very much like an out-of-the-box, okay, throw it away, buy a new toy.
More and more I'm seeing less customers want to be that hardcore assembler of building blocks, and obviously the really big companies do, but that line is moving, and more companies, I think, just want to run their business, and they want those pre-built solutions.
We had to cut out of the keynote early, but I didn't hear a lot about, the example that they often use is Amazon Connect, the call center solution. I didn't hear a lot of that in the keynote, maybe it's happening right now, but look, at the end of the day, suites always win. The best of breed does well, it takes off, you generate a couple billion, Snowflake will grow, they'll get to 10 billion, but you look at Oracle, the suites work,
What I found interesting about the keynote is that he had these thematic exploration themes. First one was space, that was like connect the dots, the nebula, different how the lens.
Ocean.
Ask the right questions. Ocean was security, which there's more, a lot more needed to manage that. Oxygen, going deep, are you snorkeling, are you scuba diving? Really interesting metaphor.
And Antarctica, right?
And Antarctica was the performance around how you handle tough conditions, and you've got to get that performance. So
we're laughing, but it was good.
No, but the Data Ocean, Dave.
It was very poetic.
I tweeted you, Dave, because I sit on theCUBE in 2011. I hate data lakes, worst term ever. It's the data ocean, it's more dynamic, it's a lot more flowing. Maybe 10 years too soon, Dave, but he announces the ocean theme and then says, we have a security lake. So like lake, ocean, little fun on words there.
I actually think the security lake is pretty meaningful because, we were listening to coming over here talking about it, where I think if you look at a lot of the existing solutions, security solutions, I describe them as a collection of data ponds that you can view through one map, but they're not really connected. And the amount of data that AWS holds now, arguably more than any other company, right? If they're not going to provide the security lake, who is?
Well, but staying on security for a second, to me, the big difference between Azure and Amazon is the ecosystem. So CrowdStrike, Okta, Zscaler, you name it, CyberArk, Rapid7, they're all part of this ecosystem, whereas Microsoft competes with all of those guys. So it's a lot more white space in the Amazon ecosystem.
Well, I want to get you guys' take on something in your reaction, because I think my vision of what's happening here is that I think that whole data portion is going to be data as code, and I think the ecosystem harvests the data play. If you look at AWS's key announcements here, security lake, price performance, they're going to optimize for those kinds of services. Look at security. Okay, security lake, guard duty, EKS. I mean, that's a Docker. Docker has security problems. They're going inside the container and looking at threat detection inside containers with Kubernetes as the runtime. I mean, that's a little nuanced point, but that's pretty significant, Dave. They're now getting into, we're talking in the weeds on the security piece, adding that to their large-scale security footprint. Security is going to be one of those things where if you're not on the inside of their security play, you're probably going to be on the outside. And of course, the price performance is going to be the killer. The networking piece surprised me. They're continuing to innovate on the network. What does that mean for Cisco? I mean, so many questions.
We had Ajay Patel on yesterday for VMware. He's an awesome middleware guy. And I was asking about serverless and architectures, and he said, look, basically, serverless is great for stateless, but if you want to run state, you got to have control over the runtime. But the point he made was that people used to think of running containers with straight VMs versus Fargate or Knative if you choose, or serverless. They used to think of those as different architectures, and his point was they're all coming together, and it's kind of now you're architecting and calling which service you need, and that's how people are thinking about future architectures, which I think makes a lot of sense.
If you're running managed Kubernetes, which everyone's doing because no one's really building it in-house themselves, they're running it as managed service, skills gaps and a variety of other reasons. This EKS protection is very interesting. They're managing inside and outside the container, which means that gives them visibility on both sides of the under the hood and inside the application layer. So very nuanced point, Z, is what's your reaction to this? And obviously the networking piece, I'd love to get your thoughts on.
Well, security obviously is, it's becoming it's less about signatures and more about analytics, right? And so things happen inside the container and outside the container, and so their ability to look on both sides of that allows you to happen threats in time, but then also predict threats that could happen when you spin the container up. And the difficulty with the containers is they are ephemeral, right? It's not like a VM where it's a persistent workload that you can do analysis on. You need to know what's going on with the container almost before it spins up, right? And that's a much different task. So I do think the amount of work they're doing with containers gives them that entry into that, and I think it's a good offering for them.
Right.
On the network side, they provide a lot of basic connectivity. I do think there's a role still for the Ciscos and the Aristas and companies like that to provide a layer of enhanced network services that connects multi-cloud, because AWS is never going to do that. But they've certainly, they are as legitimate a network vendor as there is today.
We had NetApp on yesterday. They were talking about latency in their product.
I'll tell you this, in the analyst session, Stephen Armstrong said, you are going to hear us talk about multi-cloud. Yes. We're not going to necessarily lead with
not
it.
A mention of it.
But you said it before, never say never with Amazon, right? I mean, and we talk about supercloud, and you're like, Dave, ultimately, the cloud guys are going to get into supercloud. They have to.
Look, they will do multi-cloud. I predict that they will do multi-cloud. I'll tell you why. Just like in networking.
Well, customers are asking for it.
Well, one, they have the, not by design, but by default, they're in multiple clouds are in their environment. They got to deal with that. I think the super cloud and sky cloud vision's right. There will be common services. Remember networking back in the old days when Cisco broke in as a startup? There was no real shortest path first kind of thinking. Policy came in after you connected all the routers together. So, right now it's going to be best of breed, low latency, high performance, but I think there's going to be a need in the future saying, hey, I want to run my compute on the slower, lower cost compute. They already got segmentation by their announcements today, so I think you're going to see policy-based kind of AI coming in where developers can look at common services across clouds and say, I want to lock in an SLA on latency and compute services. It won't be super fast compared to, say, on AWS with the next Graviton 10 or whatever comes out. So I think you're going to start to see that come in.
Actually, I'm glad you brought Graviton up too, because the work they're doing in Silicon, actually I think is, because I think the one thing AWS now understands is some things are best optimized in Silicon, some at the software layer, some in cloud, and they're doing work in all those layers. And Graviton to me is
a home run.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave, they've got more instances. There's going to be, they already have Gravitons that's slower than the other versions. So what are they going to sunset them?
They don't deprecate anything ever. So, Amazon paid $350 million, people believe that's a number, for Annapurna, which is like one of the best acquisitions in history, right? And it's put them on an ARM curve for silicon that is blowing away Intel. Intel's finally going to get, Sapphire Rapids out in January. Meanwhile, Amazon just keeps spinning out new Gravitons and Trainiums, and so they are on a price performance curve, and like you say, no developer ever wants to run on slower hardware, ever.
Today, so, but if there's a common need for multi-cloud, they might say, hey, I got to trade off latency and performance on common services if that's what gets me there.
There's maybe a business case to do that.
Well,
which, by the way, I want to, Salipsky had a strong quote, I thought, was, if you're looking to tighten your belt, the cloud is the place to do it. I thought that was very strong. And I think he's right. And then the other point I want to make on that is, I don't have any data on this, but I believe, just based on some of the discussions I've had, that most of Amazon's revenue is on demand, right? Okay, pay by the drink. Those on-demand customers are at risk because they can go somewhere else. So they're trying to get you into optimized pricing, whether it's reserved instances or 1 year or 3 year subscriptions. And so they're working really hard at doing that.
My prediction on that is, that's a great point you brought up. My prediction is that the cost belt tightening is going to come from in the marketplace. Is going to be a major factor as companies want to get their belts tightened. How are they going to do that, Dave? They're going to go in the marketplace saying, hey, I already overpaid a 3 year commitment. Can I get some cohesivity in there? Can I get some of this or that and the other thing? You're going to start to see the vendors in the ecosystem, if they're not in the marketplace, that's where I think the customers will go. There are other choices to either cut their supplier base or renegotiate. I think it's going to happen in the marketplace. Let's watch. I think we're going to watch that grow.
I actually think the optimization services that AWS has to help customers lower spend is a secret sauce for them that customers tell me all the time. AWS comes in, they help bring their costs down, and they wind up spending more with them. Right? And the other cloud providers don't do that, and that has been almost a silver bullet for them to get customers to stay with them.
And this is always the way. You drop the price of storage, you drop the price of memory, you drop the price of compute, people buy more, and then the question long term is, okay, and does AWS get commoditized? Is that where they're going? Or do they continue to thrive up the stack? John, you're always asking people about the bumper sticker.
Hold on, before we get to the bumper sticker, I want to get into what we missed, what they missed on the keynote.
Yeah, there are some blind spots. So,
I think, let's go around the horn and think, what did they miss? I'll start. I think they missed the developer productivity angle. Supply chain software was not talked about at all. We see that at all the other conferences. I thought that could have been weaved in.
You mean security in the supply chain?
Just overall, developer productivity has been one of the most constant themes I've seen at events. Who are building the apps? Who are the builders? What are they actually doing? Maybe Werner will bring that up on his last day, but I didn't hear Adam talk about it all, developer productivity. What's your
yeah, I think on the security side, while they announced security data lake, I think the other cloud providers do a better job of providing insights on how they do security. With AWS, it's almost a black hole, and I know there's a careful line they walk between what they do, what their partners do, but I do think they could be a little clearer on how they operate. Much like Azure and GCP, they announce a lot of stuff on how their operations works and things like that.
I think platform across cloud is definitely a blind spot for these guys. I mean, I think you look at
But none of the cloud providers have embraced that, right? So
it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Google a little bit, Microsoft a little bit. Certainly AWS hasn't at this point in time. But I think they perceive the likes of Mongo and Snowflake and Databricks and others as ISVs. And they're not. They're platform players that are building across clouds. They're leveraging, they're building super clouds. So I think that's an opportunity for the ecosystem, and I'm very, very curious to see how Amazon plays there down the stream. So, John, what do you think is the bumper sticker? We're only in day 1.5 here. What do you think so far the bumper sticker is for reInvent 2022?
Well, to me, the day one is about infrastructure performance with the whole, what's in the data center, what's at the chip level. Today was about data, specialized services, and security. I think that was the key theme here, and then that's going to sequence into how they're going to reorganize their ecosystem. They have a new leader, Rupert Bronitz, who's going to be leading the charge. They've integrated all their bespoke, fragmented partner network pieces into one leadership. That's going to be really important to hear that. And then finally, Werner for developers and event-based services, microservices, what that world's going on, because that's where the developers are, and ultimately they build the app. So you got infrastructure, data, specialized services and security, machine learning with Swami is going to be huge, and again, how developers code it all up is going to be key. And is it the bag of Legos or the glued toy? So, what do you want, out of the box, or you want to build your own?
And that's the bottom line, is that connecting those dots, all they got to be is good enough. I think to your point, if they're just good enough, less complicated, that will keep people on the base.
Yeah. I think the bumper stickers, the more you buy, the more you save. Because from an operational perspective, they are trying to bring down the complexity level, and with their optimization services and the way their credit model works, I do think they're trending down that path.
And my bumper sticker is ecosystem, ecosystem, ecosystem. This company has 100,000 partners, and that is a business model secret weapon.
All right, there it is, the keynote announcement. More analysis coming up. We're going to have the leader of Amazon's product market, Leah Bibel, coming up next here to break down their perspective. You got theCUBE's analyst perspective here. Thanks for watching day 2, more live coverage for the next 2 more days, so stay with us. I'm John Furrier with Dave Vellante and Zias Carvella here on theCUBE. Be right back.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
you're rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now.
Goodbye.
I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni. Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny.
great, you guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
is CUBE alumni. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage. Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, and that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yep.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
great, you guys are excited.
Robert Herjavec
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
is CUBE alumni.
Good morning from Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 2022 with tens of thousands of people. Today really kicks off the event, big keynote that I think is probably just wrapping up. Lisa Martin here with Dave Vellante. Dave, this is going to be an action-packed week on theCUBE, no doubt. We talk with so many different companies. Every company is a software company these days, but we're also seeing a lot of companies leaving software that can help them operate more efficiently in the background.
Yeah, well, some things haven't changed at reInvent. A lot of people here, you know, back to all 2019 highs, and I think we've exceeded those. 2-hour keynotes. Peter DeSantis last night talking about new Graviton instances, and then Adam Selipsky doing the typical 2-hour keynote. But what was different, he was a lot more poetic than we used to hear from Andy Jassy, right? He was talking about the universe as an analogy for data.
I loved that.
Talking about ocean exploration as for a security piece. And then exploring into the Antarctic for, you know, better chips, you know, so yeah, I think he did a good job there. I think a lot of people might not love it, but I thought it was very well done.
I thought so too. We're kicking off a great day of live content for you all day today. We've got Eleanor Dorfman joining us, the sales leader at Retool. Eleanor, welcome to theCUBE, it's great to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
So let's talk a little bit about Retool. I was looking on your LinkedIn page, I love the tagline, build custom internal tools best.
Yep.
Talk to us a little bit about the company. You recently raised Series C2. Give us the backstory.
Yeah, so the company was founded in 2017 by two co-founders who were best friends from college. They actually set out to build a fintech company, a payments company, and as they were building that, they needed to build a ton of custom operations software that goes with that. If you're going to be managing people's money, you need to be able to do refunds. You need to be able to look up accounts. You need to be able to detect fraud. You need to know your customer operations. And as they were building the sort of operations software that supports the business, they realized that there were patterns to all of it, and that the same components were used again and again, and had the insight that that was actually probably a better direction to go in than recreating Venmo, which was, I think, the original idea. And that actually this is a problem every company has, because every company needs operations engineering and operations software to run their business. And so they pivoted and started building Retool, which is a platform for building custom operations software or internal tools.
Good pivot. Right?
I think in hindsight, actually probably in the moment as well, it was a good pivot.
But you know, when you talk about some of those things, refunds, fraud, you know, KYC, you know, you think of operations software, you think of it as just internal, but all those things are customer facing, right? So are we seeing a, sort of this new era? Is that a trend that you guys, your founders saw that, hey, these internal operations can be pointed at customers to support what a better customer service, maybe even generate revenue, subscriptions?
I think it's a direction we're actually heading now, but we're just starting to scratch the surface of that. The focus for the last 5 years has very much been on this operations software and sort of changing the economics of developing it and making it easy and fast. to productize workflows that were previously being done in spreadsheets or hacky workarounds, and made it easier for companies to prioritize those so they can run their business more efficiently.
And where are you having your customer conversations these days? Thinking of operation software in the background, but to Dave's point, it ends up being part of the customer experience. So where are you having your customer conversations, target audience? Who's that persona?
Mainly developers. So we're working almost exclusively with developer teams who have backlogs and backlogs of internal tools requests to build, that sales teams are building manual forecasts, support teams are in 19 different tools, their supply chain teams are using 7 different spreadsheets to do demand forecasting or freight forwarding or things like that. But they've never been able to be prioritized to the top of the list because customer-facing software, revenue-generating software, always takes prioritization. And in this economic environment, which is challenging for many companies right now, it's important to be able to do more with less and maximize the productivity, especially of high-value employees like engineers and developers.
So what would you say the biggest business outcomes are? If the developer is really the focus, productivity is
Productivity.
key.
It's for both, I would say, developer productivity and being able to maximize your sort of R&D and maximize the productivity of your engineers and take away some of the very boring parts of the job. So I would say developer productivity, but then also the tools and the software that they're building are very powerful for end users. So I would say efficiency and productivity across your business.
Across the business.
I mean, historically, operations is where we focused IT and code. How much of the code out there is dedicated to sort of operations versus that customer-facing
So I think it would actually be, it's kind of surprising. We have run a few surveys on this sort of, we call them the state of engineering time, and focusing on what developers are spending their time on, and 1/3 of all code that is being written today is actually for this internal operations software.
Interesting. And do you guys have news at the show? What, are you announcing anything interesting? Or
Yeah, so our focus historically, you sort of gave it away with one of your early questions, but our focus has always been on this operations, this building web applications, on building UIs on top of databases and APIs, and doing that incredibly fast, and being able to do it all in one place and integrate with any data source that you need. We abstract away access, authentication, deployment, and you build applications for your internal teams. But recently we've launched 2 new products. We're actually supporting more external use cases and more customer-facing use cases, as well as automating cron jobs, ETL jobs, alerting with the new Retool Workflows product. So we're expanding the scope of operations software from web applications to also internal operations like cron jobs and ETL jobs.
Explain that. Explain the scourge of cron jobs to the audience.
Yeah, so operations software, businesses run on operations software. It's interesting. Zooming out, it's actually something you said earlier as well. Every company has become a software company. So when you think about software, you tend to think about here, very cool software that people are selling and software that you use as a consumer. But Coca-Cola, for example, has hundreds of software engineers that are building tools to make the business run, for forecasting, for demand gen, for their warehouse distribution and monitoring inventory. And there's 2 types of that. There's the applications that they build, and then the operations that have to run behind that. Maybe a workflow that is detecting how many bottles of Coca-Cola are in every warehouse and sending a notification to the right person when they're out, or when a refill is very strong, but when you need a refill. So it does that. It takes those tasks, those jobs that run in the background, and enables you to customize them and build them very rapidly in a code-first way.
So some of the notes that you guys provided say that there's over 500 million software apps that are going to be built in the next few years alone. That's tremendous. How much of that is operation software?
I mean, I think at least 1/3 of that, if not more, to the point where every company is being forced to maximize their resources today, and operational efficiency is the way to do that. And so it can become a competitive advantage when you can take the things that humans are doing in spreadsheets with 19 open tabs and automate that. That saves hours a day. That's a significant driver of efficiency and productivity for a business.
It does, and there's direct correlation to the customer experience, the user experience.
Almost certainly. When you think about building support tooling, I was chatting with GoGo Wi-Fi support on my flight over here, and they asked for my order number, and I sent it, and they looked at my account, and that's a custom piece of software they were using to look up the account, create a new account for me, and restore my second Wi-Fi purchase. And so when you think about it, you're actually, even just as a consumer, interacting with this custom software all the time. And that's because that's what companies use to have a good customer experience and have an efficient business.
And what's the relationship with AWS? You guys started, I think you said 2017, so you obviously started in the cloud. But I'm particularly interested in, from a seller perspective, what that's like. Working with Amazon, how's that affected your business?
Yeah, I mean, we're built on AWS, so we're customers and big fans, and have obviously, like from a selling perspective, we have a ton of integrations with AWS, so we're able to integrate directly into all the different AWS products that people are using for databases, for data warehouses, for deployment configurations, for monitoring, for security, for observability. We can basically fit into your existing AWS stack in order to make it a seamless integration with your software, so that building and retool is just as seamless as building it on your own, just much, much faster.
So in your world, I know you wanted to, but in your world, is it more analytics? Is it more transactional, sort of? Is it both?
It's all of the above, and
okay.
I think over Thanksgiving, I was asked a lot to explain what retool did. With people who were like, we just got our first iPhone. And so I tried to explain with an example because I have yet to stumble on the perfect metaphor. But the example I typically use is DoorDash is a customer of ours, and for about 3 years. And 3 years ago, they had a problem. They had no way of turning off delivery in certain zip codes during storms, which as someone who has had orders canceled during a storm, it's an incredibly frustrating experience. Yeah. And the way it worked is that they had operation team members manually submitting requests to engineers to say, there's a storm in this zip code, and an engineer would run a manual task. This didn't scale with DoorDash, as they were opening in new countries all over the world that have very different weather patterns. And so they were sort of confronted with a choice. They could buy a piece of software out of the box. There is not a startup that does this yet. They could build it by hand, which would mean scoping the requirements, designing a UI, building authentication, building access controls, putting it into a sprint, assigning an engineer. This would have taken months and months, and then it would take just as long to iterate on it, or they could use retool. So they used retool, they built this app. It saved, I think they were saying, up to 2 years of engineering time for this one application because of how quickly it was. And since then they've built, I think, 50 or 60 more, automating away other tasks like that were run out of spreadsheets, or in Jira, or in Slack notifications, or in emails saying, hey, could you please do this thing? There's a storm. And so now they use us for dozens and dozens of operations like that.
A lot of automation and, of course, a lot of customer delight on the other end of the spectrum, as you were talking about. It is frustrating when you don't get that order, but also the company needs to be able to have the tools in place to automate, to be able to react quickly.
Exactly.
Because the consumers are, as we know, quite demanding. I wanted to ask you, I mentioned the tagline in the beginning, build custom internal tools fast. You just gave us a great example of DoorDash, huge business outcomes they're achieving, but how fast are we talking? How fast can the average developer build these internal tools?
Well, we've been doing a fun thing at our booth where we ask people what a problem is and build a tool for them while we're there. So for something lightweight, you can build it in 10 minutes. For something a little more complex, it can take up to a few weeks, depending on what the requirements are. But we'll have people who will be on a call with us, introducing them to our software for the first time, and they'll start telling us about their problems, and in the background, we'll be building it. And then at the end, we're like, is this what you meant? And they're like, we'd like to add that to our cart. And obviously, it's a platform, so you can't do that, but we've been able to build applications on a call before while people are telling us what they need.
So fast is fast.
I would say very fast, yes.
Now, how do you price?
Right now, we have a couple different plans. We actually have a motion where you can sign up on our website and get started, so we have a free plan. We've got plans for startups, and then we've got plans all the way up to the enterprise.
Right, and that's a subscription pricing
subscription
kind of
model, yes.
So exactly. I get a subscription to the platform, and then what, is there also a consumption component?
Exactly, so there's a consumption component as well. So there's access to the platform, and then you can build as many applications as you need, or build as many workflows.
When you're having customer conversations with prospects, what do you define as Retool's superpowers? You're the sales leader. What are some of those key superpowers that you think really differentiate Retool?
I do think, well, the sales team, first and foremost, but that's not a fair answer. I would say the people are a big differentiator, though. We have a lot of very talented people who have a ton of domain expertise and care a ton about the customer outcomes, which I do actually think is a little more rare than it should be. But we're one of the only products out there that's built with a developer-first mindset, a very code-first mindset, built to integrate with your software development lifecycle, but also built with the security and robustness that enterprise companies require. So it's able to take an enterprise-grade software with a developer-first approach while still having a ton of agility and nimbleness, which is what people are really craving as the earth keeps moving around them. So I would say that's something that really sets us apart from the field.
And then talk about some of the what developers are saying, some of the feedback, some of the responses, and maybe even, I know we're just on day one of the show, but any feedback from the booth so far?
Oh, we've had a few people swing by our booth and show us their retool apps, which is incredibly cool. That's my absolute favorite thing, is encountering a retool application in the wild, which happens a lot more than I would have thought, which I shouldn't say, but is incredibly rewarding. But people love it. It's the reason I joined is I'd never heard someone have a product that customers talked about the way they talked about Retool, because Retool enables them to do things. For some folks who use it, it enables them to do something they previously couldn't do, so it gives them superpowers in their job and to triple their impact. And then for others, it just makes things so fast. And it's a very delightful experience. It's very much built by developers for developers, and so it's built with a developers first mindset. And so I think it's quite fun to build in Retool. Even I can build in Retool, though not well. And then it's extremely impactful, and people are able to really impact their business and delight their coworkers, which I think could be really meaningful.
Absolutely. Delighting the coworkers directly relates to delighting the customers. You have to, those customer experience, employee experience, they're like this.
Exactly.
They go hand in hand, and the employee experience has to be outstanding to be able to delight those customers, to reduce churn, to increase revenue, and for brand reputation.
And it also, I think there is something, as someone who is customer facing, when my coworkers and developers I work with build tools that enable me to do my job better and feel better about my own performance and my ability to impact the customer experience, it's just this incredibly virtuous cycle.
So retool.com is where folks can go to learn more, and also try the subscription that you said was free for up to 5 users.
Yes, exactly.
All right. I guess my last question, well, a couple questions for you. What are some of the things that excited you that you heard from Adam Selipsky this morning? Anything from the keynote that stood out in terms of...
Did you listen to the keynote?
I did not. I had customer calls this morning.
Okay, so they're bringing...
I'm East Coast time, East Coast time.
One of the things that will excite you, I think, is they're making it easier to connect their databases.
That would very much
Aurora
excite me.
and Redshift, right? Okay, and they're making it easier to share data. I don't know if it goes across regions, but they're doing better integration.
Amazing.
Right, and you guys are integrating with those tools, right? Those data platforms. So that to me was a big thing for you guys.
It is also, and what a big thing Retool does is you can build a UI layer for your application on top of every single data source. And you hear, it's funny, you hear people talk about the 360-degree view of the customer so much. This is another, it's not our primary value proposition, but it is certainly another way to get there, is if you have data from their Zendesk tickets, in Redshift, you have data from Stripe, from their payments, you have data from Twilio, from their text messages. You have data from Datadog, where they're having your observability, where you can notice analytics issues. You can actually just use Retool to build an app that sits on top of that, so that you can give your support team, your sales team, your account management team, customer service team, all of the data that they need on their customers. And then you can build workflows so that you can do automated customer engagement reports. I did a Slack every week that shows where our top customers are doing with the product, and that's built using all of our automation software as well.
The integration is so important, as you just articulated, because we say every company is a software company these days, every company is a data company, but also the data democratization that needs to happen to be able to, for lines of business, so that data moves out of certain locked-in functions and enables lines of business to use it.
Exactly.
To get that visibility that you were just talking about is really going to be a competitive advantage for those that survive and thrive and grow in this market.
It's able to, I think it's visibility, but then it's action. And I think that's what Retool does very uniquely as well, is it can take and unite the data from all the places, takes it out of the black box, puts it in front of the teams, and then enables them to act on it safely and securely. So not only can you see who might be fraudulent, you can flag them as fraud. Not only can you see who's actually in danger, you can click a button and send them an email and set up a meeting. You can set up an approval workflow to bring in an exec for engagement. You can update a password for someone in one place where you can see that they're having issues and not have to go somewhere else to update the password. So I think that's the key, is that Retool can unlock the data visibility and then the action that you need to serve your customers.
That's a great point. It's all about the actions, the insights that those actions can be acted upon. Last question for you. If you had a billboard that you could put any message that you want on Retool, what would it say? What's the big, aha, this is why Retool is so great?
I mean, I think the big thing about Retool is it's changing the economics of software development. It takes something that previously would have been below the line, and that wouldn't get prioritized because it wasn't customer facing, and makes it possible. And so I would say one of two billboards, if I could be a little bit greedy. One would be Retool change the economics of software development, and one would be build operations software at the speed of thought.
I love that. You're granted 2 billboards.
Thank you.
Those are both outstanding. Eleanor, it's been such a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you for talking to us about Retool.
Thank you.
Operations software and the massive impact that automating it can make for developers, businesses alike, all the way to the top line. We appreciate your insights.
Thank you so much.
For our guest and Dave Vellante, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live, emerging, and enterprise tech coverage.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
You were rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now. I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition, I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni.
Hello friends, welcome back to theCUBE's live coverage of AWS reInvent 2022 from the Venetian Expo in Vegas, baby. This show is absolutely packed. Lisa Martin with Dave Vellante. Dave, this is day 2, but really full day 1 of our wall-to-wall coverage on theCUBE. We've had great conversations the last half day this morning already. We've been talking with a lot of companies, a lot of Amazonians, and some Amazonians that have left and gone on to interesting more things, which is what we're going to talk about next.
Well, I'm excited about this segment because it's a really interesting space. You got a search company who's gotten into observability and security, and through our ETR partner, our research, we do quarterly research, and Elastic, off the charts. Obviously they're the public company, so you can see how well they're doing, but the spending momentum on this platform is very, very strong, and it has been consistently for quite some time, so really excited to learn more.
The voice of the customer speaking loudly. From Elastic, its Chief Product Officer joins us, Ken Exner. Ken, welcome to the program.
Hi, thank you. Good to be here.
Hey, Ken.
So a lot of us know about Elastic from Elasticsearch, but it's so much more than that these days. Talk about Elastic, what's going on now, what's the current product strategy, what's your vision?
Yeah, so people know Elastic from the Elk stack. You know, Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana, very, very popular open source projects. They've been used by millions of developers for years and years. But one of the things that we started noticing over the years is that people were using it for all kinds of different use cases beyond just traditional search. So people started using Elasticsearch to search through operational data, search through logs, search through all kinds of other types of data just to find different answers. And what we started realizing is that customers were taking us into different spaces. They took us into log analytics. They started building log management solutions. And we said, cool, like we can actually help these customers by providing solutions that already do this for them. So that they took us into observability, they took us into security, and we started building solutions for security and observability based on what customers were starting to do with the platform. So customers can still use the platform for any number of different use cases for how do you get answers out of data, or they can use our pre-built packaged solutions for observability and security.
So you were a long time Amazonian.
I was.
Talk a little bit about some of the things that you did there and what attracted you to Elastic. What was, because it's only been a couple months, right?
I've been here 3 months. I think 3 months as of yesterday. And I was at AWS for 16 years. So I was there a long, long time. I was there pretty much from the beginning. I was hired as one of the first product managers in AWS. Adam Silipsky hired me. And it was a great run. I had a ton of fun. I learned a lot. But after 16 years, I was kind of itching to do something new, and it was going to take something special because I had a great gig and enjoyed the team at AWS. But I saw in Elastic sort of a great foundational technology, that had a lot of momentum, a huge community behind it. I saw the business opportunity where they were going. I saw the business opportunity of observability and security. Like, these are massive industries with tons of business problems. Like, customers are excited about trying to get more answers out of data about their operational environment. And I saw that customers were struggling with their operating environments, and things were becoming increasingly complicated. We used to talk in AWS about how customers want to move from monolithic applications to monoliths, but one of the secrets was that things were increasingly complicated. Suddenly people had all these different microservices, they had all these different managed services, and their operating environment got complicated. It became this constellation of different systems all emitting data. So companies like Elastic were helping people find answers in that data, find the problems with their systems, so helping tame that complexity. So I saw that opportunity and I said, I want to jump on that. Great foundational technology, good community, and building solutions that actually help solve real problems.
Right.
So before you joined, you probably looked back and said, let me think about the market, what's happening in the market space. What were the big trends that you saw that sort of informed your decision?
Well, just sort of the mountain of data that was sort of emerging. Adam Silitsky in his talk this morning began by talking about how data is just multiplying constantly. And I saw this. I saw how much data was businesses were drowning in. Operational data, security data. If you're trying to secure your business, you have all these different endpoints, you have all these different devices, you have different systems that you need to monitor, all tons of data. And companies like Elastic were helping companies sort of manage that complexity, helping them find answers in that. So when you're trying to track intruders or trying to track malicious activity, there's a ton of different systems you need to pay attention to. And there's a bunch of data. It's different devices, laptops and phone devices and stuff that you need to pay attention to. And you find correlations across that to figure out what is going on in your network, what is going on in your business. And that was exciting to me. This is a company sort of tackling one of the hardest problems, which is helping you understand your operating environment, helping you understand and secure your business.
So everybody's getting into observability.
Yep.
Right, it's a very crowded space right now. First of all, it's like overnight, it just became the hottest thing going. VCs were throwing money at it. Why was that, and how were you guys different?
Well, we began by focusing on log analytics because that was the core of what we were doing. But customers started using it beyond log analytics and started using it for APM and started using it for performance data. And what we realized is that we could do all this for customers. So we ended up sort of overnight, over course of 3 years, building out a complete observability suite. So you can do APM, you can do profiling, you can do tracing, sort of distributed tracing, you can do synthetic monitoring, everything you want to do, real user monitoring, all of it, metrics, all of it, and you can use the same system for this. So this was sort of a powerful concept. Like, not only is it like the best and leading log system, it also provides everything you need for complete observability. And because it's based on this open platform, you can extend it to a number of different scenarios. So this is important. Like, a lot of the different observability companies provide you something that's sort of packaged, and as long as you're trying to do what it wants to support, it's great. But with Elastic, you have this flexible data architecture that you can use for anything. So companies use it to monitor assembly lines. They use it to monitor dish networks, for example. Use it to not only manage their fleet of servers, they also use it to manage all their devices. So 25 million desktop devices. So the observability systems like that can do a number of different scenarios. I think that's a powerful thing. It's not just about how do you manage your servers, how do you manage the things that are simple. It's how do you manage anything? How do you get observability into anything?
Sorry, when you say complete, okay, you talked about all the different, the APM, log analytics, tracing, metrics, and also end-to-end?
End-to-end, yeah.
Can you talk about that component of complete?
So, if you're trying to find an issue, like that you have some metric that goes into alarm, you want to have a metric system that has alarming. Once that metric goes in alarm, you're going to want to dig into your logs. So you're going to want it to take you to the area of your logs that has that issue. Once you get to there, you're going to want to find the trace ID that takes you to your traces and looks at sort of profiling, distributed tracing information. So a system that can do all of that end to end is a powerful solution. So it not only helps you track things end to end across the different signals that you're monitoring, but it actually helps you remediate more quickly. And the other thing that Elastic does that is unique is a lot of ML in this. So not only helping you find the information, but surfacing things before you even know them. So anomaly detection, for example, helps you know about something before you even realize that there's an issue. So you should pay attention to this because it's anomalous. So a lot of systems help you, find something if you know what to look for. But we're trying to help you not only find the things that you know to look for, but help you find the things that you didn't even think to.
You didn't even think.
And it's fair to say one of your differentiators is you're open, open source. I mean, maybe talk about the elk stack a little bit and how that plays.
So the great thing about this is we've extended that openness to both security and to observability. An example of this on the security side is all the detection rules that you use for looking for intrusion. All the detection rules are open source, and there's an entire community around this. So if you wanted to create a detection rule, you can publish in open source. There's a bunch in GitHub. You can benefit from what the community is doing as well. So in the world of security, you want to be supported by an entire community. Everyone looking for the same kind of issues, and there's an entire community around Elastic that is helping support these detection rules. So that approach, wanting to focus on community is differentiating for us. Not just, we got you covered as long as you use things from us. You can use it from the entire community.
Well, that there implies the name Elastic.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about the influence that a customer has in the product roadmap and the direction. You talked a little bit in the beginning about customers were leading us in different directions. It sounds very Amazonian in terms of following the customers where they go.
It actually does. It was one of the things that resonated for me personally is the journey that Elastic took to observability and security was customer-led. So, we started looking at what customers were doing and realized that they were taking us into log analytics. They were taking us into APM. They were taking us into these different solutions. And yeah, it is an Amazonian thing, so it resonated for me personally. And they're going to continue taking us in new places. Like we love seeing all the novel things that customers do with the platform. And it's sort of one of the hallmarks of a great platform is you can have all kinds of novel things that, novel use cases for how people use your platform. And we'll continue to see things. And we may get taken into other solutions as well as we start seeing things emerge, common patterns. But for now, we're really excited about security and observability.
So, what do you see? So security is a big space, right?
Yep.
And you see the Optiv taxonomy, and it makes your eyes bleed because there's so many tools in there.
Yeah.
Where do you fit in that taxonomy? How do you see and think about the security space and the opportunity for your customers?
Yeah, so we began with logs in the security space as well. So SIM, which is intrusion detection, and is based on aggregating a bunch of logs and helping you do threat hunting on those logs. So looking for patterns of malicious behavior or intrusion. So we started there, and we did both detections as well as just ad hoc threat hunting. But then we started expanding into endpoint protection. So if we were going to have agents on all these different devices that were gathering logs, what if we also started providing remediation? So if you had malicious activity that was happening on one of the servers, don't just grab the information, quarantine it, isolate it. So that took us into sort of endpoint protection or XDR. And then beyond that, we recently got into cloud security as well. So similar to observability, we started with logs, but expanded to a full suite so that you can do everything. You can have both endpoint protection, you can have cloud security, all of it from one solution.
So security, security is a very crowded market as well.
Mm-hmm.
What's your superpower?
What's our superpower?
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is just the openness. It's the open platform. There's the community around it. People know and love the Elasticsearch Elk stack and use it. Like we go into businesses all the time and they're familiar. Their security engineers are using our product for searching through logs. So they're familiar with the product already and the community behind it. So they're excited about being able to use detection rules from other businesses and stay on top of that and be part of that community. The transparency of that is important to customers. So if you're trying to be the most secure place, the most secure business, you want to basically invest in a community that's going to support that and not be alone in that.
Right, absolutely. That's so much that rides on that. Favorite customer example that you think really, really articulates the value of Elastic, its openness, its transparency?
Well, there's a customer, Dish Media, Dish Networks, is going to present here at reInvent tomorrow at 1:45 at Mandalay Bay. I'm excited about their example because they use it to manage, I think it's 10 billion records a day across 25 million devices. So it illustrates the scale that we can support for managing observability for a company, but also just sort of the unique use cases. We can use this for set-top boxes for all their customers, and they can track the performance that those customers are having. It's a unique case that a lot of vendors couldn't support, but we can support because of the openness of the platform, the open data architecture that we have. So I think it illustrates the scale that we support, the elasticity, but also the openness of the data platform.
Awesome, and folks can catch that tomorrow, 1:45 p.m. at the Mandalay Bay. Last question for you, Ken, is you have a bumper sticker.
A bumper sticker.
You're going to put it on your fancy, sexy new car, and it's about Elastic. What does it say?
Helping you get answers out of data. So, yeah.
Love it. Love it. Brilliant.
Thank
Short
you.
and sweet. Ken, it's been a pleasure having you on the program.
It's been a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us as an Amazonian, now into Elastic, what Elastic is doing from a product perspective. We will keep our eyes peeled, as Dave was saying.
Fantastic.
The data shows really strong spending momentum, so well done.
Thank you very much. Good to meet you.
Our pleasure. For our guest and Dave Vellante, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech. Yeah. No consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
Filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz?
More skin in the game.
Today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
Great, you guys are excited.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
Hello everyone, welcome back to theCUBE's live coverage. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. We got 2 sets here, 3 sets total, another one in the Executive Center. It's our 10th year covering AWS reInvent. I remember 2013 like it was yesterday. You know, now it's a mess of people buying out restaurants, 35,000 people, now it's 55,000, soon to be 70,000 back. Great event, continuing to set the standard in the industry. We had an amazing guest here, Leah Bibu, Vice President of Product Marketing. She's in charge of the messaging, the product, overseeing how these products go to market. Leah, great to see you. Thanks for joining me on theCUBE today.
Absolutely, it's great to be here. It's also my 10th reInvent, so it's been a wild ride, absolutely.
You know, you and I were talking before we came on camera how much we love products. And
yes.
This is a product-centric company, has been from day one, and you know, over the years, watching the announcements, the tsunami of announcements, just all the innovation that's come out from AWS over the years has been staggering, to say the least. Everyone always jokes about, oh my God, 5,000 new announcements, over 200 services you're managing and you're marketing them. It's pretty crazy right now, and Adam, as he comes on, as I called him the solutions CEO on my piece I wrote on Friday, we're in an era where solutions, the products are enabling more solutions. Unpack the messaging around this, because this is a really big moment for
Absolutely.
AWS.
Absolutely, well I'll say first of all that we are a customer-focused company that happens to be really good at innovating incredible products and services for our customers. So today, the energy in the room and what Adam talked about, I think, is focused on a few great things for customers that are really important for transformation. So we talked a lot about best price performance for workloads, and we talked about extreme workloads, but if you think about the work that we've been doing to innovate on the silicon side, we're really talking about with Graviton, all your workloads and getting really great price performance for all of them. You know, we came out with Graviton 3, 25% faster than Graviton 2, also 60% more energy efficient. We talked about something that is emerging that I think is going to be really big, which is simulation, and really the ability to model these complex worlds and all the little interactions, which I think, you know, in the future, as we have more complex environments, like 3D simulation is going to be a bigger part of every business.
You know, just as an aside, we were talking on the analyst segment that speeds and feeds are back, and the old days, and the data center days, was like, we don't want to talk about speeds and feeds, it's about solutions and, you know, the outcomes. When you get to cloud, it was like, okay, get the workloads over there, but people want faster and lower cost performance. Workloads got to be running at high performance. And there's a real discussion around this. Let's unpack security, data, performance. What does that mean for customers? Because again, I get the workloads, run fast, that's great. What else is behind the curtain, so to speak, from a customer standpoint?
Absolutely, well I think if you're going to move all your workloads to the cloud, you know, security is a really big area that's important. It's important to every one of our enterprise companies, customers. Actually, it's important to all of our customers. And we've been working, you know, since the beginning of AWS to really create and build the most secure global infrastructure. And you know, as our customers have moved mission critical workloads, we've built out a lot more capabilities. And now we have a whole portfolio of security services. And what we announced today is kind of game changing. The service called Security Lake, which brings together, you know, an ecosystem of security data in a format that's open, so you can share data between all of these sources, and it's going to give folks the opportunity to really be able to analyze data, find threats faster, and just kind of know their security posture. And I think, you know, as we talked about today, you don't want to think about the cloud as unfathomable, the unfathomable depths. You really need to know that security, and I think that, like a lot of things we discussed, security is a data opportunity, right? And I think we had a section on data, but really if you look at the keynote across security, across solutions, across the purpose-built things we made, it all comes down to data, and it's really the transformational element that our customers are
I mean, the data as security, very integral part. Good call out there, and I want to just double down on that real quick, because I remember in 2014, I interviewed Stephen Schmidt when he was the CISO, and back then, in 2014, if you remember, the conversation was, the cloud's not secure, got to be on premises. Now, in today's keynote, Adam says, and he laid out the whole global security footprint. There's a lot going on that Amazon has now become more secure than on-prem. He actually made that statement. So, and then plus you got thousands of security third-party partners. You got the open cybersecurity Schema framework, which you guys co-founded with all the other. So you got security's not as a team sport. This is what he said.
Yes.
What does that mean for customers? Because now this is a big deal.
Well, I think for customers, I mean, it means nothing but goodness, right? But all of these thousands of security partners have really innovated and created solutions that our customers are using, but they all have different types of data in different silos, and to really get a full picture, bringing all that data together is really important, and it's not easy today. Log data from different sources, data from detection services, and really what customers want is an easier way to get it all together, which is why we have the open OCSF, and really analyze using the tools of their choice, and whether that's AWS tools for analytics or it's tools from our partners, customers need to be able to make that choice so that they can feel like their applications and their workloads are the most secure on AWS.
You know, I've been very impressed with GuardDuty, and I've been following Merritt Bear's blogs online. She's in the security team, she's amazing. Shout out to her. She's been pushing GuardDuty for a long time. Now there's big news around GuardDuty, so you got EKS protection. You know, at KubeCon, this was the biggest cloud native issue. The runtime of Kubernetes and inside the container and outside the container detection of threats as a real software supply chain concern. How are you guys marketing that? This is a huge announcement. EKS protection, I know, is very nuanced, but it's a pretty big deal.
It is a big deal, it is a big deal. And GuardDuty has been kind of like a quiet service that maybe you don't hear a lot about, but has been really, really popular with our customers. Adam mentioned that 85% of our top 2,000 customers are using GuardDuty today. And it was a big moment. We launched EKS protection a little bit earlier, and the customer uptake on that has been really incredible. And it is because you can protect your Kubernetes cluster, which is really important because so many customers are, part of their migration to the cloud is containers. Yeah. And so we're pretty excited that now we can answer that question of what's going on inside the container, and so you have both, right? You know that your Kubernetes clusters are good, and you know what's going on inside the container, and it's just more threats that you can detect and protect yourself from.
You know, as an aside, I'm sure you're watching this, but we go to a lot of events. The CI/CD pipeline, as developers are getting higher velocity coding, IT has moved in because of DevOps on the cloud into the CI/CD pipeline, so you're seeing that developer take some of those IT roles in the coding workflow, hence the shift left and or container security, which you guys now announce and are driving towards. But the security and the data teams are emerging as a very key element inside the organizational structure. When I sat down with Adam, one of the things he was very adamant about in my conversation was not just digital transformation, business transformation, structural organizational moves are making, where IT is not a department anymore, it is the company. Technology is the company when you transform.
Absolutely.
So digital is the process, business is the outcome. This is a really huge message. What's your reaction to that? What can you share extra? Because this is a big part of the thing. He hit it right out of the gate on the front end of the keynote.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think, companies have been migrating to the cloud for a while, but I think that this time that we're going through has really accelerated that migration, and as part of that, digital transformation has become real for a lot of companies, and it is true what Adam said. If there is technology transformation involved, there's data transformation involved, but it is transforming businesses, and I think if you look at some of the things that Adam talked about, AWS supply chain, security lake, AWS clean rooms, and omics, AWS omics, those are all examples of data and the ability to work with data, transforming different lines of business within a company, transforming horizontal processes like contact centers and like supply chain, and also going into vertical specific solutions. So what it means is that as technology becomes more pervasive, as data becomes more pervasive, businesses are transforming, and that means that a lot more people are going to use the cloud and interact with the cloud, and they might not want to or be able to kind of use our building blocks. And so what's really exciting that what we're able to do is make cloud more accessible to lines of business folks, to analysts, to security folks. So
and that's why I was calling this new trend I see as Amazon Classic, my words, not your words. I call it the AWS Classic Cloud. And then you got the next gen cloud, the new next generation. And I was talking with Adrian Cockcroft, former AWS, so he's now retired, he's going to come on later today. He and I were talking, he used this thing of, you got a bag of Legos, AKA primitives, or a toy that's been assembled for you, glued together, one's out of the box, but they're not mutually exclusive. You can build a durable application and foundation with the building blocks, more durable, you can manage it, refine it, but you got the solution. If it breaks, you don't have as much flexibility, but you got to replace it. That's okay too. So like, this is now kind of a new portfolio approach to the cloud. It's very interesting, and I think that's what I took away from the keynote, is that you can have both.
Yes. Absolutely.
You can do both.
I mean, we're going to go full throttle on releasing innovations and pushing the envelope on compute and storage and databases and our core services, because they matter, and having the choice to choose from a wide range of options, I mean, that's what customers need. If you're going to run HPC, you're going to run machine learning, and you're going to run your SAP applications or your Windows applications, you need choice of what specific type of instance and compute capabilities you need to get the best price performance. It's definitely not a one size fits all. It's a 600 instance type size fits all, maybe.
Exactly, and you got a lot of instances, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
I love the themes, I love the keynote themes. You had like, at first space, where I get the whole data, trying to look at it, you can look at it differently, really good metaphor. The ocean one I love with the security, because he mentioned you can have the confidence to explore, go deep. Snorkeling versus scuba, and knowing how much oxygen you have. I mean, so really cool metaphor, made me think, very provocative. So again, this is kind of why people go to AWS, because you now have these abilities to do things differently, depend on the context of what products you're working with.
Yes.
Explain why that was the core theme. Was there any rationale behind that? Was it just how you guys saw it? I mean, that was pretty clever.
Well, I think that, we're talking about environments, and I think in this world, there's uncertainty in a lot of places, and we really feel like all of us need to be prepared for different types of environments, and so we wanted to explore what that could look like. And I think we're fascinated by space and the vastness, and it is very much like the world of data. I don't know about you, but I actually scuba dive, so I love the depths of the ocean. I loved working on that part. There's extreme workloads like HPC, extreme workloads like machine learning with the growing models, and then there's the imagination, which is also one of my favorite areas to explore. Yeah,
and he used the Antarctica one for about the whole environment and extreme conditions. That's getting the performance, and I love that piece of it, and I want to get into some of the things. I love the speeds, and I think the big innovation with the silicon we've been covering, as you know, like a blanket. He's got the Graviton 3, 25% faster than Graviton 2. The C7GN, network intense workloads. This is kind of a big deal. I mean, this is one of those things where it might not get picked up in the major press, but the network use cases are significant. Nitro's been successful. Share your thoughts on these kinds of innovations, because they look kind of small, but they're not, they're big.
They're not small, for sure, especially at the scale that our customers are running their applications. Like, every little optimization that you can get really makes a huge difference. And I think it's exciting. I mean, you kind of hit on it. When we've been working on silicon for a while now, we know that if we're going to keep pushing the envelope in these areas, we had to go down to the silicon, and I think that Nitro has really been what's kind of been a breakthrough for us. Reinventing that virtualization layer, offloading security and storage, and networking to special purpose chips. And I think that it's not just in the area of network optimization, right? You saw training optimized instances and inference optimized instances, and HPC optimized instances. So yeah, we are kind of looking at all the extremes of what customers want to do.
I know you can't talk about the future, but I can almost connect the dots as you're talking. It's like, specialized instances, specialized chips, maybe programmability of workload, smart intelligence, generative AI weaving in there. A lot of kind of cool things I can see around the corner around generative AI, automation. Hey, go to this instance for that, go here. This is kind of what I see kind of coming around the corner.
And we have some of that with our instance optimizers, our cost optimizer products, where we want to help customers find the best instance for their workload, get the best utilization they possibly can, cut costs, but still have the great performance. So I don't know about your future, John. It sounds great, but we have, we're taking steps in that direction today.
Silicon is code. That's going to be, that is code. Okay, okay, I want to get you one final question, well, two questions. One was a comment Adam made, I'd love to get your reaction. If you want to tighten your belt, come to the cloud. I thought that was a very interesting nuance. A lot of economic pressure, cloud is an opportunity to get an agile, time to value faster. We had Z.S. Curvella, a CUBE analyst who's with us earlier, said the more you spend on the cloud, the more you save. That was his line, which I thought was very smart. Spending more doesn't mean you're going to lose money, it means you can save money too. So a lot of cost optimization discussions.
Absolutely.
Tighten your belt, come to the cloud. What does he mean by that?
Well, I think that in times where there's uncertainty in economic conditions, it's really, you sometimes want to pull back, kind of batten down the hatches, but the cloud really, and we saw this with COVID, if you move to the cloud, not only can you cut costs, but you put yourself in this position where you can continue to innovate, and you can be agile, and you can be prepared for whatever environment you're in, so that when things go back, or you have a customer need that an innovation that goes off, like you can accelerate back up really, really quickly. And I think we talked about Airbnb, that example of how, in that really tough time of COVID, when travel industry wasn't happening so much, they were able to scale back and save money. And then at the same time when, Airbnb's kind of, once again, travel came back, they were in a position to really, really quickly change with the customer needs.
Lee, it's always great talking with you. You got a lot of energy, you're so smart, and we both love products, and you're leading the product marketing. We have an Instagram challenge here on theCUBE. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Oh my gosh.
It's called Instagram, we call it a bumper sticker section. We used to call it, what's the bumper sticker for reInvent? But we kind of modernized it. If you were going to do an Instagram reel right now, what would be the Instagram reel for reInvent? Keynote, day one, as we look forward, we got Werner, we'll probably talk about productivity with developers. What's the Instagram reel for reInvent?
Wow. That means I have to get short with it, right? I'm not always
There's
that
no
short.
wrong answer.
But yeah. Well, I think, this is really big day one, so it's excitement, we're glad to be here. We have a lot coming for you, we're super excited, and if you think about it, it's price performance, it's data, it's security, and it's solutions for purpose-built use cases.
Great job, congratulations, I love the message, I love how you guys had the theme, I thought his keynote was great, and it's great to see Amazon continue to innovate with the innovation on the product side, but as we get into transformation, starting to see these solutions, and the ecosystem is thriving, and we're looking forward to hearing the new partner chief, Ruba, tomorrow.
Absolutely.
See what she's got a new plan, apparently, unveiling. So exciting, everyone's pretty excited. Thanks for coming on.
Great, thanks for having me.
All right, Leah Bibby here on theCUBE. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in tech coverage. I'm John Furrier, your host. More live coverage after this short break. We'll be right back. Here, day 2 of theCUBE, day 1 of reInvent. A lot of great action, 4 days of wall-to-wall coverage. We'll be right back.
Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
Hello, cloud computing friends, and welcome back to theCUBE, where we are live from Las Vegas, Nevada, here at AWS reInvent all week. My name is Savannah Peterson, very excited to be joined by Paul Gillen today. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Savannah. It's my first reInvent.
I was just going to ask you if you've ever been to reInvent.
And it's dazzling, much like the sequins on your top. It's dazzling.
Yes.
It's a jam-packed affair. You know, I came to the Comdex conference for many years in Las Vegas, which was a huge event, and this really rivals it in terms of the crowd sizes, but I think there's more intensity here, there's more excitement. People are just jazzed about being here, to the extent that I never saw at other computer conferences.
I got to agree with you. It's my first reInvent as well. I'm glad we can share this experience together. And the vibe, the pulse, I think being back in person is really contagious as well. Ooh, maybe the wrong word to use, but in a great way. The energy is definitely radiating between people here. I'll watch my words a little bit better.
And in person, we have With us, Samuel Nichols, the Director of Public Cloud at Global Product Marketing at VM Software. Sam, is it Sam or Samuel?
Depends if I'm in trouble.
But it depends on who's saying it out loud.
Yeah, it's typically Samuel is usually reserved for my mother, so.
Yeah.
Well, Sam, thanks for joining us.
We'll stick with Sam on the show.
Yeah.
So VM, been a red hot company for several years, really made its reputation in the VMware world. Now you've got this wholesale shift to the cloud. Not that VMware is not important still, but how is that affecting, and you're shifting with it, how is that affecting your role as a product manager and the business overall?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. Obviously Veeam was pioneered in terms of being the purpose-built backup and recovery company for VMware. And as these workloads are being transitioned from the data center into the cloud, or just net new workloads being created in the cloud, there is that equal need for backup and recovery there. So it's incredibly important that we were able to provide a purpose-built backup and recovery solution for workloads that live in AWS as well.
And how different is it backing up an AWS workload compared to a VMware workload?
I think it depends on what kind of service a user is utilizing, right? There's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, and given the differences in what is exposed to that customer, that can make backup and recovery quite challenging. So I would say the primary thing that we want to look at is utilizing native snapshots as our first line of defense when it comes to backup and recovery, irrespective of what workload that might be, whether it's a virtual machine, Amazon EC2, some sort of database on Amazon RDS, a file share, so on.
I bet you're seeing a lot across verticals and across the industry, given the support that you're giving customers. What are you seeing in the market and in customer environments? What are some of those trends?
So I think the major trends that we highlight in our data protection trends report, which is a new update is coming very shortly in the new year, is...
We have to check that out.
Yeah, absolutely. The physical server is on a decline within the data center. Virtualized workloads, namely VMware, is relatively static, kind of flat. The real hockey stick is with the cloud-based workloads. And as I mentioned before, that is partially because workloads are being transitioned from physical or virtual machines to being cloud-hosted. But also, we're creating more applications, and the cloud has become the de facto standard for new workloads. So you hear about cloud-first initiatives, digital transformation. The cloud is central to that.
You mentioned snapshotting, which is a relatively new phenomenon, although it's taken hold rapidly. How does snapshotting work in the cloud versus on your on-prem environment?
It's not wildly different at all. I think the snapshots is, again, a great first line of defense for helping users achieve very low recovery point objectives, so the frequency that they can protect their data, as well as very low recovery time objectives, how quickly they can recover the data, because that's why we're backing up, right? We need the ability to recover. However, snapshots certainly have their limitations as well. They are not independent of the workload that is being protected. So if there were to be some sort of cybersecurity event like ransomware that is prolific throughout pretty much every business, every vertical, when that snapshot is not independent, if the production system becomes compromised, that snapshot's likely to be compromised as well, and then going back to the recovery piece, we're not going to have something to recover from.
And it's not a one and done with ransomware.
No.
It's, yeah, so what is the role that backup plays? I mean, a lot of people, I feel like security is such a hot topic here at the show, and just in general, attacks are coming in unique form factors for everyone. I mean, I feel like backup is, no pun intended, the backbone of a system here. How does that affect what you're creating at Veeam?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like you say, the backup is core to any comprehensive security strategy, right? I think when we talk about security, everyone tends to focus on the preventative, the proactive piece, stopping the bad guys from getting in. However, there is that remediative aspect as well, because, like you say, ransomware is relentless, right? You, as a good guy, have to pretty much fend off each and every single attack that comes your way, and that can be an infinite number of attacks. We're all human beings, we're all fallible, right? And sometimes we can't defend against everything, so having a secure backup strategy as part of that remediative recovery component for a cybersecurity strategy is critical, and that includes things like encryption, immutability, logical separation of data, and so forth.
We know that ransomware is a scourge on premises, typically begins with the end user workstation. how does ransomware work in the cloud, and do the cloud providers have adequate protections against ransomware, or can they?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question as well. I think when we look at the cloud, one of the common misconceptions is as we transition workloads to the cloud, we are transitioning responsibility to that cloud provider. And again, it's a misconception, right? It is a shared responsibility between the cloud provider, in this case AWS, and the user. So as we transition these workloads across varying different services, infrastructure, platforms, software as a service, we're always transitioning varying degrees of responsibility, but we always own our data, and it is our responsibility to protect and secure that data. But the actual infrastructure components, the hardware, that is on the onus of the cloud provider. So I'd say that's the major difference.
Is ransomware as big a threat in the cloud as it is on-premise?
Absolutely. There's no difference between a ransomware attack on premises or in the cloud. Irrespective of where you're choosing to run your workloads, you need to have that comprehensive cybersecurity strategy in order to defend against that and ultimately recover as well if there is a successful attempt.
Yeah, okay, let's get us out of the dark shadows real quick and bring us back to a little bit of the business use case here. A lot of people using AWS. What do you think are some of the considerations they should have when they're thinking about this? Thinking about growing their use of AWS?
Well, if we're going to stick down the dark shadows, the cybersecurity piece.
We can be the darkness.
You're kind of in the dark shadows business.
Yeah.
We can go rainbows and unicorns, nice and happy if you like. I think there's a number of considerations they need to keep up. Security is number one. The next piece is around the recovery as well. I think folks, when we talk about backup and recovery, the focus is always on the backup piece of it, but again, we need to focus on why we're doing the backup is the recovery component. So making sure that we have a clean, verifiable backup that we're able to restore data from. Can we do that in an efficient and timely manner? And I think the other major consideration is looking at the entirety of our environments as well. Very few companies are 100% sole sourced on a single cloud provider. It is typically hybrid cloud. It's around 80% of organizations are hybrid, right? So they have their on-premises data, and they also have workloads running in one or multiple clouds. And when it comes to backup and recovery of all of these different infrastructures and environments, the way that we approach it is very different, and that often leads to multiple different point products from multiple different vendors. The average company utilizes 3 different backup products, sometimes as many as 7, and that can introduce a management nightmare. It becomes very complex, very resource intensive, expensive. So looking at the entirety of the environment and looking to utilize a backup provider that can cover the entirety of that environment while centralizing everything under a single management console helps folks be a lot more efficient, a lot more cost effective, and ultimately better when it comes to data protection.
Amazon and all cloud providers really are increasingly making regions transparent. Just at this conference, Amazon introduced failover controls for multiple multi-region access points, so you can fail over from one region to another. What kind of challenges does that present to you as a backup provider?
I don't think it represents any challenges. When we look at the native durability of the cloud, we look at availability zones, we look at multi-region failover, that durability is ultimately founded on replication. And I wouldn't say that replication and backup, you would use one or the other. I would say that they are complementary. So for replication, that is going to help with the failover scenario, that durability component. But then backup, again, is that independent copy. Because if we look at replication, if, let's say, the source data were to be compromised by ransomware, or there was accidental deletion or corruption, that's simply going to be copied over to the target destination as well. Having that backup as an independent copy, again, complements that strategy as well.
You need it in any scenario?
In any scenario.
I think the average person would probably say that backup is not the most exciting technology aspect of this industry, but you guys have certainly built a great business on it. What excites you about what's coming in backup? What are the new technologies, new advancements that perhaps we haven't seen and productized yet that you think are going to change the game?
I think actually what we offer right now is the most exciting piece, which is just choice, flexibility. So Veeam, again, is synonymous with VMware backup, but we can cover a multitude of environments, including AWS, containerized workloads, Kubernetes, physical systems. And the mobility piece is critical, because as organizations look to act on their digital transformation, cloud-first initiatives, they need to be able to mobilize their workloads across different infrastructures, maybe from on-premises into the cloud, one cloud to another. Maybe it's cloud back to on-premises, because we do also see that. But that flexibility of choice is what excites me about Veeam, because it's ultimately giving the users best-in-class data protection tool sets without any prescriptive approach from us in terms of where you should be running your workloads. That is the choice of the user.
Yeah, Veeam is definitely more than VMware. We actually had a chance to chat with y'all at KubeCon and Cloud Native Con in Detroit. So we've seen the multitude of things that you touch. I want to bring it back to something and something kind of fun, because you talked a lot about the community and being able to serve them. It's very clear, actually I shouldn't say this, I shouldn't say it's very clear, but to me it appears clear that community is a big priority for Veeam. I just want to call this out because this was one of the cooler pieces of swag. You all gave out 100 massage guns. Okay, very hot topic, hot Christmas gift for 2022. I feel like Vanna White right now. And but I thought that I was actually really compelled by this, because we do a swag segment on theCUBE, but it's not just about the objects or getting stuff. It's really about who's looking out for their community and how are they saying thanks. I mean, swag is a brand activation, but it's also a thank you. And I loved that you were giving out massage guns to the AWS heroes and community builders.
Yep.
What role does community play in the culture and the product development at Veeam?
So community has always been at the heart of Veeam. If you have a look at pretty much every single development across all of our versions, across all of our products, it's always steered by the community. Right? We have a wonderful Veeam forum where we've got 400,000 plus users actively providing feedback on the product, what they would like to see, and that is ultimately what steers the direction of the product. Of course, market trends and technology changes.
A couple other factors, I'm sure.
A couple of other factors, but community is huge for us, and the same goes for AWS. So, you know, talking with the AWS heroes, the community builders, helps Veeam reach further into that community and the AWS user base, and empower those folks with data protection tools and massage guns when your feet are tired from, you know, being standing on them all day in Vegas. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody's working hard, and it's nice to say thank you. So I love to hear that, and it's clear from the breadth of products that you're creating and the ways that you're supporting your customers that you care a lot about community. We have a new challenge on theCUBE this year at AWS reInvent. Think of it as an Instagram reel of your thought leadership, your hot take on the show, key themes as we look into 2023. What do you think is the most important story or trend or thing going on here at the show?
I think it's just the continuation of cybersecurity and the importance of backup as a comprehensive cybersecurity strategy. You know, some folks might say that secure backup is your last line of defense. Again, ransomware is relentless. These folks are going to keep coming, and even if they're successful, it's not a one and done thing. It's going to happen again and again and again. So, you know, we have a look around the show floor, the presentations, there is a huge cybersecurity focus, and really just what folks should be doing as a best practice to secure their AWS environments.
Awesome. Well, Paul, any final thoughts or questions?
Just quickly, you've mentioned data security, you mentioned data protection and backup sort of interchangeably, but they're not really the same thing, are they? I mean, what businesses do you see Veeam as being in?
I would say that we're a data protection company because of, yes, there is backup, but there's also the replication component, there's the continuous data protection component where we've got, you know, near zero RTOs, and then we again look at the cybersecurity components of that. What can we do to really protect that data? So I would say that the two are different. Backup is a subset of data protection.
Sam, thank you so much for being here with us on theCUBE. It's been a super insightful conversation. Hopefully we'll get you back soon. And more of the teams, they seem to be celebrities here with us on theCUBE. Paul Gillen, thank you so much for being here with me.
Pleasure, Savannah.
And I'm glad we get to celebrate our first reInvent. And most importantly, thank you to the audience for tuning in. Without you, we don't get to hang out here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, where we're live from the show floor at AWS reInvent. My name is Savannah Peterson with Paul Gillen. We're theCUBE, and we are the leading source for high-tech coverage. Welcome back to theCUBE's continued coverage of AWS reInvent. My name is Savannah Peterson, and I am very excited to be joined by two brilliant blokes in the space of efficiency and performance, whether you're on-prem or in the cloud. Today's discussion is going to be fascinating. Please welcome Brad and Simon to the show. How are you? Simon, coming in from the UK. How are you feeling?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
Excellent. And Brad, we have you coming in from Seattle. How are you this morning?
Doing fine, thank you.
Excellent, and feeling bookish given your background. Love that. I know that you both really care about efficiency and performance. It's a very hot topic, both of the show and in the industry right now. I'm curious, I'm going to open it up with you, Simon. What challenges, and I think you've actually continued to tackle these throughout the course of your career, what challenges were you facing and wanting to solve when you started Yellow Dog?
Really, we're just looking at cloud, and coming from an on-premise environment, really want to be able to make accessing cloud, particularly at volume, to be simple and straightforward. If you look at today at the number of instance types available from the major cloud providers, there's more than 7,000 different instance types. Whereas on-prem, you go along, you select your processor, you select your systems, it's already really easy. When you hit the cloud, you've just got this amazing amount of choice. So really it was all about how can you make intelligent decisions for where you're going to run your workload, how to match it with what you've got on premise. And that was really the inspiration for Yellow Dog.
So staying there for just a second, what does Yellow Dog provide customers?
So Yellow Dog is a SaaS system. So you get it by accessing through the Yellow platform. And what it allows people to do is to be able to make intelligent decisions about where to run their workload, whether that be on-premise or in the cloud. It has a wealth of information. It understands the cost, the performance, the latency, and the availability of every different instance type in all different clouds. It really allows people to be able to make use of that information, provision exactly what they need, and to be able to run their workloads. It also includes a provisioner. It also includes a scheduler as well, which is a cloud-native scheduler. So it's designed to be able to cope with cloud in terms of things like spots and interruptions, and be able to reschedule and fail over between clouds if there's ever a need to do so.
Yeah, that sounds incredible. And I know this means a lot for partners like AMD. Brad, talk to me about the partnership and what this means for AMD, for your customers.
Yeah, absolutely. We're excited to be aligned with a company like Yellow Dog. It's the importance of compute is becoming more and more prevalent every day, and it's always been top of mind. But especially now, when you think about what the economy and the rest of the world is kind of facing over the next probably a year or longer, it's so important that that you're able to maximize your dollars and your spend and do in a way with absolute certainty that you've got the right type of people behind you, ensuring that your dollars are being spent very wisely. And the great thing about Yellow Dog is that they have tremendous insight into cost optimization and compute optimization across the entire globe. Their index is quite remarkable, and what it does is it allows customers to actually see just how performant and cost efficient AMD is. So it allows us to really put our best foot forward, and gives customers a chance to understand something that they probably weren't familiar with. The fact that that AMD is a tremendous value in the marketplace.
Yeah, and Simon, can you tell us a little bit more about the Yellow Dog Index? I'm glad you brought that up, Brad.
Yeah, so the Yellow Dog Index is essentially it's live. It's available for anyone to access. You can just go to index.yellowdog.tech, and you'll be able to see pretty much every single instance type that's available from all the major cloud providers, and be able to make your selection. Are you looking for GPU type nodes? Are you looking for AMD processors? Are you looking just for performance? Essentially, what you're able to do is be able to get a live view of effectively what's available in different data centers around the world, and the price at this moment in time. Also, just as Brad mentioned, in terms of cost efficiency and being taking green values as seriously as we should do, the Yellow Index also has the ability to be able to see at that point in time where the best place to be able to run a job is, based upon the lowest carbon impact of running at this moment in time. And that, for many organizations, gives an amazing insight in not just about being able to find the most efficient processes, but being able to ensure that the greenest energy possible is powering that process when you want to be able to run your workload.
It's so powerful what you just said, and I think when exactly, it's not just about power, but it's about place when we are looking at global computing at scale. I know that there's ESG advantages, and ESG being a very hot topic when we're talking about AMW on AWS and leveraging tools like Yellow Dog. What other sorts of advantages beyond being least carbon impactful can your mutual customers benefit from?
So it's not just, like I say, there's many other features. A very important thing when you're running a high performance computing workload is being able to match the instruction set that you're running on premise, and then being able to use that in the cloud as well. And also to be able to make intelligent decisions of where should something run? Would something be more efficient to be run on premise? Should we always try and maximize our on-premise resources before going into the cloud? So there's a lot about being able to just be able to make decisions. And Yellow Dog itself, it makes thousands of decisions per second to be able to work out where the best and most optimized places to run your workload.
Yeah, so Brad, you work with a lot of companies at scale. What type of scale is possible when leveraging technologies like AMD and Yellow Dog combined?
Well, I love the fact that you mentioned HPC, and it's one of the areas that actually is most exciting for me personally and for AMD with combination of Yellow Dog and AWS. And AWS launched the very first HPC instance type last year, and we haven't even begun to answer your question. We haven't begun to see the full scale capability in the cloud when it comes to these very coordinated and very refined workloads that are running at massive scale. And we've got some products that will be launching in the near future as well that are incredibly performant. And to be honest, I don't think we have even come close to seeing the scale relative to some of these very optimized workloads in HPC that we're capable of. So we're excited. We're excited for the next few years to see how we can wrap in some of the tremendous success that AMD has had on-prem in these massive compute centers and replicating that same success inside AWS with companies like Yellow Dog. We're excited to see what's going to come forward.
Can you give us a preview of anything on the record that gets you really excited about the future? I was going to ask you what had you looking forward to 2023 and beyond.
Well, nothing official, of course. But I will say this: AMD has recently successfully had the launch for Genoa. It's our next gen release, and it is proving to be it absolutely is the dominant compute engine at this point that exists. And when you start to couple that with the prowess of AWS, you could see that over time becoming something potentially that can really start to change the compute landscape quite a bit. So we're hopeful that in the future we'll have something along those lines with AWS and others, and we're very bullish in that area.
Love it. Simon, what about you? You've been passionate about low carbon IT for a long time. Is carbon neutral tech in our future? I realize this is a bold and lofty claim for you, but feel free to give us any of your future predictions.
Yeah, so I started trying to build solutions for many years ago. So 2006, I was part of a team that launched the world's lowest powered Windows PC. That was actually based on AMD technology back then. So you can tell that AMD have been working on low power for a long time. In terms of carbon neutral, yes, I think certainly there's a few data centers around the world now that are getting very close to carbon neutral, some of which may have already achieved it. So that's really interesting. But the second part of that is really the manufacture of everything that goes into those servers and systems, and being able to get to a net zero on those over a period of time. And when we do that, which is not without challenges, but certainly possible, then we really will have carbon neutral IT, which will be a benefit to everyone, mankind itself.
Yeah, casual statement, and I have to say that I wholeheartedly agree. I think that it's one of the greater challenges of our generation, especially is what we're able to do in HPC in particular, since we're talking about it, is only going to grow in scale and magnitude, and the amount of data that we have to organize, sort, and process is wild even today. So I love that. I'm curious, is there anything that you can share with us that's in the pipeline for Yellow Dog? Anything coming up in the future that's very exciting?
So we're coming up very soon. We're going to release something called version 4 of Yellow Dog, which contains what we call a resource framework, which is all about making sure you've got everything you need before you run a job, either on-prem or in the cloud. So that might be anything from making sure you've got the right licenses, making sure that your data is all in the right location, making sure that you've got all aspects of your workflow ready before you start launching compute and start really burning through dollars with compute that could be potentially sat there not doing anything until other tasks catch up. So we're really excited about this new V4 release, which will come out very soon.
Awesome. We can't wait to learn more about that, hopefully here again on theCUBE. Brad, what do partnerships with companies like Yellow Dog mean for you and for the customers that you're able to serve?
Yeah, it's incredibly important. It's, there's one of the difficulties in compute that we have today, especially in cloud compute. There's so much available at this point. I mean, there was a point in time it was very simple and straightforward. It's not even close to being that any longer. And so, one of the things I love about Yellow Dog themselves, it they do a great job of making very complex situations and environments fairly simple to understand, especially from a business perspective. And so one of the things that we love about it is it actually helps our customers, the AMD direct customers, better understand how to properly use our technology and to get the most out of it. And so it's difficult for us to articulate that message because, we are a semiconductor company. So sometimes it's a little tough to be able to articulate workloads and applications in the way that our customer base will be able to understand. But, it's so critical to have companies like Yellow Dog in the middle that can actually, make that translation for us directly to the customer. And especially too, when you start thinking about ESG and environmental relationships, I'd like to make a comment. And one of the things that is fantastic about AMD, AWS, and Yellow Dog, we all share the same mission, and we're very public about those missions, about just being better to the planet. And AMD has taken some very aggressive targets through 2025, much beyond anything that the industry has expected. And because of that, we are the most power efficient x86 product on the marketplace, and it's not even close. And I look forward to the day when you start looking at instance types inside these public cloud providers in conjunction with the Yellow Dog, and you can actually even start to see maybe potentially what that carbon footprint is based on those decisions you make on compute. And considering that more than half the spend for everybody is generally compute in these environments, it's critical to really know what your true impact in the world is. And it's just one of the best parts about a partnership like this.
Oh, what a wonderful note to close on. And I love both the synergy between all the partners on a technology level, but most importantly on a mission level, because none of it matters if we don't have a planet that we can continue to innovate on. So I'm really grateful that you're both here fighting the good fight, working together, and also making a lot of information available for companies of all different sizes as they're navigating very complex decision trees and operating their stack. So thank you both, Simon and Brad. I really appreciate your time. It's been incredibly insightful. And thank you to our audience for tuning in to our continuing coverage of AWS reInvent here on theCUBE. My name is Savannah Peterson, and I look forward to learning more with you soon.
Hello, wonderful cloud community, and welcome to theCUBE's continuing coverage of AWS reInvent. My name is Savannah Peterson, and I am very excited to be joined by two brilliant gentlemen today. Please welcome Keith from Cockroach Labs and Jeff from AMD. Thank you both for tuning in, coming in from the East Coast. How you doing?
Not too bad, a little cold, but we're going.
Doing great.
Love that. And I love the enthusiasm. Keith, you're definitely bringing the heat in the green room before we got on. So I'm going to open this up with you. Cockroach Labs puts out a pretty infamous and useful cloud report each year. Can you tell us a little bit about that, the approach, and the data that you report on?
Yeah, so Cockroach Labs builds a distributed SQL database that we are able to run across multiple cloud regions, multiple sites, multiple data centers. Frequently is run in a hybrid kind of a use case. And it's important for our customers to be able to compare the performance of configurations when they don't have exactly the same hardware available to them in every single location. So since we were already doing this internally for ourselves and for our customers, we decided to turn it into something we shared with the greater community. And it's been a great experience for us. A lot of people come and ask us every year, hey, when's the new cloud report coming out? Because they want to read it. It's been a great win for us.
How many different things are you looking at? I mean, when you're comparing configurations, I imagine there's a lot of different complex variables there. Just how much are you taking into consideration when you publish this report?
Yeah, so we look at micro benchmarks around CPU, network, and storage. And then our flagship benchmark is we use the database itself, where we have the most expertise, to create a real world benchmark across all of these instances. This year, I think we tested over 150 different discrete configurations. Wow. And it's a bit of a labor of love for us, because we then, not only do we consume it for best practices for our own as a service offering, but we share it with our customers. We use it internally to make all kinds of different decisions.
Yeah, 150 different comparisons is not a small number. And Jeff, I know that AMD's position in this cloud report is really important. Where do you fit into all of this, and what does it mean for you?
Right. So what it means for us and for our customers is, there's a good breadth and depth of testing that has gone on from the lab. And you look at this cloud report, and it helps them traverse this landscape of, why to go on instance A, B, or C on certain workloads. And it really is very meaningful, because they now have the real data across all those dimensional kinds of tests. So this definitely helps not only the customers, but also for ourselves. So we can now look at ourselves more independently for feedback loops and say, hey, here's where we're doing well, here's where we're doing okay, here's where we need to improve on. All those things are important for us. So love seeing the lab present out such a great report as I've seen, very comprehensive. So I very much appreciate it.
And specifically, I love that you're both fans of each other, obviously. Specifically, digging in there, what does it mean that AMD had the best performance ratio tested on AWS instances?
Yeah, so when we're looking at instances, we're not just looking at how fast something is. We're also looking at how much it costs to get that level of performance. Because CockroachDB, as a distributed system, has the opportunity to scale up and out. And so rather than necessarily wanting the fastest single instance performance, which is an important metric for certain use cases, for sure, the comparison of price for performance, when you can add nodes to get more performance, can be a much more economical thing for a lot of our customers. And so AMD has had a great showing on the price performance ratio for I think 2 years now. And it makes it hard to justify other instance types in a lot of circumstances, simply because it's cheaper to get for each transaction per second that you need, it's cheaper to use an AMD instance than it would be a competitive instance from another vendor.
I mean, everyone, I think, no matter their sector, wants to do things faster and cheaper. You're able to achieve both. It's easy to see why it's a choice that many folks would like to make. So what do these results mean for CIOs and CTOs? I can imagine there's a lot of value here in the FinOps world.
Yep. So I'll start a few of them. So from the C-suite, when they're really looking at the problem statement, think of it as less granular but higher level, right? So they're really looking at CapEx, OpEx, sustainability, security, sort of ecosystem on there. And then, as Keith pointed out, hey, there's this TCO conversation that has to happen. In other words, as they're moving from sort of this lift and shift from their on-prem into the cloud, what does that mean to them for spend? So now, if you're looking at the consistency around sort of the performance and the total cost of running this to their insights, to the conclusions, less time, more money in their pocket, and maybe a reduction for their own customers so they can provide better for the customer side. What you're actually seeing is that's the challenge that they're facing in that landscape that they're driving towards, that they need guidance and help with towards that. And we find AMD lends itself well to that scale out architecture that connects so well with how cloud microservices are run today.
It's not surprising to hear that. Keith, what other tips and tricks do you have for CIOs and CTOs trying to reduce FinOps and continue to excel as they're building out?
Yeah, so there were a couple of other insights that we learned this year. One of those two insights that I'd like to mention is that it's not always obvious what size and shape infrastructure you need to acquire to maximize your cost reductions, right? So we found that smaller instance types were by and large had a better TCO than larger instances, even across the exact same configurations. We kept everything else the same. Smaller instances had a better price performance ratio than the larger instances. The other thing that we discovered this year that was really interesting, we did a bit of a cost analysis on networking, and largely because we're a distributed system, we can span across availability zones, we can span across regions, right? And one of the things we discovered this year is the amount of cost for transferring data between availability zones and the amount of cost for transferring data across regions, at least in the United States, was the same. So you could potentially get more resiliency by spanning your infrastructure across regions than you would necessarily just spanning across availability zones. So you could be across multiple regions at the same cost as you were across availability zones, which for something like Cockroach DB, we were designed to support those workloads, is a really big and important thing for us. Now, you have to be very particular about where you're purchasing your infrastructure and where those regions are, right? Because those data transfer rates change depending on what the source and the target is. But at least within the United States, we found that there was a strong correlation into being more survivable if you were in a multi-region deployment, and the cost stayed pretty flat.
That's interesting. So it's interesting to see what the correlation is between things, and when you think there may be a relationship between variables and when there maybe isn't. So on that note, since it seems like you're both always learning, I can imagine, what are you excited to test or learn about looking forward? Jeff, let's start with you, actually.
For sort of future testing, one of those things is certainly those more scale out sort of workloads with respect to showing scale, meaning as I'm increasing the working set, as I'm increasing the number of connections, variability is another big thing, right? Of showing that minimization from run to run, because performance is interesting, but consistency is better. And as the lower side is from the instance sizes, as I was talking about earlier, as AMD's architecture lends itself so well to it because they have the local caching and the CCDs that you can now put a number of vCPUs that will benefit from that delivery of the local caching and drive better performance at the lower side for that scale out sort of architecture, which is so consistent with the microservices. So I would be looking for more of those dimensional testings, variability across a variety of workloads that you can go from, memory intense workloads to database, persistent store, as well as a blend of the two, Kafka, et cetera. So there's a great breadth and depth of testing that I am looking for, and to more connect with sort of the CTOs and CIOs, the higher level, that really show them that CapEx, OpEx sustainability, and provide a bit more around that side of it, because those are the big things that they're focused on, as well as security. The fact that based on working sets, et cetera, AMD has the ability with confidential compute around those kind of offerings that can start to drive to those outcomes and help from what the CTOs and CIOs are looking for from compliance as well. So, said a mouthful.
You're excited about a lot. No, that's great.
Very much so.
That means you're very. That means you're very excited about the future.
It's a journey that continues, as Keith knows. There's always something new.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you, Keith? What is you most excited on the journey?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things I'd like to see us test next year. One of those is to test a multi-region CockroachDB config. We have a lot of customers running in that configuration in production, but we haven't scaled that testing up to the same breadth that we do with our single region testing, which is what we've based the cloud report on for the past 4 years. The other thing that I'd really love to see us do, I'm a Kubernetes SME, at least that's kind of my technical background. I would love to see us get to a spot where we're comparing the performance of raw EC2 instances to using that same infrastructure running CockroachDB via EKS, and kind of see what the differences are there. The vast majority of CockroachDB customers are running at least a portion of their infrastructure in Kubernetes. So I feel like that would be a real great value add to the report for the next time that we go about publishing it.
If I don't mind adding to that, just to volley it back for a moment. And also, as I was saying about the scale out and how it leverages our AMD architecture so well, with EKS specifically around the spin up, spin down. So you think of a whole development lifecycle, right? As they grow and shrink the resources over time, of those spin ups to spin downs are expensive. So that has to be reduced as much as possible. And I think they'll see a lot of benefits in AMD's architecture with EKS running on it as well.
The future is bright. There's a lot of hype about many of the technologies that you both just mentioned. So I'm very curious to see what the next cloud report looks like. Thank you, Keith, and the team for the labor of love that you put into that every year. And Jeff, I hope that you continue to be as well positioned as everyone's innovation journey continues. Keith and Jeff, thank you so much for being on the show with us today. As you know, this is a continuation of our coverage of AWS reInvent here on theCUBE. My name's Savannah Peterson, and we'll see you for our next fascinating segment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the live coverage, day two for theCUBE, day one for the event. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. This is the keynote analysis segment. Adam Selipsky's just finished coming off stage. I'm here with Dave Vellante and Zeus Carvella, with principal analyst at CK Research. Zeus, great to see you. Dave, guys, the analysis is clear. AWS is going next gen. You guys had a multi-day analyst sessions in on the pre-briefs. We heard the keynote, it's out there. Adam's kind of getting his sea legs, so to speak. A lot of metaphors around ocean, space. He's got these thematic exploration as he chunked his keynote out into sections. Zeus, a lot of networking in there in terms of some of the price performance, specialized instances around compute, this end-to-end data services. Dave, you were all over this data aspect going into the keynote, and obviously we kind of had visibility into this business transformation theme. What's your analysis? Aziz, we'll start with you. What's your take on what Amazon Web Services is doing this year and the keynote? What's your analysis?
Well, I think there was a few key themes here. The first one is I do think we're seeing better integration across the AWS portfolio. Historically, AWS makes a lot of stuff, and it's not always been easy to use, say, Aurora and Redshift together, although most customers buy them together, right? So they announced the integration of that. It's a lot tighter now. It's almost like it could be one product, but I know they like to keep the product development separately. Also, I think we're seeing a real legitimization of AWS in a bunch of areas where people said it wasn't possible before. Last year, NASDAQ said they're running in the cloud. The Options Exchange today announced that they're going to be moving to the cloud. Contact centers run in the cloud for a lot of real-time voice, and so things that we looked at before and said those will never move to the cloud have now moved to the cloud. And I think my third takeaway is just AWS is changing, and they're now getting into areas to allow customers to do things they couldn't do before. So if you look at what they're doing in the area of AI, a lot of their AI and ML services before were for prediction. And I'm not saying you needed AI ML to do prediction. It was certainly a lot more accurate, but now they're getting into generative data, right? So being able to create data where data didn't exist before, and that's a whole new use case for them. So AWS, I think, is actually, for all the might and power they've had, is actually stepping up and becoming a much different company now.
Yeah, I mean, I had wrote that post, I had a one-on-one day, got used to the transcript with Adam Selipsky. He kind of went down that kind of route of, hey, we're going to change next gen. Oh, that's my word. AWS Classic, my word. You have the AWS Classic, the old school cloud, which a bunch of Lego blocks, and you got this new next gen cloud where the ecosystem's emerging. So clearly it's Amazon shifting. Yeah. But Dave, your breaking analysis kind of teed out the keynote. You went into the whole cost recovery. We heard Adam talk about macro at the beginning of his keynote. He talked about economic impact, sustainability, big macro issues, and then he went into data and spent most of the time on the keynote on data, right tools, integration, governance, insights. You're all over that. You had that, your breaking analysis almost matched the keynote thematically. Macro, cost savings, right sizing with the cloud. And last night I was talking to some of the marketplace people. We think that the marketplace might be the center where people start managing their costs better. This could have an impact on the ecosystem if they're not in the marketplace. So again, so much is going on. What's your analysis?
Yeah, there's so much to unpack. A couple of things. One is we get so much insight from the CUBE community, plus your sit-down one-on-one with Adam Selipsky allowed us to sort of gather some nuggets and really, I think, predict pretty accurately. But the number one question I get, if I could sort of hit the escape key a bit, is what's going to be different in the Adam Selipsky era that was different from the Jassy era? Jassy was all about the primitives, right, the best cloud, and Selipsky's got to double down on that. So he's got to keep that going, plus he's got to do that end-to-end integration, and he's got to do the deeper business integration, sort of up the stack, if you will. And so when you're thinking about the keynote and the spirit of keynote analysis, we definitely heard, hey, more primitives, more database features, more Graviton, the network stuff, the HPC for, Graviton for HPC. So okay, check on that. We heard some better end-to-end integration between, the elimination of ETL between Aurora and Redshift. Zeus and I were sitting next to each other going, okay, it's about time. Yeah. Okay, finally, we got that. So that's good, check. And then they called this thing the Amazon Data Zones, which was basically extending Redshift data sharing within your organization, so you can now do that. Now, I don't know if it works across regions.
Well, they mentioned APIs, and they have the data zone.
And so I don't know if it works across regions, but the interesting thing there is he specifically mentioned integration with Snowflake and Tableau, and so that gets me to your point. At the end of the day, in order for Amazon, and this is why they win, to succeed, they've got to have this ecosystem really cranking. And that's something that is just the secret sauce of the business model.
Yeah, and it's an integration into that ecosystem. I think it's an interesting trend that I'm seeing for customers where everybody wanted best of breed, everybody wanted disaggregated, and their customers are having trouble now putting those building blocks together, right? And then nobody created more building blocks than AWS, right? And so I think under Adam, what we're seeing is much more concerted effort to make it easier for customers to consume those building blocks in an easy way. And you know, the AWS execs I talked to yesterday all committed to that. It's easy, easy, easy. And I think that's why, there's no question they've had a lead in cloud for a long time, but if they're going to keep that, that needs to be up front.
Well, you're close to this. How easy is it?
But we're going to have Adrian Cockcroft on at the end of the day today to go into him on analysis. Now
well,
he's
less
retired.
difficult. How's that?
Adrian retired from Amazon. He's a CUBE analyst, kind of retiree. But he had a good point. You can buy the bag of Lego blocks if you want, with primitives, or you can buy the toy that's glued together. And it works, but it breaks, and you can't really manage it, and you buy a new one. So, you know, his metaphor was, okay, the primitives allow you to construct a durable solution. It's a lot harder relative to rolling your own, not like that, but also the simplest out-of-the-box capability is what people want. They want solutions. We call Adam the solutions CEO. So I think you're going to start to see this purpose-built, specialized services allow the ecosystem to build those toys so that the customers can have an out-of-the-box experience while having the option for the AWS Classic, which is if you want durability, you want to tune it, you want to manage it, that's the way to go for the hardcore. Now it can be foundational, but I just see the solutions things being very much like an out-of-the-box, okay, throw it away, buy a new toy.
More and more I'm seeing less customers want to be that hardcore assembler of building blocks, and obviously the really big companies do, but that line is moving, and more companies, I think, just want to run their business, and they want those pre-built solutions.
We had to cut out of the keynote early, but I didn't hear a lot about, you know, the example that they often use is Amazon Connect, you know, the call center solution. Yeah. I didn't hear a lot of that in the keynote. Maybe it's happening right now. But look, at the end of the day, suites always win. You know, the best of breed does well, it takes off, you generate a couple billion, you know, Snowflake will grow, they'll get to 10 billion, but you look at Oracle, the suites work, you know.
Yeah. What I found interesting about the keynote is that he had these thematic exploration themes. First one was space, that was like connect the dots, the nebula, different how the lens.
Ocean.
Ask the right questions. Ocean was security, which was more, you know, a lot more needed to manage that. Oxygen, going deep. Are you snorkeling? Are you scuba diving? Really interesting metaphor.
And Antarctica, right?
And Antarctica was the performance around how you handle tough conditions, and you've got to get that performance. So
we're laughing, but it was good.
No, but the Data Ocean, Dave.
It was very poetic.
I tweeted you, Dave, because you know I sit on the CUBE in 2011. I hate data lakes, worst term ever. It's the data ocean. It's more dynamic. It's a lot more flowing. Maybe 8-10 years too soon, Dave. But you know, he announces the ocean theme and then says we have a security lake. So like lake, ocean, little fun on words there.
I actually think the security lake is pretty meaningful because you know we were listening to coming over here talking about it, where I think if you look at a lot of the existing solutions, security solutions, I describe them as a collection of data ponds that you can view through one map, but they're not really connected. And the amount of data that AWS holds now, arguably more than any other company, right? If they're not going to provide the security lake, who is?
Well, but staying on security for a second, to me, the big difference between Azure and Amazon is the ecosystem. So CrowdStrike, Okta, you know, Zscaler, you name it, CyberArk, Rapid7, they're all part of this ecosystem, whereas Microsoft competes with all of those guys.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a lot more white space in the Amazon ecosystem.
Well, I want to get you guys' take on something in your reaction, because I think my vision of what's happening here is that I think that whole data portion is going to be data as code, and I think the ecosystem harvests the data play. If you look at AWS's key announcements here, security lake, price performance, they're going to optimize for those kinds of services. Look at security. Okay, security lake, guard duty, EKS. I mean, that's a Docker. Docker has security problems. They're going inside the container and looking at threat detection inside containers with Kubernetes as the runtime. I mean, that's a little nuanced point, but that's pretty significant, Dave. They're now getting into, we're talking in the weeds on the security piece, adding that to their large-scale security footprint. Security is going to be one of those things where if you're not on the inside of their security play, you're probably going to be on the outside. And of course, the price performance is going to be the killer. You know, the networking piece surprised me. They're continuing to innovate on the network. What does that mean for Cisco? I mean, so many questions.
We had Ajay Patel on yesterday for VMware. He's an awesome middleware guy. And I was asking about serverless and architectures. And he said, look, basically, serverless great for stateless, you know, but if you want to run state, you got to have control over the runtime. But the point he made was that people used to think of running containers with straight VMs versus Fargate or Knative if you choose, or serverless. They used to think of those as different architectures, and his point was they're all coming together, and it's kind of now you're architecting and calling which service you need, and that's how people are thinking about future architectures, which I think makes a lot of sense.
If you're running managed Kubernetes, which everyone's doing because no one's really building it in-house themselves, they're running it as managed service, skills gaps and a variety of other reasons. This EKS protection is very interesting. They're managing inside and outside the container, which means that gives them visibility on both sides of the under the hood and inside the application layer. So very nuanced point, Z, is what's your reaction to this? And obviously the networking piece, I'd love to get your thoughts on.
Well, security obviously is it's less about signatures and more about analytics, right? And so things happen inside the container and outside the container, and so their ability to look on both sides of that allows you to happen threats in time, but then also predict threats that could happen when you spin the container up. And the difficulty with the containers is they are ephemeral, right? It's not like a VM where it's a persistent workload that you can do analysis on. You need to know what's going on with the container almost before it spins up, right? And that's a much different task. So I do think the amount of work they're doing with containers gives them that entry into that, and I think it's a good offering for them. On the network side, they provide a lot of basic connectivity. I do think there's a role still for the Ciscos and the Aristas and companies like that to provide a layer of enhanced network services that connects multi-cloud, because AWS is never going to do that. But they've certainly, they are as legitimate a network vendor as there is today.
We had NetApp on yesterday. They were talking about latency in their product.
I'll tell you this, in the analyst session, Stephen Armstrong said, you are going to hear us talk about multi-cloud. Yes. We're not going to necessarily lead with
not a mention of it.
But you said it before, never say never with Amazon, right? I mean, and we talk about supercloud, and you're like, Dave, ultimately, the cloud guys are going to get into supercloud. They have to.
Look, they will do multi-cloud. I predict that they will do multi-cloud. I'll tell you why. Just like in networking.
Well, customers are asking for it.
Well, one, they have the, not by design, but by default, they're in multiple clouds are in their environment. They got to deal with that. I think the super cloud and sky cloud vision's right. There will be common services. Remember networking back in the old days when Cisco broke in as a startup? There was no real shortest path first kind of thinking. Policy came in after you connected all the routers together. So, right now it's going to be best of breed, low latency, high performance, but I think there's going to be a need in the future saying, hey, I want to run my compute on the slower, lower cost compute. And they already got segmentation by their announcements today. So I think you're going to see policy-based kind of AI coming in where developers can look at common services across clouds and say, I want to lock in an SLA on latency and compute services. It won't be super fast compared to, say, on AWS with the next Graviton 10 or whatever comes out. So I think you're going to start to see that come in.
Actually, I'm glad you brought Graviton up too, because the work they're doing in Silicon, actually I think is, because I think the one thing AWS now understands is some things are best optimized in Silicon, some at the software layer, some in cloud, and they're doing work in all those layers, and Graviton to me is a
home run.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave, they've got more instances. There's going to be, they already have Gravitons that's slower than the other versions, so what are they going to sunset them?
They don't deprecate anything ever. So, Amazon paid $350 million, people believe that's a number, for Annapurna, which is like one of the best acquisitions in history, right? And it's put them on an ARM curve for silicon that is blowing away Intel. Intel's finally going to get, Sapphire Rapids out in January. Meanwhile, Amazon just keeps spinning out new Gravitons and Trainiums, and so they are on a price performance curve, and like you say, no developer ever wants to run on slower hardware, ever.
Today, but if there's a common need for multi-cloud, they might say, hey, I have to trade off latency and performance on common services if that's what gets me there.
There's maybe a business case to do that.
Well,
which, by the way, I want to, Salipsky had a strong quote, I thought, was, if you're looking to tighten your belt, the cloud is the place to do it. I thought that was very strong. And I think he's right. And then the other point I want to make on that is, I think, I don't have any data on this, but I believe, just based on some of the discussions I've had, that most of Amazon's revenue is on demand, right? Okay, pay by the drink. Those on-demand customers are at risk because they can go somewhere else. So they're trying to get you into optimized pricing, whether it's reserved instances or 1-year or 3-year subscriptions, and so they're working really hard at doing that.
My prediction on that is, that's a great point you brought up. My prediction is that the cost belt tightening is going to come from in the marketplace. It's going to be a major factor as companies want to get their belts tightened. How are they going to do that, Dave? They're going to go in the marketplace saying, hey, I already overpaid a 3-year commitment. Can I get some cohesivity in there? Can I get some of this or that and the other thing? You're going to start to see the vendors in the ecosystem, if they're not in the marketplace, that's where I think the customers will go. There are other choices to either cut their supplier base or renegotiate. I think it's going to happen in the marketplace. Let's watch. I think we're going to watch that grow.
I actually think the optimization services that AWS has to help customers lower spend is a secret sauce for them that customers tell me all the time. AWS comes in, they help bring their costs down, and they wind up spending more with them. Right? And the other cloud providers don't do that, and that has been almost a silver bullet for them to get customers to stay with them.
And this is always the way. You drop the price of storage, you drop the price of memory, you drop the price of compute, people buy more, and then the question long term is, okay, and does AWS get commoditized? Is that where they're going? Or do they continue to thrive up the stack? John, you're always asking people about the bumper sticker.
Hold on, before we get the bumper sticker, I want to get into what we missed, what they missed on the keynote.
Yeah, there are some blind spots. So,
I think, let's go around the horn and think, what did they miss? I'll start. I think they missed the developer productivity angle. Supply chain software was not talked about at all. We see that at all the other conferences. I thought that could have been weaved in.
You mean security in the supply chain?
Just overall, developer productivity has been one of the most constant themes I've seen at events. Who are building the apps? Who are the builders? What are they actually doing? Maybe Werner will bring that up on his last day, but I didn't hear Adam talk about it all, developer productivity. What's your
I think on the security side, while they announced security data lake, I think the other cloud providers do a better job of providing insights on how they do security. With AWS, it's almost a black hole, and I know there's a careful line they walk between what they do, what their partners do, but I do think they could be a little clearer on how they operate. Much like Azure and GCP, they announce a lot of stuff on how their operations works and things like that.
I think platform across cloud is definitely a blind spot for these guys. I mean, I think you look at
But none of the cloud providers have embraced that, right? So
it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Google a little bit, Microsoft a little bit. Certainly AWS hasn't at this point in time. But I think they perceive the likes of Mongo and Snowflake and Databricks and others as ISVs. And they're not. They're platform players that are building across clouds. They're leveraging, they're building super clouds. So I think that's an opportunity for the ecosystem, and I'm very, very curious to see how Amazon plays there down the stream. So, John, what do you think is the bumper sticker? We're only in day 1.5 here. What do you think so far the bumper sticker is for reInvent 2022?
Well, to me, the day one is about infrastructure performance with the whole, what's in the data center, what's at the chip level. Today was about data, specialized services, and security. I think that was the key theme here, and then that's going to sequence into how they're going to reorganize their ecosystem. They have a new leader, Rupert Bronitz, who's going to be leading the charge. They've integrated all their bespoke, fragmented partner network pieces into one leadership. That's going to be really important to hear that. And then finally, Werner for developers and event-based services, microservices, what that world's going on, because that's where the developers are, and ultimately they build the app. So you got infrastructure, data, specialized services and security, machine learning with Swami is going to be huge, and again, how developers code it all up is going to be key. And is it the bag of Legos or the glued toy? So, what do you want, out of the box, or you want to build your own?
And that's the bottom line, is that connecting those dots, all they got to be is good enough. I think to your point, if they're just good enough, less complicated, that will keep people on the base.
Yeah. I think the bumper stickers, the more you buy, the more you save. Because from an operational perspective, they are trying to bring down the complexity level, and with their optimization services and the way their credit model works, I do think they're trending down that path.
And my bumper sticker is ecosystem, ecosystem, ecosystem. This company has 100,000 partners, and that is a business model secret weapon.
All right, there it is, the keynote announcement. More analysis coming up. We're going to have the leader of Amazon's product market, Leah Bibel, coming up next here to break down their perspective. You got theCUBE's analyst perspective here. Thanks for watching day 2, more live coverage for the next 2 more days, so stay with us. I'm John Furrier with Dave Vellante and Zias Corvella here on theCUBE. Be right back.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, where we are here on the show floor at AWS reInvent. We are theCUBE. I am Savannah Peterson, joined with John Furrier. John, afternoon, day 2, we are in full swing.
Yes.
What's got you most excited?
Just got lunch, got the food coma kicking in. No, we don't get coffee. No, it's all, no.
Wow, way to bring the hype there,
No,
John.
there's so many people here just in Amazon. We're back to 2019 levels of crowd. The interest levels are high. Next gen cloud security, big part of the keynote. This next segment, I am super excited about. CUBE alumni going back to 2013. 10 years ago he's on theCUBE. Now 10 years later, we're at reInvent. Looking forward to this guest. And it's about security, great topic.
I don't want to delay us anymore. Please welcome Mark. Mark, thank you so much for being here with us. Massive day for you and the team. I know you oversee 3 different units at Amazon, Inspector, Detective, and the most recently announced Security Lake. Tell us about Amazon Security Lake.
Well, thanks Savannah, thanks John for having me. Well, Security Lake has been in the works for a little bit of time, and it got announced today at the keynote, as you heard from Adam. We're super excited because there's a couple components that are really unique and valuable to our customers within Security Lake. First and foremost, the foundation of Security Lake is an open source project we call OCSF, Open Cybersecurity Framework Schema. And what that allows is us to work with the vendor community at large in the security space and develop a language where we can all communicate around security data. And that's the language that we put into Security Data Lake. We have 60 vendors participating in developing that language and partnering within Security Lake. But it's a communal lake where customers can bring all of their security data in one place, whether it's generated in AWS, their on-prem, or SaaS offerings, or other clouds, all in one location, in a language that allows analytics to take advantage of that analytics and give better outcomes for our customers.
So Adam Selewski's big keynote, he spent all the bulk of his time on data and security. Obviously they go well together. We've talked about this in the past on theCUBE. Data is part of security, but this security is a little bit different in the sense that the global footprint of AWS makes it uniquely positioned to manage some security threats. EKS protection, a very interesting announcement. Runtime layer, but looking inside and outside the containers, probably gives extra telemetry on some of those supply chain vulnerabilities. This is actually a very nuanced point. You got guard duty kind of taking its role. What does it mean for customers? Because there's a lot of things in this announcement that he didn't have time to go into detail.
Sure.
Unpack all the specifics around what the security announcement means for customers.
Yeah, so we announced four items in Adam's keynote today within my team. So I'll start with guard duty for EKS runtime. It's complementing our existing capabilities for EKS support. So today, Inspector does vulnerability assessment on EKS or container images in general. Guard duty does detections of EKS workloads based on log data. Detective does investigation and analysis based on that log data as well. With the announcement today, we go inside the container workloads. We have more telemetry, more fine-grained telemetry, and ultimately we can provide better detections for our customers to analyze risks within their container workloads. So we're super excited about that one. Additionally, we announced Inspector for Lambda. So Inspector we released last year at reInvent, and we focused mostly on EKS container workloads and EC2 workloads. Single click, automatically assess your environment, start generating assessments around vulnerabilities. We've added Lambda to that capability for our customers. The third announcement we made was Macy sampling. So Macy has been around for a while and delivering a lot of value for customers around providing information around their sensitive data within S3 buckets. What we found is many customers want to go and characterize all of the data in their buckets, but some just want to know, is there any sensitive data in my bucket? And this sampling feature allows the customer to find out there's sensitive data in the bucket, but we don't have to go through and do all of the analysis to tell you exactly what's in there. So
unstructured and structured data?
Correct.
Any data?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
And the fourth?
The fourth is Security Data Lake. Yes.
Okay, ocean theme, data lake.
Very complementary to all of our services, but the unique value in the data lake is that we put the information in the customer's control. It's in their S3 bucket. They get to decide who gets access to it. We've heard from customers over the years that really have two options around gathering large-scale data for security analysis. One is we roll our own, and we're security engineers, we're not data engineers. It's really hard for them to build these distributed systems at scale. The second one is, we can pick a vendor or a partner, but we're locked in, and it's in their schema and their format, and we're there for a long period of time. With Security Data Lake, they get the best of both worlds. We run the infrastructure at scale for them, put the data in their control, and they get to decide what use case, what partner, what tool gives them the most value on top of their data.
Is that always a good thing to give the customers too much control? Because the old expression, you give them, you give them a knife they play with and they can cut themselves. But no, seriously, because what's the provisions around that? Because control was a big part of the governance. How do you manage the security? How does the customer worry about if I have too much control, someone makes a mistake?
Well, what we're finding out today is that many customers have realized that some of their data has been replicated 7 times, 10 times, not necessarily maliciously, but because they have multiple vendors that utilize that data to give them different use cases and outcomes. It becomes costly and unwieldy to figure out where all that data is. So by centralizing it, the control is really around who has access to the data. Ultimately customers want to make those decisions, and we've made it simple to aggregate this data in a single place. They can develop a home region if they want, where all the data flows into one region. They can distribute it globally.
They're in charge.
They're in charge. But the controls are mostly in the hands of the data, a governance person in the company, not the security analyst.
So I'm really curious, you mentioned there's 60 AWS partner companies that have collaborated on the Security Lake. Can you tell us a little bit about the process? How long does it take? Are people self-selecting to contribute to these projects? Are you cherry picking? What does that look like?
It's a great question. There's 3 levels of collaboration. Okay? One is around the open source project that we announced at Black Hat early in this year called OCSF. And that collaboration is we've asked the vendor community to work with us to build a schema that is universally acceptable to security practitioners, not vendor specific. And we've asked—
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but is this a first of its kind?
There's multiple schemas out there developed by multiple parties. They've been around for multiple years, but they've been built by a single vendor.
That's what I'm drilling in on a little bit. This sounds like the first time we've had this level of collaboration.
There's been collaborations around them, but in a handful of companies. We've really gone to a broad set of collaborators to really get it right, right?
Yeah.
And they're focused around areas of expertise that they have knowledge in. So, the EDR vendors are focused around the schema around EDR. The firewall vendors are focused around that area. Certainly the cloud vendors are in their scope. So that's level 1 of collaboration, and that gets us the level playing field and the language in which we'll communicate within security.
Important. Yeah.
Super foundational. Then the second area is around producers and subscribers. So many companies generate valuable security data from the tools that they run. We call those producers, the publishers, and they publish the data into Security Lake within that OCSF format. Some of them are in the form of findings, many of them in the form of raw telemetry. Then the second one is in the subscriber side, and those are usually analytic vendors, SIM vendors, XDR vendors, that take advantage of the logs in one place and generate analytic-driven outcomes on top of that. Use cases, if you will, that highlight security risks or issues for customers.
Yeah, cool.
What's the big customer focus when you start looking at security lakes? How do you see that planning out? You said there's a collaboration. I love the open source vibe on that, on that piece. What data goes in there? What's sharing? Because a big part of the keynote I heard today was, I heard clean rooms. I've got my antenna up. I love to hear that. That means there's an implied sharing aspect. The security industry has been sharing data for a while. What kind of data is in that lake? Give us an example. Take us through it.
There's a number of sources within AWS as customers run their workloads in AWS. We've identified somewhere around 25 sources that will be natively single-click into Amazon Security Lake. We're announcing 9 of them. They're just traditional network logs, VPC flow, CloudTrail logs, firewall logs, findings that are generated across AWS, EKS audit logs, RDS data logs. So anything that customers run workloads on will be available in Data Lake. But that's not limited to AWS. Customers run their environments hybridly, they have SaaS applications, they use other clouds in some instances. So it's open to bring all that data in. Customers can vector it all into this one single location if they decide. We make it pretty simple for them to do that, again in the same format where outcomes can be generated quickly and easily.
Can you use the data lake off on premise, or has to be in an S3 in Amazon Cloud?
Today it's in S3 and Amazon, and if we hear customers looking to do something different, as you guys know, we tend to focus on our customers and what they want us to do. So but they've been pretty happy about what we've decided to do in this first iteration.
So we got a story up on SiliconANGLE. Obviously, the ingestion's a big part of it. The reporters are jumping in, but the 50 third-party sources is a pretty big number. Is that coming from the OCSF, or is that just in general who's involved?
Yeah, OCSF is the big part of that, and we have a list of probably 50 more that want to join and be part of this.
You got the big names in there,
grow.
Cisco, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto Networks. I mean, all the big dogs are in there.
All big partners of AWS anyway, so it was an easy conversation, and in most cases when we started having the conversation, they were like, wow, this has really been needed for a long time. Yeah. And given our breadth of partners and where we sit and from our customers' perspective in the center of their cloud journey, that they, they've looked at us and said, you guys, we applaud you for, driving this and
So Mark, take us through the conversations you're having with customers at Reinforce. We saw a lot of meetings happening. It was great to be face to face. You guys have been doing a lot of customer conversation. Security Data Lake came out of that. What was the driving force behind it? What were some of the key concerns? What were the challenges, and what's now the opportunity?
Yeah, we heard from our customers in general, one, it's too hard for us to get all the data we need in a single place. Whether through AWS or the industry in general, it's just too hard. We don't have those resources to data wrangle that data. We don't know how to pick a schema. There's multiple ones out there. Tell us how we would do that. So these three challenges came out front and center for every customer. And mostly what they've said is our resources are limited, and we want to focus those resources on security outcomes. And we have security engineers. We don't want to focus them on data wrangling in large-scale distributed systems. Can you help us solve that problem? And it came out loud and clear from almost every customer conversation we had. And that's where we took the challenge. We said, okay, let's build this data layer, and then on top of that, we have services like Detective and GuardDuty will take advantage of it as well, but we also have a myriad of ISV third parties that will also sit on top of that data and render outcomes.
What's interesting, I want to get your reaction. I know we don't have much time left, but I want to get your thoughts. When I see Security Data Lake, which is awesome by the way, love the focus, love how you guys put that together, it makes me realize the big thing in reInvent this year is this idea of specialized solutions. You got instances for this and that, use cases that require certain kind of performance, you got the data, pillars that Adam laid out. Are we going to start seeing more specialized data lakes? I mean, we have a video data lake. Is there going to be a fintech data lake? Is there going to be, I mean, you got the Great Lakes kind of going on here. What is going on with these lakes? I mean, is that a trend that Amazon sees or customers are aligning to? Is that?
Yeah, we have a couple lakes already. We have a healthcare lake and a financial lake, and now we have a security lake. Foundationally, we have lake formation, which is the tool that anyone can build a lake. And most of our lakes run on top of Lake Foundation, but specialized. And the specialization is in the data aggregation, normalization, enrichment that is unique for those use cases. And that I think you'll see more and more of that.
So that's a feature, not a bug.
It's a feature, it's a big feature the customers have asked for.
So if they want to roll their own specialized purpose-built data thing, lake, they can do it.
And customers don't want to combine healthcare information with security information. They have different use cases and segmentation of the information that they care about. So I think you'll see more. Now I also think that you'll see where there are adjacencies that those lakes will expand into other use cases in some cases too.
And that's where the right tools comes in, as he was talking about this ETL, zero ETL feature.
Yeah, and it'd be like an 80-20 rule, right? So if 80% of the data is shared for different use cases, you can see how those lakes would expand to fulfill multiple use cases.
Okay.
All right, you think he's ready for the challenge?
All right.
You're giving me the look, we were on the same page.
Okay, we have a new challenge, go ahead.
So, think of it as an Instagram reel, sort of your hot take, your thought leadership moment, the clip we're going to come back to and reference your brilliance 10 years down the road. I mean, you've been a CUBE veteran now, CUBE alumni for almost 10 years. In just a few weeks, it'll be that. What do you think is, and I suspect I think I might know your answer to this, so feel free to be robust in this, but what do you think is the biggest story, key takeaway from the show this year?
We're democratizing security data within Security Data Lake, for sure.
Well said. You are our shortest answer so far on theCUBE, and I absolutely love and respect that. Mark, it has been a pleasure chatting with you, and congratulations again on the huge announcement. This is such an exciting day for y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, John. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Great to have you.
We look forward to 10 more years of having you.
Well, maybe
here
we don't have to wait 10 years.
Yeah. Well, more years, not in another 10.
I have a feeling there'll be a lot of security content this year.
Yeah, pretty hot theme.
Very hot theme.
Pretty hot theme for us.
Of course, Reinforce will be there this year again, coming up, 2023.
All the Rees.
Yep, all the Rees.
Love that.
We look forward to seeing you there.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Speaking of Rees, you're the reason we're here. Thank you all for tuning in to today's live coverage from AWS reInvent. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada with John Furrier. My name is Savannah Peterson. We are theCUBE, and we are the leading source for high-tech coverage.
You I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
you rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now.
Goodbye.
I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage. Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech. Yeah. Consumers love the benefit of tech. Yeah. You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out cloud is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big, and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny.
Great. You guys are excited.
Robert Hershevik.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni.
Welcome back to Vegas. Lisa Martin and Dave Vellante here with theCUBE live on the Venetian Expo Hall floor, talking all things AWS reInvent 2022. This is the first full day of coverage. It is jam-packed here. People are back. They are ready to hear all of the new innovations from AWS. Dave, how does it feel to be back yet again in Vegas?
Yeah, Vegas, I think it's my 10th time in Vegas this year, so whatever.
This year
fine.
alone?
You know, but
you must have a favorite steak restaurant then.
There's several in Vegas. Actually, the restaurants in Vegas are actually really good. You know?
They are good.
They used to be terrible, but I'll tell you, my favorite, the place that closed.
Oh.
Yeah, it closed in between where we are in the Wynn and the Venetian. Anyway,
was it cut?
No, I forget what
Something
the name
else.
of it was.
Okay.
It was like a Greek sort of steak place. Anyway,
now I'm hungry.
We were at Pure Accelerate a couple years ago.
Yes, we were.
When they announced Cloud Block Store.
That's right.
Pure was the
In
first
Austin.
to do that.
Yep.
And then they made the acquisition of Portworx, which was pretty prescient, given the containers have been going through the roof.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of excited to have these guys on and talk about that.
We're going to unpack all of this. We've got one of our alumni back with us, Venkat Ramakrishnan, VP of Product, Portworx by Pure Storage, and Dan Kogan joins us for the first time, VP of Product Management and Product Marketing, Flash Array at Pure Storage. Guys, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thanks for having us.
Do you have a favorite steak restaurant in Vegas? There's, as Dave said, there's a lot of good choices.
There's a lot of good steak restaurants in Vegas.
So,
I like SDK. Yeah,
that's
a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Which one?
SDK.
Where's that?
It's, I think, in Cosmopolitan.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
There's one at the Westin, too, that's pretty good.
I'm an Herbs and Rye guy. Have you ever been there?
No.
Herbs and Rye is off strip, but it's fantastic. It's kind of like a locals joint.
Have to dig through all of this great stuff today and then check that out. Talk to me, this is our first day, obviously, first main day. I want to get both of your perspectives. Dan, we'll start with you since you're closest to me. How are you finding this year's event so far? Obviously, tons of people.
Busy. Yeah, it is. It is old times. It's a bit bigger, right? Last reInvent I was at was 2019, right before everything shut down, and it was probably half the size of this, which is a different trend than I feel like most other tech conferences have gone, where they've come back but a little bit smaller. reInvent seems to be the IT show.
It really does. Venkat, are you finding the same? In terms of what you're experiencing so far on day one of the event?
Yeah, I mean, there's tremendous excitement. Overall, I think it's good to be back. Very good crowd, great turnout, a lot of excitement around some of the new offerings we've announced. The booth traffic has been pretty good, and just the quality of the conversations, the customer meetings have been really good. There's very interesting use cases shaping up, and customers really looking to solve, real large-scale problems. Yeah, it's been a phenomenal first day.
Venkat, talk a little bit about, and then we'll get to you, Dan, as well, the relationship that Portworx by Pure Storage has with AWS, maybe some joint customers?
Yeah, so we definitely, we have been a partner of AWS for quite some time, right? Earlier this year, we signed what is called a strategic investment letter with AWS, where we kind of put some joint effort together, like to better integrate our products, plus kind of get in front of our customers more together and educate them on how they can deploy and build mission critical apps on EKS and EKS Anywhere and Outpost. So that partnership has grown a lot over the last year. We have a lot of significant mutual customer wins together, both on the public cloud on EKS, as well as on EKS Anywhere, right? And there are some exciting use cases around edge and edge deployments and like different levels of edge, and as well with the EKS Anywhere. And there are pretty good wins on the Outpost as well. So that partnership, I think, is kind of like growing across. Not just we started out with the one product line.
Yeah.
Now our Portworx Backup as a Service is also available on EKS, and along with Portworx Data Services. So it is also expanded across the product lines as well.
And then, Dan, you want to elaborate a bit on AWS plus Pure?
Yeah, it's for kind of, we'll call it the core Pure business, or the traditional Pure business. As Dave mentioned, Cloud Block Store is kind of where things started, and we're seeing that move and evolve from predominantly being a DR site and kind of story into now more and more production applications being lifted and shifted and running now natively in AWS on our storage software. And then we have a new product called Pure Fusion, which is our storage as code automation product, essentially. It takes you from moving and managing of individual arrays, now obfuscates at fleet level, allows you to build a very cloud-like backend and consume storage as code, very, very similar to how you do with AWS with an EBS. That product is built in AWS. So it's a SaaS product built in AWS, really allowing you to turn your traditional Pure storage into an AWS-like experience.
What changed with Cloud Block Store? Because if I recall, am I right that you basically did it on S3 originally?
S3 is a big. It's a number of components.
And you had a high performance EC2 instances.
Yep, that's right.
On top of lower cost object store. Is that still the case?
That's still the architecture. Yeah, at least for AWS. It's a different architecture in Azure where we leverage their disk storage more, but in AWS we're just based on essentially that back end.
And then what's the experience when you go from, say, on-prem to AWS to sort of a cross-cloud? Is it
very simple. It's our replication technology built in. So our sync rep, our async rep, our active cluster technology is essentially allowing you to move the data really, really seamlessly there. And then again, back to Fusion now being that kind of master control plane. You can have availability zones running Cloud Block Store instances in AWS. You can be running your own availability zones in your data centers, wherever those may happen to be, and that's kind of a unification layer across it all.
And it looks the same to the customer.
To the customer, it's the same. At the end of the day, it's what the customer sees is the Purity operating system.
Yeah.
We have flash array proprietary hardware on premises. We have AWS's hardware that we run it on here, but to the customer, it's just the flash array.
That's a data supercloud, actually. Yeah, it's a data supercloud.
I would agree.
It spans multiple clouds.
Multiple clouds on premises.
It abstracts all the complexity of the underlying muck and the primitives and presents a common experience.
Yeah, and it's the same APIs, same management, console.
Yeah, awesome.
Everything's the same.
Yeah, see, it's real. It's a thing. On containers, I have a question. So we're in this environment. Everybody wants to be more efficient. What's happening with containers? Is there the intersection of containers and serverless, right? You think about all the things you have to do to run containers and VMs, configure everything, configure the memory, choose, et cetera, and then serverless, simplifies all that. And I guess Knative in between, or I guess Fargate. What are you seeing with customers between stateless apps, stateful apps, and how it all relates to containers?
Yeah, it's a great question, right? I think one of the things that what we are seeing is that as people run more and more workloads in the cloud, right? There's this huge movement towards being the ability to bring these applications to run anywhere, right? Not just in one public cloud, but in the data centers and sometimes the edge clouds. So there's a lot of portability requirements for applications, right? I mean, just today morning I was having breakfast with a customer who is a big AWS customer, but has to go into an on-prem air-gap deployment for one of their large customers and is kind of re-platforming some of their apps into containers and Kubernetes because it makes it so much easier for them to deploy. So there is no longer the debate of, is it stateless versus stateful? It's pretty much all applications are moving to containers, right? And in that, you see people are building on Kubernetes and containers is because they want that multi-cloud portability for their applications. Now, the other big aspect is cost, right? You can significantly lower cost by running with Kubernetes and Portworx and by on the public cloud or on a private cloud, right? Because it lets you get more out of your infrastructure. You're not over-provisioning your infrastructure. You're like just deploying the just enough infrastructure for your application to run with Kubernetes and scale it dynamically as your application load scales. So customers are better able to manage costs, right?
Does serverless play in here though? Right, because if I'm running serverless, I'm not paying for the compute the whole time.
Yeah.
Right, but then stateless and stateful come into play. So help us
serverless has a place, but it is more for quick event-driven decisions.
Stateless apps.
Yes, stuff that needs to happen. Yeah. The serverless has a place, but majority of the applications need compute and more compute to run because there's a ton of processing you have to do. There is, you're serving a whole bunch of users, you're serving up media, right? Those are not typically good serverless apps, right? The serverless apps do definitely have a place. There's a whole bunch of minor code snippets or events you need to process every now and then to make some decisions. In that, yeah, you see serverless. But majority of the apps are still requiring a lot of compute and scaling the compute and scaling storage requirements all the time.
What Venkat was talking about with cost, that is probably our biggest tailwind from a cloud adoption standpoint. I think initially for on-premises vendors like Pure Storage or historically on-premises vendors, the move to the cloud was a concern, right? And that we're getting out of the data center business, we're going all in on the cloud, what are you going to do? That's kind of why we got ahead of that with Cloud Block Store. But as customers have matured in their adoption of cloud and actually move more applications, they're becoming much more aware of the costs. And so anywhere you can help them save money seems to drive adoption. So they see that on the Kubernetes side. On our side, just by adding in things that we do really well, data reduction, thin provisioning, low-cost snaps, those kind of things, massive cost savings. And so it's actually brought a lot of customers who thought they weren't going to be using our storage moving forward back into the fold.
Got it.
What are so cost savings, great, huge business outcomes potentially for customers, but what are some of the barriers that you're helping customers to overcome on the storage side, and also in terms of moving applications to Kubernetes? What are some of those barriers that
I can answer simply from a core flash array side, it's enabling migration of applications without having to refactor them entirely, right? That's Kubernetes side is when they think about changing their applications and building them, we'll call quote unquote more cloud native, but there are a lot of customers that can't or won't or just aren't doing that, but they want to run those applications in the cloud. So the movement is easier, back to your data super cloud kind of comment, and then also eliminating this high cost associated with it.
I'm kind of not a huge fan of the whole repatriation narrative. You look at the numbers and it's like, yeah, there's some going on. But the one use case that looks like it's actually valid is I'm going to test in the cloud.
Yep.
And I'm going to deploy on-prem. Now, I don't know if that's even called repatriation, but I'm looking to help the repatriation narrative because
I think
that's a real thing. Right?
Yeah, it's more than repatriation, right? It's more about the ability to run your app, right? It's not just even test, right? I mean, like you're going to have different kinds of governance and compliance and regulatory requirements to run your apps in different kinds of cloud environments, right? There's certain regions may not have all of the compliance and regulatory requirements implemented in that cloud provider, right? So when you run with Kubernetes and containers, you kind of do the transformation, so now you can take that app and run in an infrastructure that allows you to deliver under those requirements as well, right? So that portability is the major driver than repatriation.
And you would do that for latency reasons?
For latency and,
or data sovereignty.
Data sovereignty,
control.
Right? Availability of your application and data just in that region, right?
Okay, so if the capability's not there in the cloud region, you come in and say, hey, we can do that on-prem or in a colo and get you what you need to comply to your edicts.
Yeah, or potentially moves to a different cloud provider, right? It's just a lot more control that you're providing the end customer at the end of the day.
What's that move like? Now you're moving data and everybody's going to complain about egress fees.
Well, you shouldn't be, I think it's more of a one-time move. Like you're probably not going to be moving data between cloud providers regularly, but if for whatever reasons you decide that I'm going to stop running in X cloud and I'm going to move to this cloud, what's the most seamless way to do that?
So a customer might say, okay, that certification is not going to be available in this region or GovCloud or whatever for a year. I need this now.
Yeah, or various commercials, whatever it might be.
And I'm going to make the call now, one-way door, and I'm going to keep it on-prem. Or, and then worry about it down the road. Okay, makes sense.
Dan, I got to talk to you about the sustainability element there, because it's increasingly becoming a priority for organizations in every industry where they need to work with companies that really have established sustainability programs. What are some of the factors that you talk with customers about as they have choice in all flash arrays between Pure and competitors? Where
we've leaned very heavily into that from a marketing standpoint recently because it has become so top of mind for so many customers. But at the end of the day, sustainability was built into the core of the Purity operating system and flash array, back before it's flash array, right, in our early generation of products. The things that drive that sustainability of high density, high data reduction, small footprint, we needed to build that for Pure to exist as a company. And we're maybe kind of the last all-flash vendor standing that came ground up all-flash, not just a disk vendor that's refactored, right? And so that sort of engineering from the ground up that's deeply, deeply into our software has a huge sustainability payout now. And we see that, and that message is really, really resonating with customers.
I haven't thought about that in a while. You actually are. I don't think there's any other, nobody else made it through the knothole.
Yeah.
And you guys hit escape velocity and then
we hit escape velocity, and it hasn't slowed down, right? Like earnings will be tomorrow, but the last many quarters have been pretty good.
Yeah, we follow you pretty closely. I mean, there was one little thing in the pandemic, and then boom, it's just kept cranking since. So
at the end of the day, though, right, we needed that level to be economically viable as a flash vendor going against disk. Yeah. And now that's really paying off in a sustainability equation as well, because we consume so much less footprint, power, cooling, all those factors.
And there's been some headwinds with NAND pricing up until recently too, that you've kind of blown right through.
Yep.
And you dealt with the supply issues and
because the overall we've been again one of the few vendors that's been able to navigate supply really well.
Yeah.
We've had no major delays and disruptions, but the TCO argument's real. Like at the end of the day, when you look at the cost of running on Pure, it's very, very compelling.
Adam Selipsky made the statement, if you're looking to tighten your belt, the cloud is the place to do it. Yeah, okay, I buy that, but maybe not.
But you can, so again, we are seeing cloud customers that, are traditional Pure data center customers that a few years ago said, we're moving these applications into the cloud. It's been great working with you. We love Pure. We'll have some on-prem footprint, but most of everything we're going to do is in the cloud. Those customers are coming back to us to keep running in the cloud. Because again, when you start to factor in things like then provisioning, data reduction, those don't exist in the cloud. So
it's not repatriation.
It's not repatriation.
It's we want Pure in the cloud.
Correct. We want your software. So that's why we built CBS, and we're seeing that come all the way through.
Yep. There's another cost savings is on the with what we are doing with Kubernetes and containers and Portworx data services, right? So when we run Portworx data services, typically where customers spend a lot of money in running the cloud managed services, right? Where there's obviously a sprawl of those, right? And then they end up spending a lot of hidden costs. So when we move that, when they run their data, when they move their databases to Portworx data services on Kubernetes, because of all of the other cost savings we deliver, plus, the licensing costs are a lot lower, we deliver, 5x to 10x savings to our customers.
Significant.
Significant savings
on
the cloud as well.
The operational things he's talking about too. My Fusion engineering team is one of his largest customers for Portworx Data Services because we don't have DBAs on that team, it's just developers. Yeah. But they need databases. They need to run those databases. Yeah. We turn to PDS.
Cool. This is why he pays my bills.
And that's why you guys have to come back because we're out of time. But I do have one final question for each of you. Same question. We'll start with you, Dan, then Venkat will go to you. Billboard or a bumper sticker? They're going to put a billboard on Castor Street in Mountain View, near the headquarters, about Pure. What does it say?
The best container for containers.
Venkat, Portworx, what's your bumper sticker?
Well, I would just have one big billboard that goes and says, "Got PX?" with a question mark, right? And let people start thinking about what is PX.
I love that.
Got Portworx.
You've got a side career in marketing, I can tell.
I think they moved him out of it to engineering.
I see. Well, we really appreciate you joining us on the program this afternoon, talking about Pure, Portworx, AWS, really compelling stories about how you're helping customers just really make big decisions and save considerable costs. We appreciate your insights.
Awesome, great. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
For our guests and for Dave Vellante, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
you rocketed it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now.
Goodbye.
I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage. Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
Great. You guys are excited.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni.
You got it, it's theCUBE. We are in Vegas. This is theCUBE's live coverage, day one of the full event coverage of AWS reInvent 22 from the Venetian Expo Center. Lisa Martin here with Dave Vellante. We love being in Vegas, Dave.
Well, you know, this is where SuperCloud sort of was born.
It is.
Last year, just about a year ago. And Steve Mullaney, CEO of Aviatrix, you know, kind of helped us think it through.
Yes.
And we got some fun stories around it's happening, but
it is happening.
Yeah,
We're going to be talking about SuperCloud.
I guess I just did the intro.
You
Steve
did my
Mullaney.
intro, but I'll do it again.
Sorry,
Steve
I stole
Mullaney,
that from
the
you.
CEO of Aviatrix, joined us once again, one of our alumni. Steve, great to have you back on the program.
Thanks for having me back.
It's happening.
Right. It is
we
happening.
talked about it a year ago.
That was
Nick
that
Stereo
was 2
right
years.
there.
Was that a year ago? That was a year ago.
It was last year.
Yeah. I leaned
What's
over
happening?
and said, it's happening. It's happening. You know what? The thing I noticed, what's happening now is the maturity of the cloud, right? So if you think about this whole journey to cloud that has been, what, AWS 12 years, but really over the last few years is when enterprises have really kind of joined that journey. And 3 or 4 years ago, and this is why I came out of retirement and went to Aviatrix, was they all said, okay, now we're going to do cloud. You fast forward now 3 or 4 years from now, all of a sudden those 5-year plans of evacuating the data center, they got 1 year left, 2 year left, and they're going, oh crap, we don't have 5 years anymore. We're now, the maturity is starting to say, we're starting to put more apps into the cloud. We're starting to put business critical apps, like SAP, into the cloud. This is not just like the low-hanging fruit anymore. So what's happening now is the business criticality, the scale, the maturity, and they're all now starting to hit a lot of limits that have been put into the CSPs that you never used to hit when you didn't have business critical and you didn't have that scale. They were always there. The rocks were always there, just you never hit them. People are starting to hit them now. So what's happening now is people are realizing, and I'm going to jump the gun, you asked me for my bumper sticker. The bumper sticker for Aviatrix is good enough is no longer good enough. Now it's funny, it came in the keynote today, but what we see from our customers is it's time to upgrade the native constructs of networking and network security to be enterprise grade now. It's no longer good enough to just use the native constructs because of a lack of visibility, the lack of controls, the lack of troubleshooting capabilities, all these things. I now need enterprise-grade network.
Let me ask you a question, because you got a good historical perspective on the industry. When you think about when Moritz was running VMware, he was like, any app, and he said basically we're building a software mainframe. And they kind of did that, right? But then they hit the issue with scale, right? And they can't replicate the cloud. Are there things that we can draw from that experience and apply that to the cloud? What's the same, what's different?
Oh yeah. So, 1992. Do you remember what happened in 1992? I do. This weird German software company called SAP
R3.
Releases R3, which was their first 3-tier client-server application of SAP. Before that, it ran on mainframes. TCP/IP, remember that protocol war? Guess what happened post-1992? Everybody goes up like this. Infrastructure completely changes. Cisco, EMC, you name it, builds out these PC client-server architectures. The WAN changes, MPLS, the campus, everything's home running back to that data center running SAP. That was the last 30 years ago, great transformation of SAP. They did it again. It's called S/4HANA. And now it's running, and people are switching to S/4HANA, and they're moving to the cloud. It's just starting, and that is going to alter how you build infrastructure. And so when you have that, being able to troubleshoot in hours versus minutes is a big deal. This is business critical, millions of dollars. This is not fun and games. So again, back to my what was good enough for the last 3 or 4 years for enterprise is no longer good enough. So now I'm running business critical apps like SAP, and it's going to completely change infrastructure. That's happening in the cloud right now.
And that's obviously a significant seismic shift, but what are some of the barriers that customers have been able to eliminate in order to get there, or is it just good enough isn't good enough anymore?
Barriers in terms of, well, I mean,
the adoption.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's all the things that they go to cloud is the complexity, really it's the agility, right? So the barrier that they have to get over is, how do I keep the developer happy? Because the developer went to the cloud in the first place, why? Swipe the credit card because IT wasn't doing their job, because every time I asked them for something, they said no. So I went around them. we need to, that's what they have to overcome in the move to the cloud. That is the obstacle, is how do I deliver that visibility, that control, the enterprise-grade functionality, but yet give the developer what they want, because the minute I stop giving them that swipe the card operational model, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to go around me again. And and the enterprise can't have that.
That's a cultural shift.
That's the main barrier they've got to overcome.
Let me ask you another question. Is what we think of as mission critical, the definition changing? I mean, you mentioned SAP, obviously that's mission critical for operations, but you're also seeing new applications being developed in the cloud.
I would say anything that's, I call business critical, the same thing, but it's business critical is internal to me, like an SAP, but also anything customer facing. That's business critical to me. If that app goes down or it has a problem, I'm not collecting revenue. So, back 30 years ago, we didn't have a lot of customer-facing apps, right? It really was just SAP. I mean, there wasn't a heck of a lot of there were customer-facing things, but you didn't have all the digitalization that we have now, like the digital economy, where that's where the real explosion has come, is you think about all the customer-facing applications, and now every enterprise is what? A technology digital company with a customer facing, and they're trying to get closer and closer to who? The consumer.
Yeah, self-service, right?
Self-service, B2C, everybody wants to do that. Get out of the middleman, and those are business critical applications for people.
So what's needed under the covers to make all this happen? Give us a little double click on where you guys fit.
You need consistent architecture, obviously not just for one cloud, but for any cloud. But even within one cloud, forget multi-cloud, it gets worse with multi-cloud. You need a consistent architecture, right? That is automated, that is as code. I can't have the human involved. This is the API generation. You've got to be able to use automation, Terraform, and all the way from the application development platform, through Jenkins and all other software, through CI/CD pipeline and Terraform. When that developer says, I want infrastructure, it has to go build that infrastructure in real time. And then when it says, I don't need it anymore, it's got to take it away. And you cannot have a human involved in that process. That's what's completely changed, and that's what's giving the agility, and that's kind of the cloud model, right? Use software.
Well, okay. So isn't that what serverless does? Right?
That's part of it, absolutely.
But I might still want control sometimes over the runtime if I'm running those mission critical applications.
Everything in enterprise is a heterogeneous thing. It's like people say, well, the people are going to repatriate back to on-prem. They are not repatriating back to on-prem.
We were just talking about that.
It's not going to happen.
It's a myth. It's a myth.
Look, and there's things that maybe shouldn't have ever gone into the cloud. I get that. Look, do people still have mainframes? Of course. There's certain things that you just doesn't make sense to move to the new generation.
Right.
There were certain applications that were very static, they weren't dynamic. You know what, keep it in on-prem, it probably makes sense. So some of those things maybe will go back, but they never should have gone. But we are not repatriating, ever, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there was an interesting paper by Andreessen, but
it was a little self-serving for some company that's funding.
But it's just, you look at the numbers.
Yeah.
It tells the story.
Yeah.
It's just not happening.
No. But it's and the reason is it's that agility, right? And so that's what I would say that what you need to do is, and in order to get that agility, you have to have that consistency. You have to have automation. You have to get these people out of the way. You have to use software, right? Such that you have that swipe the card operational model for the developers. They don't want to hear the word no.
Right.
What do you think is going to happen with AWS? Because we heard, I don't know if you heard Slipsky's keynote this morning, but you probably heard the hallway talk. Okay, you did. So, connecting the dots, doubling down on all the primitives, that we expected. Yeah. We kind of expected more of the higher level stuff, which really didn't see much of that, a little bit.
Yeah.
So, there's a whole thing about, okay, does the cloud get commoditized? Does it not? I think the secret weapon's the ecosystem, right? Because they're able to sell through with guys like you, make great margins on that.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, though, on the future of AWS?
IaaS is going to get commoditized. So this is the fallacy that a lot of the CSPs have, is they thought that they were going to commoditize enterprise. It never happens that way. What's going to happen is infrastructure as a service, the lower level, which is why you see all the CSPs talking about what? vertical cloud, industry cloud.
Sure,
right?
absolutely.
Like we got to get to the apps, we got to get to SAP, we got to get to all that because that's not going to get commoditized, right? But all the infrastructural service where AWS is king, that is going to get commoditized.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so, but historically, Cisco's still got 60% plus gross margins.
Sure.
EMC always had good margin. How Pure's the lone survivor in Flash, they got 70% gross margins. So infrastructure actually has always been a pretty good business.
Yeah, that's true, but it's a hell of a lot easier, particularly with people like Aviatrix and others that are building these common architectural things that create simplicity and abstract away the complexities of underneath such that we allow your network to run on AWS, Azure, Google, Oracle, whatever, exactly the same. So it makes it a hell of a lot easier
SuperCloud.
to go move.
But I want to tap your brain because you have a good perspective of this because servers used to be a great margin business too on-prem, and now it's not. It's a low margin business because all the margin went to Intel.
Yeah.
Right? But the cloud guys, AWS in particular, makes a ton of dough on servers, or compute. So it's going to be interesting to see over time if that gets come out. That's why they're going so hard after silicon.
I think if you can capture the workload, so AWS and everyone else, as another example, does SAP, they call that a gravity workload.
Right.
You know what a gravity workload is? It's a black hole. It drags everything else with it. If you get SAP or Oracle or a mainframe app, it ain't going anywhere. And then what's going to happen is all your other apps are going to follow it. So that's what they're all going to fight for.
So you said something earlier about forget multi-cloud for a moment, but that idea of the super cloud, this abstraction layer, I mean, is that a real business value for customers other than I got all these clouds, I need them to work together? From your perspective, from Aviatrix perspective, is it an opportunity for you to build on top of that? Or are you just looking at, look, I'm going to do really good work in AWS, in Azure, in Google,
what happens is,
and I'm going to make it the same experience?
I hear this every single day from our customers, is they look and they say, good enough isn't good enough. I've now hit the point, I'm hitting route limitations, I'm doing things manually, and that's fine when I don't have that many applications or I don't have mission critical. The dogs are eating the dog food, we're going into the cloud and they're looking and they're saying, this is not an operational model for me. I've hit the point where I can't keep doing this, I can't throw bodies at this, I need software. And that's the opportunity for us is, they look and they say, I'm doing it in one cloud, but and there's zero chance I'm going to be able to figure that out in the 2 or 3 other clouds. Every enterprise I talk to says multi-cloud is inevitable. Whether they're in it now, they all know they're going to go because it's the business units that demand it. Right. It's not the IT teams that demand it. It's the line of business that says, I like GCP for this reason.
The driver's functionality that they're getting.
It's the app teams that say, I have this service and GCP's better at it than AWS.
Yeah, so it's not so much a cost game or the end-all coffee mug, right?
No.
Google does this better than Microsoft.
Yeah, I mean, if you asked an IT person, they would rather not have multi-cloud. They actually tried to fight it.
Yeah.
No, why would you want to support 4 clouds when you could support 1?
Right.
That's insane.
Right.
If they didn't have a choice, and so this decision was made without them, and actually they weren't even notified until day before. They said, oh, good news, we're going to GCP tomorrow. Go, why wasn't I notified? Well, we're notifying you now.
Yeah, you would have said no.
This is a cloud model, let's go.
Super cloud again. Did you see the Berkeley paper, Sky Computing, I think they call it?
No.
Out of Berkeley, yeah. Dave Linthicum from Deloitte, he's talking about, I think he calls it meta cloud. It's happening.
Yeah.
It's happening.
No, and because customers want that.
Yeah.
And talk about some customer example or two that you think really articulates the value of why it's happening and the outcomes that it's generating.
I mean, I was just talking to Lamb Weston last night, so we had a reception. Lamb Weston, huge, the frozen potatoes. They serve like, I don't know, some ungodly percentage of all the French fries to all the fast food. It's unbelievable what they do. You know, they have special chemicals they put on the French fries, so when you get your DoorDash, they stay crispy longer. They've invented that, patented. But anyway, it's all these businesses you've never heard of, and they do all, and again, they're moving to SAP, or they're actually SAP in the cloud. They were one of the first ones. They did it through Accenture. They're pulling it back on from Accenture. They're not happy with the service they're getting. They're going to use us for their networking and network security because they're going to get that visibility and control back, and they're going to repatriate it back from a managed service and bring it back and run it in-house, and the SAP basis engineers want it to happen because they see the visibility and control that the infrastructure guy is going to get because of us, which leads to, all they care about is uptime and performance. That's it. And they're going to say the infrastructure team's going to lead to better uptime and better performance if it's running on Aviatrix.
And business performance and uptime.
And that is
critical.
the business. That is the business.
It is.
Yeah.
So what are some of the things next coming down the pike from Aviatrix? Any secret sauce you can share?
A lot of secrets. So two secrets. One, the next thing people really want to do, embedded network security into the network. We've kind of talked about this. You're going to be seeing some things from us. Where does network security belong? In the network, embedded in the fabric of the network, not as this dumb device called the next-gen firewall that you steer traffic to. It has to be into the fabric of what we do, what we call airspace. You're going to see us talk about that. And then the next thing, back to the maturity of the cloud, as they build out the core, guess what they're doing? It's this thing called Edge, Dave, right? And guess what they're going to do? It's not about connecting the cloud to the edge to the cloud with dumb things like SD-WAN, right, or SASE. It's actually the other way around. Go into the cloud, turn around, look out at the edge and say, how do I extend the cloud out to the edge and make it look like a VPC? That's what people are doing.
Yeah.
And why? Because I want the operational model. I want all the things that I can do in the cloud out at the edge. And everyone knows who's been in networking. I've been in networking for 37 years. He who wins the core does what? Wins the edge. Because that's what happens. You do it first in the core, and then you want one architecture, one common architecture, one consistent way of doing everything, and that's going to go out to the edge and it's going to look like a VPC from an operational model.
And Amazon's going to support that.
I mean,
no doubt.
Yeah, I mean,
has to.
And then it's just how do you want to go do that? And us as the networking and network security provider, we're getting dragged to the edge by our customer because you're my networking provider, and that means end to end. And they're trying to drag us into on-prem too.
What's going on? You're going to have to come back.
Because they want one networking vendor.
But wait, and you say what?
I say we will never do like switches and any of the keep Arista and Cisco and all that kind of stuff. No. But we will start sucking in NetFlow. We will start doing from an operational perspective. We will integrate a lot of the things that are happening in on-prem into our
no halfway
Copilot.
house. No halfway house, no two architectures, but you
want one
take the data in. Yeah, totally, right play.
Amazing stuff.
And he who wins the core, guess what's more strategic to them? What's more strategic, on-prem or cloud? Cloud. It flipped 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So he who wins in the cloud is going to win everywhere.
Got it. We'll keep our eyes on that.
Cause and effect.
Thank you so much for joining us. We got your bumper sticker already. It's been a great pleasure having you on the program. You got to come back. There's so.
Are you posting the bumper sticker somewhere? Is that
Instagram?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is new for you guys.
It is.
Always coming up with new ideas.
Raising the bar.
It is.
Reinvent. I mean, come on.
I love it.
All right. For our guests, Steve Mullaney and Dave Vellante, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
great, you guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Here's CUBE alumni.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
You rocketed it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here. When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now. I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, guys and girls. We're so happy that you're with us. This is our first full day of coverage live on theCUBE at AWS reInvent 22. We're in Vegas, as I said, at the Venetian Expo, one of the biggest places to host, and there's probably about 50,000 people here or so. Lisa Martin and Dave Vellante. Dave, we've had such great conversations. We talk about data. Every company is a data company. The most important thing is to make sure that data is accessible, that there's insights gained from it, but that it's protected and recoverable should anything happen.
Yeah, security is the most important topic right now. We all know that it's the #1 priority. The cloud has changed the security model. The shared responsibility model is great, but at the same time, now you got shared responsibilities across multiple clouds. Your developers are being asked to do more, right? It kind of, the audit is like the last line of defense. So what the ecosystem does with AWS is really make the CISO's job easier. And as opposed to, I mean, AWS is a friendly place for security companies, and I'm excited to talk about that.
Yeah, we're going to be unpacking that. Rick Holtman is here, the VP of Advertising and Media Security at Human Security. Rick, welcome to theCUBE.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for having me on.
pleasure to have you on here. So talk to us about human security. What do you do? What are the differentiators? And what's in the name?
Sure. Human is a cybersecurity company. It's been around for about 12 years right now. And our mission is truly to disrupt the economics of cybercrime. And right now, businesses are under attack like they have not been before. There's been a proliferation of bots on site that are truly hitting people's businesses. And what everyone will understand is that when bots hit your site and permeate your business, you'll never end up with a positive business outcome.
So
okay. Oh, good.
I was going to say, so what are, in terms of competitive differentiators, when you're in customer conversations, what are those top 3 things that you say,
sure,
this is why you go human?
Yeah, and that's great. This is why you go human. We have a tremendous sensor network, and what that gives us is observability. Because of our clients and partners, we're actually able to see 20 trillion transactions a week that we filter. And what that does is enables us to look across a broad spectrum of industry. Because of our partner networks, we're able to see all the media transacted across this ecosystem. And what we're working to do is preserve and protect that. So when we work with an SSP, DSP, ad servers, and truly the pillars of technology across media, those are our core clients. And we very quickly, in under 10 milliseconds, let them know, is this a bot or a human being you're about to serve an ad to, which is paramount to saving them money and not wasting their precious ad dollars.
So what am I buying from you? Is it a subscription?
Sure, you're buying a subscription to the Human Defense Platform. And across that platform, we've got multiple cyber tools. And what we do is we'll take different combinations of those tools and create a specific solution to address a use case. Each one of these businesses is very unique. So we had to be very flexible and malleable with the tools that we use and be able to create custom solutions, which is really what sets us apart in market.
What are some of the key use cases that you're helping customers to address?
Sure, it can be anything from simply guarding a website and actually providing insights and the ability to mitigate bots. It can be guarding against account takeover, form fills. There are so many ways and attack vectors right now for people to get us at that we've got multiple disciplinary ways of looking at how to deploy solutions. It is going to continue to grow because we're seeing more and more new platforms and new types of innovation. A great example is in-game advertising. It is very new, but the industry is starting to look at it and say, hey, we know as growth comes, we're going to see fraud. How do we get out in front of that? How do we make sure that we don't have the same issue we had with CTV? Explosive growth happened before standards were in place, and now we're playing catch up, and it's a huge issue.
How are you doing that as the fraudsters are just getting more and more sophisticated?
And that's really the problem. I think you hit it on the head. They'll continually change how they attack. They'll continually put resources behind it. And that's why I talk about disrupting the economics of cybercrime. Because the more we're able to mitigate and stop this, we actually make the cost of attack more and more expensive. Eventually, they're going to move on to a softer target. And we want to harden up all of our clients so they're not that soft targeted market.
I always say you're in the denominator business, right? You get the bigger denominator, less value, so they'll move on to somewhere else. What is your secret sauce? Is it your data? Is it your humans?
Sure, it's actually really 3 pillars. Part of it we talked about, which is observability. How much we're able to see because of the vast view through our partner network. And that's the other piece, is his partner network. So we have what we call collective protection because we have so many different data inputs and understanding, or what we'll call signal, that we're able to interpret, and that is really one of our large differentiators. The last piece is disruption. So we'll use both the signal, our network, and truly go after these fraudsters and actually penalize them. And we're responsible for partly one of the largest ad fraud takedowns, and someone is sitting in jail today because of it.
Can you explain the anatomy of an ad hack? Like, what's that look like? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of different profiles, but what's a common thing?
And there's a few different profiles, right? One could simply be bots hitting your site, your homepage, right? That could skew data that will be used by a marketing team to make strategic decisions for a business. Form fills, account takeovers, there's all these different types of attack vectors. And then what we also specialize in across the programmatic industry is really reading what we'll call a bid stream. All these pieces of data that are going to come in, and that's how we can actually take a look at the device, the IP, and some of these signals, when you put them all together, they give us a true picture of is this a human being or an automated bot swarm trying to permeate a business?
Okay, and the automated bot swarm, so take it from the hacker's point of view. What's their objective of hitting you with those bots? What happens after they flood the zone?
Well, it really depends what they want. In certain cases, it could be to actually take over someone's account and buy things. It can be, again, hitting the marketing component and actually driving differentiation on someone's site with form fills and surveys. So there's lots of different ways that they come to us. Inside the bid streams, we're able to stop quickly because we're really high up in the actual food chain of that technology. So before some of these ad servers make a single decision, they'll make a call to human, and we will quickly tell them, serve this ad or do not.
And the profile is largely criminals, not so much nation state, right? Attacks,
well, it really could be a little bit of everybody. That's the toughest part to tell. I would say we deal mostly with criminals more than I think nation states, and people that are simply going after money. And when they see soft targets and people that don't have either their site hardened or a true understanding of what they're fighting against, they get taken advantage of very quickly.
What are some of the positive business outcomes that your customers are achieving? Maybe you have a favorite customer story example that you think really shines light on the value that human is delivering.
Sure, there's a huge customer inside the media ecosystem, and they truly serve as the gatekeepers or barriers to a lot of fraud. They look at human as a strategic partner to make sure that when we bring on customers, they're all above board, and we're not actually allowing anyone to permeate this advertising and media ecosystem with fraud. So we work hand in glove with lots of the largest platforms across media to really make sure this ecosystem is protected as it can be.
So you have the sense, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, you do more than media, is that right?
Absolutely, we have a tremendous enterprise side of our business as well, and that is looking at financials, hospitality companies, travel companies. We really work across a full ecosystem. Bots aren't siloed. Right. They don't care what industry you're in. So we set up industry expertise and domain expertise both across the media spectrum as well as other components so that we can go as deep as we need to really mitigate this.
So you got this huge observation space, this kind of sensor network, if you will. How has what's the proportionality between the number of channels that we've seen evolve and the way that attackers are approaching the hacks?
Sure, I think when we look at channels or platforms, the moment a new platform opens up, it gets attacked. And we're continually seeing this. So the minute there is money moving towards any sort of industry, you'll see fraud right behind it. So we very carefully track industries, and we make sure we understand the changes and evolutions that are happening so we can get out in front. And a great example is in-game advertising and audio in-game advertising. They're brand new, and we're starting to see money shift there for the first time. So those are the companies that have come to us immediately and said, hey, we know what's coming next. The money's here, fraud's on the way, how can human help us?
We haven't talked about 5G. It's rare that we don't talk about 5G, but how is that going to affect your customers?
5G is really going to give everybody ubiquity in terms of access, right? The more access we have, it allows your device to become an attack vector.
It's going to open up more channels.
That's right. That's right.
And so how are you planning as that becomes more mainstream to help customers combat that as things just keep changing, there's so much flux going on?
And that's it, cyber is polymorphic. It will continue to change on us, so we are constantly evolving. And one of the things I always like to talk about with human is the depth of the talent inside the company. And we source cyber talent globally, truly globally. All over the world, we have humans working with extreme expertise. So we've got this global perspective of what's happening everywhere in the world right now, and we're really leveraging that tremendously to fight the economics of cybercrime.
How are you helping with your expertise at Human companies address the massive skills gap in cybersecurity?
Well, that's exactly it. I think there's a lot of education going on. When we meet customers or prospects, we make sure they understand the gravity of the situation and make sure we can help them see and provide insights so they understand who's attacking them, what they're being attacked with, and how to fight back.
So what's the next step for your technology approach? How should we think about your roadmap? What are your customers asking you? Because it's hard, right? Like you said, it's polymorphic. Sometimes it's hard to predict, but at the same time, it's like you defend against yourself. You say, okay, let's flip the equation. Where are our weaknesses? What are you guys thinking about in the future?
Sure, it's a great question. We've continued to build out the human defense platform. We merged with another company about 6 months ago, and we just acquired a company as well. The reason we continue on this growth path is to continue to put products and services in place so that we can continue to grow and really actually mitigate against all the different potential attacks out there. So we'll continue to add products, we'll continue to add services, because as we see more and more attacks coming, we've got a greater understanding of the how and the why. So we're actually building out products that specifically hit these new pockets in industry, so we can get there first and really create a beachhead.
And how do you work with AWS?
Sure, AWS is a strategic partner, and they've done a great job of helping lean in with us. We're not only working with AWS, but working across their ecosystem and working with some of their partners as well and some of their clients as well. So we're really standing up this human defense platform for our partners and direct clients as well.
Can you give us any examples of that?
I'm not really allowed to name names when it comes to that, I apologize, but it's truly across their entire partner network.
Got it. What are some of the things that you've heard? We're only at day one, obviously, of reInvent 22. Anything that you've heard today, maybe during the keynote, or some of the things on the show floor that really excite you about the direction that AWS is moving and the opportunities that it's going to deliver to human?
Sure, absolutely. I think one of the things that was mentioned today was their clean room initiative. And I think that is an excellent place where human has a great fit. And I think that our filtering technology and our layer there will really make sure that a clean room stays clean and that the data that is actually joined and used is pure data and not rifled with any bots.
Got it, humansecurity.com. Last question, Rick. If you had a bumper sticker to put on a fancy, shiny new car and it was about human, what would it say?
It would say, know who's real, keep it human.
Love it. Know who's real, keep it human. Rick, thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thanks so much for having me.
Introducing human security to our audience. We appreciate that. Really exciting stuff and so needed, especially in today's dynamic cyber landscape. We appreciate your insights.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys.
All right. For our guest and for Dave Vellante, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage.
coverage of AWS reInvent continues in a moment.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the classiest show in technology. This is theCUBE. We are at AWS reInvent 2022 in fabulous Sin City. That's why I've got my sequins on. We love a little Vegas, don't we? I'm joined by John Furrier, another Vegas fan.
I don't have my sequence on, I left it in my room.
We're going to have to figure out how to get us twinning as soon as possible. What's been your biggest shock for you at the show so far?
Well, I think the data story and security is so awesome. I love how that's front and center. If you look at the minutes of the keynote of Adam Selipsky, the CEO, on day one, it's all bulked into data and security, all work hand in hand. That's on top of already the innovation of their infrastructure. So I think you're going to see a lot of interplay going on, and this next segment is going to tell a lot of that innovation story that's coming next. It's pretty awesome.
It is pretty awesome, and I'm super excited. It's not only what we do here on theCUBE, it's also in my show notes. We are going to be geeking out for the next segment. Please welcome Paul and Poojan. Wonderful to have you both here. Paul from Amazon S3 Glacier, and Poojan, CEO of Clumio. I want to turn to you, Poojan, to start us off. Just in case the audience isn't familiar, give us the Clumio pitch.
Yeah, so basically Clumio is a backup as a service offering, right? Built in AWS for AWS, right? And effectively going after any service that a customer uses on top of AWS, right? And so a lot of the data is sitting on S3, right? So that's been like our big use case, going and basically building backup and air gap protection for S3. But we basically go to every other service, EC2, EBS, Dynamo, you name it, right? So basically do the whole thing.
And the relationship with AWS, can you guys share, you got you here together, you guys are a great partnership, born in the cloud, operates in the cloud.
Absolutely.
Talk about the partnership with AWS.
Absolutely, I think the last 5 years of building on AWS has been phenomenal, right? And I love the platform, it's a very pure platform for us, the APIs and the access you get, and the access you get to the service teams, like Paul sitting here and the other teams you have gotten access to, I think has been phenomenal. But we also have, I would say, pushed the envelope in terms of how innovative we have been and how aggressive we have been in utilizing all the innovation that AWS has built in over the last few years. But it would not have happened without the fantastic partnership with the service teams.
Paul, talk about the S3 part of this. What's the story there?
Well, it's been great working with the Clumio team over the course of the last few years. We were just upstairs, diving deep into the features that they're taking advantage of. They really push us hard on behalf of customers, and it's just been a great relationship over the last years.
That's awesome. And the ecosystem is we're going to hear tomorrow the keynote from Ruba, who's going to hand over the ecosystem. You guys are working together. There's a lot of strategic partnerships
so much collaboration
between you guys that makes it this is the next gen kind of cloud environment we're seeing. And you heard the economies around the corner, it's still going to be challenging, but still there's more growth in the cloud. This is not stopping. Impacts the customers. What are the customers saying to you guys when you work backwards from their needs? They want it faster, easier, cheaper, they want it more integrated. What are some of the things that you guys hearing from customers?
So for us, if you think about it, as people are moving to the cloud, especially like you take a use case like S3, right? So much of critical data sitting on top of S3 today. And so what folks have realized that as they're putting all of those, over 250 trillion objects, sitting on S3, a lot of them need backup and data protection because there could be accidental deletions, there could be software bugs, there could be a ransomware type event due to which you need a second copy of the data that is outside of your security domain, right? But again, that needs to be done at the right price point, right? And that's where a technology like Clumio comes in, because since we have been built on the cloud, we've optimized it correctly, so especially for folks who are very cost conscious, given the macroeconomic conditions we are heading into, a technology that's built correctly so that you get the right architecture and the right solution at the right price point, and the scale, right? Talking about trillions of objects, billions of objects within a single customer, within a single bucket sometimes. And that's where Clumio comes in, because we basically do that at scale without, again, impacting the customer's wallet more than it needs to.
The porridge has to be the right temperature in the right size bowl with the right spoon. You've got a lot of complexity when it comes to solving those customer challenges. You have a couple customer story examples you're allowed to share with us, correct? Paul, do you want to kick one off?
Go ahead, Pooja. Then.
Oh, Pooja?
Yeah.
All right.
No, absolutely. I think there's a ton of them. I'll talk about one to begin with, like Cox Automotive, right? A phenomenal customer that all of us have worked together with them. And again, looking for a solution to back up S3 to essentially go air gap protection outside of their account, right? They looked at doing it themselves, right? They thought they'll go and basically do it themselves, and then they, fortunately, bumped into Clumio. They looked at our architecture, looked at what it would really go and take to build it, and guess what? We're sitting in 2022, getting in 2023 right now. Nobody wants to go and build this themselves. They actually want a turnkey solution that just does it, right? And so again, they're a phenomenal joint customer of ours, doing this at a pretty massive scale, right? And there are many more like that. There's Warner Brothers that are essentially going into the cloud from on-premises, right? And they are going really fast, accelerating their usage on AWS. Again, looking at backup and data protection and using Clumio because of our extreme simplicity that we provide.
Yeah, I think you've got a lot of different people solving different problems that you're working with all the time. Millions of customers. Paul, how do you prioritize?
Well, for us, it really all comes down to fundamentals, right? So Amazon S3's unique distributed architecture delivers industry-leading durability, availability, performance, and security at virtually unlimited scale, right? And it's really been delivering on the fundamentals that has earned the trust of so many customers of all sizes and industries over the course of over 16 years now. In terms of how we prioritize on behalf of those customers, we always say that 90% of our roadmap comes directly from what customers are telling us is important. And a large number of our customers now are using S3 through Clumio, which is why the relationship is so important. We're here talking about customer use cases here at the show, and we do that regularly throughout the year as well, and that's how we land on a roadmap.
And what are the top stories from customers? What are they telling you? What's the number one, top 3 things you're hearing?
I tell you, again, it just comes down to the fundamentals, right? Of security, availability, durability, and performance at virtually unlimited scale. That is the first discussions that we have with customers talking about durable storage, for sure.
What I find interesting, and you mentioned scale, right? That comes up a lot. Scale with data.
Yeah.
We heard data, the big theme here. Security, what's in my S3 bucket? Can you find out what's in there? Is it backed up properly? How do I get it back? Where's the ransomware? Why not just target the ransomware? So how do you navigate the security challenges, the need to store all that scaled data? What's the secret sauce?
Yeah, so I think the big thing is we'll start with how we have architected the product, right? If you think about it, you're dealing with a lot of scale, right? You get to 100 million, a billion, and billions very fast on S3 if you especially are a cloud native application. So it starts with the visibility, right? It's basically about we have things where you create a subset of your buckets called protection groups that you can essentially do it based on prefixes. So now you can essentially figure out what prefix you want to back up and what you don't want to back up. Maybe there's log data that you don't care about, so you don't back that up, right? And it all starts with that visibility that you give and the prefix level data protection. Then comes the scale, which is where I was telling you, right? We have basically built an orchestration engine, right? It's we call it the Kubernetes for Lambdas, right? So we have an internal orchestration engine, and essentially what we have done is we have our own language internally that spawns off these Lambdas, right? And they go after these S3 partitions, do the right things, and then you basically reel them back. So things like that we do that are not possible if you're not built on the cloud.
Well, also, just mind-blowing, go back 10 years.
Yeah.
You got Lambda, what you're talking about here is the gift of cloud innovation. Yeah. So the benefit of S3 is now accelerated. Yeah. This is the story this year.
Yeah.
They're highlighting it at scale, not just in the data, but what we knew when Lambda came out and what S3 could do, but now mainstream solutions are coming in. Does that change your backup plans? Because we're going to see a lot more end-to-end, a lot more solutions. We heard that in the keynote. Some are saying it's more complexity, of course it might, but you can abstract that away with the cloud. That's the best part of the cloud, so these abstraction layers. So what's your view on that? But I want to get your thoughts because you guys are perfectly positioned for this scale, but there's more coming.
Yes, exactly.
How are you looking at that?
So again, I think obviously the S3 teams and every team in AWS is basically pushing the envelope in terms of innovation, but the key for a partner like us is to go and take that innovation, a lot of complex architectures behind the scene, but what you deliver to the customer is simple. I'll give you one more example. One of the things we launched that Paul and others are very excited about is this ability to do instant access on the backup, right? So you could have billions of objects that you backed up, maybe you need just 10,000 of them for a DR test, and we can basically create like an instant virtual bucket on top of that backup that you can instantly restore.
Spinning up a sandbox of temporary data to go check it out.
Exactly, or for a test and dev application.
I think we're geeking out right now.
Yeah, I know. We're at that part of the segment, John. Don't worry, we're safely there.
But that's the thing, right? That all that is possible because of all the scale and innovation and all the APIs and everything that Paul and the team gives us that we go and build on top of.
Paul, geek out on with us on this.
We are super excited for Instant Restore, for sure.
Automation, programmability.
It is, it's the logical next step for backup in the cloud.
Exactly, yeah.
But it's a super hard engineering problem to go solve for customers. The RTO benefits alone are super compelling, but then there's a cost element as well of not having to bring back all that stuff for a test restore, for example. And so it's been really great to work with the team on that. We have some ideas on how we may help solve it from our side, and we're looking forward to collaborating on it.
This is a great illustration of what I was writing about this week around the classic cloud, which is great, and, as Adam said, and he used to like to use the word and you got this new functionality we're seeing emerge from the growth, from the companies that are built on Amazon Web Services that are growing. You're a partner, they have a lot of other partners, and people are taking over restaurants
Lots
here.
of action.
There's real growth and new functionality on top of AWS. You guys are no different. Are you prepared for that? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think if you think about it, right, I think it's also about doing this without impacting the primary application. Like if the customer is running a primary application at scale on S3, a backup application like ours can't come in and really mess with that. So I think being able to do things where, and this is where you solve really hard computer science problems, right, where you're throttling yourself. If you're essentially seeing any kind of, interfering with the primary, you're going to cut yourself down. You're going to go after a different partition. So there are a lot of things you need to do behind the scenes, which is again, all that complexity, all of that, but deliver to the customer a very simple thing.
Paul, I want to get your thoughts, and Pujan, I want you to chime in.
Yeah.
In 2014, I interviewed Stephen Schmidt, my first interview with he was the CISO then, and now he's the CSO and former CISO. Back at that time, the word was, the cloud's not secure. Now we're talking about security just in the complexity of how you're partitioning and managing your sub-portions, however you explained it. It's harder for the attackers. The cloud in its architecture has become a more secure environment.
Yeah, well,
and getting more secure as you have laying out this. This is a new dynamic. This is good. Can you explain the...
I can just tell you that at AWS, security is job zero, and that it will always be our #1 priority, right? We have an infrastructure under AWS that is vetted and approved to run even top secret workloads, which benefits all customers in all regions.
And your security posture is embedded on top of that, and you got your own stuff.
Yeah, and if you think about it, it's a shared responsibility model. So security of the cloud is the responsibility of the cloud provider, but then security of the data on top of it. Like you go and delete stuff, your software goes and does something. That resiliency, the integrity of the data is your responsibility as a customer, and that's where we come in to really protect that.
Shared responsibility has been such a hot topic all week.
Yeah.
I got to ask him one more question, because this is fascinating, and we were talking about on theCUBE all day today, after we saw the announcement and Adam's comment on theCUBE, Adam Seletsky's comment on the keynote, he said, if you're going to tighten your belt, meaning economic cost recovery, right sizing, if you want to tighten your belt, come to the cloud. So I have to ask you guys, Pujan, if you can comment, it'd be great. There's a lot of other competitors out there that aren't born on AWS. What is the customer going to do when they tighten the belt? What does that mean? They're going to go to the individual contracts, they're going to work in the marketplace. There's a new dynamic in town, it's called AWS 2022. They weren't really around much in the recession of 2008. They were just starting to grow. Now they're an economic force. people like yourselves have embedded in there, there's a lot of competition. What's going to happen?
I think people are going to just go to a place like AWS Marketplace. You're going to essentially look for solutions and essentially and the right solutions built in are going to be self-service, like AWS. It's a very self-service thing.
100%.
So you go and do self-service, you figure out what's working, what's not working. Also the model has to be consumption-oriented. No longer can you expect the customer to go and pay a bunch of money for shelfware, right? It's like how we charge, how AWS charges, which is you pay for what you consume. That and all has to be front and center.
I think that's a really important point.
It's time.
And I think it's time. So we have a new challenge on theCUBE. We give you 30 seconds, roughly, to give us your extraordinarily hot take, your shining thought leadership moment, and highlight what you think is the most important takeaway from the show, the biggest soundbite, the juiciest announcement. Paul, I'll start with you.
An Instagram reel, basically.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. I would just say from an S3 perspective, over the course of the last several years, we've really seen workloads shift from just backup and recovery and static images on websites to data lake analytics applications, and you continue to see that here. And I can tell you that some of these scaled applications are running at enormous, mind-blowing scale, right? And so every year we come here, we talk to customers, and it's just every year it sort of blows me away. And I've been in the storage industry for a long time, and it blows me away, just the scale at customers are running in.
Mind-blowing scale.
And when it comes to backup, let me just say that it's easy to back up and recover a single object, but doing an easy thing 1 billion or 10 billion times over, that's actually quite hard.
And just to bold that a little bit, just pull out my highlighter, S3 now has over 280 trillion objects. That's a lot.
It's a lot of objects. Yeah.
Yeah, you are not kidding when you talk about scale. I mean, this is the most scalable solution out there. Yeah.
That's right. And we have a culture of durability, and we wake up every single day to raise the bar on the fundamentals and make sure that every single one of those objects is protected and safe.
Okay, your Instagram reel.
I can't imagine worrying about 280 trillion different things.
Yeah.
Let's go, your Instagram reel.
Now for me again, between S3 and us, we are two players out there that are really processing the data at the end of the day, right? And so I'm very excited about what we are going to do more and more with the instant restore capability, where we can integrate third-party services on top of it that can do more things with the data that is not passively sitting, but now becomes active data that you can analyze and do things with. So that's something where we take this to the next level is something that I'm super excited about.
There's a lot to be excited about, and we're excited to have you. We're excited to hear what happens next. Excited to see more collaboration like this. Paul, Pujan, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. Thank all of you for tuning in to our continuous wall-to-wall, super thrilling live coverage of AWS reInvent here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. With John Furrier, I'm Savannah Peterson. We're theCUBE, the leading source for high-tech coverage.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the live coverage, day two for theCUBE, day one for the event. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. This is the keynote analysis segment. Adam Salinsky's just finished coming off stage. I'm here with Dave Vellante and Zeus Carvalho with principal analyst at ZK Research. Zeus, great to see you. Dave, guys, the analysis is clear. AWS is going next gen. You guys had a multi-day analyst sessions in on the pre-briefs. We heard the keynote, it's out there. Adam's kind of getting his sea legs, so to speak. A lot of metaphors around ocean, space. He's got these thematic exploration as he chunked his keynote out into sections. Zeus, a lot of networking in there in terms of some of the price performance, specialized instances around compute, this end-to-end data services. Dave, you were all over this data aspect going into the keynote, and obviously we kind of had visibility into this business transformation theme. What's your analysis? Aziz, we'll start with you. What's your take on what Amazon Web Services is doing this year and the keynote? What's your analysis?
Well, I think there was a few key themes here. The first one is I do think we're seeing better integration across the AWS portfolio. Historically, AWS makes a lot of stuff, and it's not always been easy to use, say, Aurora and Redshift together, although most customers buy them together, right? So they announced the integration of that. It's a lot tighter now. It's almost like it could be one product, but I know they like to keep the product development separately. Also, I think we're seeing a real legitimization of AWS in a bunch of areas where people said it wasn't possible before. Last year, NASDAQ said they're running in the cloud. The Options Exchange today announced that they're going to be moving to the cloud. Contact centers run in the cloud for a lot of real-time voice, and so things that we looked at before and said, those will never move to the cloud, have now moved to the cloud. And I think my third takeaway is just AWS is changing, and they're now getting into areas to allow customers to do things they couldn't do before. So if you look at what they're doing in the area of AI, a lot of their AI and ML services before were for prediction. And I'm not saying you needed AI ML to do prediction. It was certainly a lot more accurate, but now they're getting into generative data, right? So being able to create data where data didn't exist before, and that's a whole new use case for them. So AWS, I think, is actually, for all the might and power they've had, is actually stepping up and becoming a much different company now.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote that post, I had a one-on-one day, got used to the transcript with Adam Salinsky. He kind of went down that kind of route of, hey, we're going to change next gen, that's my word, AWS Classic, my word. You have the AWS Classic, the old school cloud, which are a bunch of Lego blocks, and you got this new next gen cloud where the ecosystem's emerging. So clearly it's Amazon shifting. Yeah. But Dave, your breaking analysis kind of teed out the keynote. You went into the whole cost recovery. We heard Adam talk about macro at the beginning of his keynote. He talked about economic impact, sustainability, big macro issues, and then he went into data and spent most of the time on the keynote on data, right tools, integration, governance, insights. You're all over that. You had that almost, your breaking analysis almost matched the keynote thematically. Macro, cost savings, right sizing with the cloud. And last night I was talking to some of the marketplace people. We think that the marketplace might be the center where people start managing their costs better. This could have an impact on the ecosystem if they're not in the marketplace. So again, so much is going on. What's your analysis?
Yeah, there's so much to unpack. A couple of things. One is, we get so much insight from the CUBE community, plus your sit-down one-on-one with Adam Salinsky allowed us to sort of gather some nuggets and really, I think, predict pretty accurately. But the number one question I get, if I could sort of hit the escape key a bit, is what's going to be different in the Adam Salinsky era that was different from the Jassy era? Jassy was all about the primitives, right, the best cloud, and Salinsky's got to double down on that. So he's got to keep that going, plus he's got to do that end-to-end integration, and he's got to do the deeper business integration, sort of up the stack, if you will. And so when you're thinking about the keynote and the spirit of keynote analysis, we definitely heard, hey, more primitives, more database features, more Graviton, the network stuff, the HPC for, Graviton for HPC. So okay, check on that. We heard some better end-to-end integration between, the elimination of ETL between Aurora and Redshift. Zeus and I were sitting next to each other going, okay, it's about time. Yeah. Okay, finally, we got that. So that's good, check. And then they called this thing the Amazon Data Zones, which was basically extending Redshift data sharing within your organization, so you can now do that. Now, I don't know if it works across regions.
Well, they mentioned APIs, and they have the data zone.
And so I don't know if it works across regions, but the interesting thing there is he specifically mentioned integration with Snowflake and Tableau, and so that gets me to your point. At the end of the day, in order for Amazon, and this is why they win, to succeed, they've got to have this ecosystem really cranking. And that's something that is just the secret sauce of the business model.
Yeah, and it's their integration into that ecosystem. I think it's an interesting trend that I'm seeing for customers where everybody wanted best of breed, everybody wanted disaggregated, and their customers are having trouble now putting those building blocks together, right? And nobody created more building blocks than AWS, right? And so I think under Adam, what we're seeing is much more concerted effort to make it easier for customers to consume those building blocks in an easy way. And you know, the AWS execs I talked to yesterday all committed to that. It's easy, easy, easy. And I think that's why, there's no question they've had a lead in cloud for a long time, but if they're going to keep that, that needs to be up front.
Well, you're close to this. How easy is it?
But we're going to have Adrian Cockcroft on at the end of the day today to go into him on analysis. Now
well, less difficult. How's that?
Adrian retired from Amazon. He's a CUBE analyst, kind of retiree. But he had a good point. You can buy the bag of Lego blocks if you want, with primitives, or you can buy the toy that's glued together. And it works, but it breaks, and you can't really manage it, and you buy a new one. So, you know, his metaphor was, okay, the primitives allow you to construct a durable solutions, a lot harder relative to rolling your own, not like that, but also the simplest out-of-the-box capability is what people want. They want solutions. We call Adam the solutions CEO. So I think you're going to start to see this purpose-built, specialized services allow the ecosystem to build those toys so that the customers can have an out-of-the-box experience while having the option for the AWS Classic, which is if you want durability, you want to tune it, you want to manage it, that's the way to go for the hardcore. Now, it can be foundational, but I just see the solutions things being very much like an out-of-the-box, okay, throw it away, buy a new toy.
More and more I'm seeing less customers want to be that hardcore assembler of building blocks, and obviously the really big companies do, but that line is moving, and more companies, I think, just want to run their business, and they want those pre-built solutions.
We had to cut out of the keynote early, but I didn't hear a lot about, the example that they often use is Amazon Connect, the call center solution. Yeah. I didn't hear a lot of that in the keynote. Maybe it's happening right now. But look, at the end of the day, suites always win. The best of breed does well, it takes off, you generate a couple billion, Snowflake will grow, they'll get to 10 billion, but you look at Oracle, the suites work,
What I found interesting about the keynote is that he had these thematic exploration themes. First one was space, that was like connect the dots, the nebula, different kinds of lens.
Ocean.
Ask the right questions. Ocean was security, which was more, a lot more needed to manage that. Oxygen, going deep, are you snorkeling, are you scuba diving? Really interesting metaphor.
And Antarctica, right?
And Antarctica was the performance around how you handle tough conditions, and you've got to get that performance. So
we're laughing, but it was good.
No, but the data ocean, Dave.
It was very poetic.
I tweeted you, Dave, because I sit on the CUBE in 2011. I hate data lakes, worst term ever. It's the data ocean. It's more dynamic. It's a lot more flowing. Maybe 8-10 years too soon, Dave. But he announces the ocean theme and then says we have a security lake. So like lake, ocean, little fun on words there.
I actually think the security lake is pretty meaningful because we were listening to coming over here talking about it, where I think if you look at a lot of the existing solutions, security solutions, I describe them as a collection of data ponds that you can view through one map, but they're not really connected. And the amount of data that AWS holds now, arguably more than any other company, right? If they're not going to provide the security lake, who is?
Well, but staying on security for a second, to me, the big difference between Azure and Amazon is the ecosystem. So CrowdStrike, Okta, Zscaler, you name it, CyberArk, Rapid7, they're all part of this ecosystem, whereas Microsoft competes with all of those guys.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more white space in the Amazon ecosystem.
Well, I want to get you guys' take on something in your reaction, because I think my vision of what's happening here is that I think that whole data portion is going to be data as code, and I think the ecosystem harvests the data play. If you look at AWS's key announcements here, security lake, price performance, they're going to optimize for those kinds of services. Look at security. Okay, security lake, guard duty, EKS. I mean, that's a Docker. Docker has security problems. They're going inside the container and looking at threat detection inside containers with Kubernetes as the runtime. I mean, that's a little nuanced point, but that's pretty significant, Dave. They're now getting into, we're talking in the weeds on the security piece, adding that to their large-scale security footprint. Security is going to be one of those things where if you're not on the inside of their security play, you're probably going to be on the outside. And of course, the price performance is going to be the killer. The networking piece surprised me. They're continuing to innovate on the network. What does that mean for Cisco? I mean, so many questions.
We had Ajay Patel on yesterday for VMware. He's an awesome middleware guy. And I was asking about serverless and architectures, and he said, look, basically, serverless great for stateless, but if you want to run state, you got to have control over the runtime. But the point he made was that people used to think of running containers with straight VMs versus Fargate or Knative if you choose, or serverless. They used to think of those as different architectures, and his point was they're all coming together. And it's kind of, now you're architecting and calling which service you need, and that's how people are thinking about future architectures, which I think makes a lot of sense.
If you're running managed Kubernetes, which everyone's doing because no one's really building it in-house themselves, they're running it as managed service, skills gaps and a variety of other reasons. This EKS protection is very interesting. They're managing inside and outside the container, which means that gives them visibility on both sides of the under the hood and inside the application layer. So very nuanced point, Zias. What's your reaction to this? And obviously the networking piece, I'd love to get your thoughts.
Well, security obviously is it's less about signatures and more about analytics, right? And so things happen inside the container and outside the container, and so their ability to look on both sides of that allows you to happen threats in time, but then also predict threats that could happen when you spin the container up. And the difficulty with the containers is they are ephemeral, right? It's not like a VM where it's a persistent workload that you can do analysis on. You need to know what's going on with the container almost before it spins up, right? And that's a much different task. So I do think the amount of work they're doing with containers gives them that entry into that, and I think it's a good offering for them. On the network side, they provide a lot of basic connectivity. I do think there's a role still for the Ciscos and the Aristas and companies like that to provide a layer of enhanced network services that connects multi-cloud, because AWS is never going to do that. But they've certainly, they are as legitimate a network vendor as there is today.
We had NetApp on yesterday. They were talking about latency in their product.
I'll tell you this, in the analyst session, Stephen Armstrong said, you are going to hear us talk about multi-cloud. Yes. We're not going to necessarily lead with
not a mention of it.
But you said it before, never say never with Amazon, right? I mean, and we talk about supercloud, and you're like, Dave, ultimately, the cloud guys are going to get into supercloud. They have to.
Look, they will do multi-cloud. I predict that they will do multi-cloud. I'll tell you why. Just like in networking.
Well, customers are asking for it.
Well, one, they have the, not by design, but by default, they're in multiple clouds are in their environment. They got to deal with that. I think the super cloud and sky cloud vision's right. There will be common services. Remember networking back in the old days when Cisco broke in as a startup. There was no real shortest path first kind of thinking. Policy came in after you connected all the routers together. So, right now it's going to be best of breed, low latency, high performance, but I think there's going to be a need in the future saying, hey, I want to run my compute on the slower, lower cost compute. And they already got segmentation by their announcements today. So I think you're going to see policy-based kind of AI coming in where developers can look at common services across clouds and say, I want to lock in an SLA on latency and compute services. It won't be super fast compared to, say, on AWS with the next Graviton 10 or whatever comes out. So I think you're going to start to see that come in.
Actually, I'm glad you brought Graviton up too, because the work they're doing in Silicon, actually I think is, because I think the one thing AWS now understands is some things are best optimized in Silicon, some at the software layer, some in cloud, and they're doing work in all those layers, and Graviton to me is
a home run.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave, they've got more instances. There's going to be, they already have Gravitons that's slower than the other versions, so what are they going to sunset them?
They don't deprecate anything ever. So, Amazon paid $350 million, people believe that's a number, for Annapurna, which is like one of the best acquisitions in history, right? And it's put them on an ARM curve for silicon that is blowing away Intel. Intel's finally going to get, Sapphire Rapids out in January. Meanwhile, Amazon just keeps spinning out new Gravitons and Trainiums, and so they are on a price performance curve. And like you say, no developer ever wants to run on slower hardware, ever.
Today, but if there's a common need for multi-cloud, they might say, hey, I got to trade off latency and performance on common services if that's what gets me there.
There's maybe a business case to do that.
Well, that's what they're...
Which, by the way, I want to, Salipsky had a strong quote, I thought, was, if you're looking to tighten your belt, the cloud is the place to do it. I thought that was very strong. And I think he's right. And then the other point I want to make on that is, I think, I don't have any data on this, but I believe, just based on some of the discussions I've had, that most of Amazon's revenue is on demand, right? Okay, pay by the drink. Those on-demand customers are at risk because they can go somewhere else. So they're trying to get you into optimized pricing, whether it's reserved instances or 1 year or 3 year subscriptions. And so they're working really hard at doing that.
My prediction on that is, that's a great point you brought up. My prediction is that the cost belt tightening is going to come from in the marketplace. Is going to be a major factor as companies want to get their belts tightened. How are they going to do that, Dave? They're going to go in the marketplace saying, hey, I already overpaid a 3 year commitment. Can I get some cohesivity in there? Can I get some of this or that and the other thing? You're going to start to see the vendors and the ecosystem, if they're not in the marketplace, that's where I think the customers will go. There are other choices to either cut their supplier base or renegotiate. I think it's going to happen in the marketplace. Let's watch. I think we're going to watch that grow.
I actually think the optimization services that AWS has to help customers lower spend is a secret sauce for them that customers tell me all the time. AWS comes in, they help bring their costs down, and they wind up spending more with them. Right? And the other cloud providers don't do that, and that has been almost a silver bullet for them to get customers to stay with them.
And this is always the way. You drop the price of storage, you drop the price of memory, you drop the price of compute, people buy more. And then the question long term is, okay, and does AWS get commoditized? Is that where they're going? Or do they continue to thrive up the stack? John, you're always asking people about the bumper sticker.
Hold on, before we get the bumper sticker, I want to get into what they missed on the keynote.
Yeah, there are some blind spots. So,
I think, let's go around the horn and think, what did they miss? I'll start. I think they missed the developer productivity angle. Supply chain software was not talked about at all. We see that at all the other conferences. I thought that could have been weaved in.
You mean security in the supply chain?
Just overall, developer productivity has been one of the most constant themes I've seen at events. Who are building the apps? Who are the builders? What do they actually do? Maybe Werner will bring that up on his last day, but I didn't hear Adam talk about it all, developer productivity. I
think on the security side, while they announced security data lake, I think the other cloud providers do a better job of providing insights on how they do security. With AWS, it's almost a black hole, and I know there's a careful line they walk between what they do, what their partners do, but I do think they could be a little clearer on how they operate. Much like Azure and GCP, they announce a lot of stuff on how their operations works and things like that.
I think platform across cloud is definitely a blind spot for these guys. I mean, I think you look at
But none of the cloud providers have embraced that, right? So
it's true. Yeah. Maybe Google a little bit, and Microsoft a little bit. Certainly AWS hasn't at this point in time. But I think they perceive the likes of Mongo and Snowflake and Databricks and others as ISVs. And they're not. They're platform players that are building across clouds. They're building super clouds. So I think that's an opportunity for the ecosystem, and I'm very, very curious to see how Amazon plays there down the stream. So, John, what do you think is the bumper sticker? We're only in day 1.5 here. What do you think so far the bumper sticker is for reInvent 2022?
Well, to me, the day one is about infrastructure performance with the whole, what's in the data center, what's at the chip level. Today was about data, specialized services, and security. I think that was the key theme here, and then that's going to sequence into how they're going to reorganize their ecosystem. They have a new leader, Rupert Bronitz, who's going to be leading the charge. They've integrated all their bespoke, fragmented partner network pieces into one leadership. That's going to be really important to hear that. And then finally, Werner for developers and event-based services, microservices, what that world's going on, because that's where the developers are, and ultimately they build the app. So you got infrastructure, data, specialized services and security, machine learning with Swami is going to be huge. And again, how developers code it all up is going to be key. And is it the bag of Legos or the glued toy? So what do you want, out of the box, or you want to build your own?
And that's the bottom line, is that connecting those dots, all they got to be is good enough. I think to your point, if they're just good enough, less complicated, that will keep people on the base.
I think the bumper stickers, the more you buy, the more you save. Because from an operational perspective, they are trying to bring down the complexity level. And with their optimization services and the way their credit model works, I do think they're trending down that path.
And my bumper sticker is ecosystem, ecosystem, ecosystem. This company has 100,000 partners, and that is a business model secret weapon.
All right, there it is, the keynote announcement. More analysis coming up. We're going to have the leader of Amazon's product market, Leah Bidwell, coming up next here to break down their perspective. You got theCUBE's analyst perspective here. Thanks for watching day 2, more live coverage for the next 2 more days, so stay with us. I'm John Furrier with Dave Vellante and Zias Carvella here on theCUBE. Be right back.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of
bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech hasn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
Great, you guys are excited.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Here's CUBE alumni.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
you were rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now.
Goodbye.
I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Las Vegas. This is Dave Vellante with Paul Gillen. reInvent, day 1.5. We started last night, Monday, theCUBE after dark. Now we're going wall to wall today. Today was, of course, the big keynote. Adam Silipsky, kind of the baton now handing. You know, last year when he did his keynote, he was very new. He was sort of still getting his feet wet and finding his groove swing. Settling in a little bit more this year, learning a lot more, getting deeper into the tech. But of course, sharing the love with other leaders like Peter DeSantis. Tomorrow's going to be Swami in the keynote. Adrian Cockcroft is here, former AWS, former Netflix CTO, currently an analyst. You got your own firm now. You're out there. Great to see you again. Thanks for coming on theCUBE.
Yeah, thanks.
We had you on at SuperCloud. You gave some really good insights there back in August. So now as an outsider, you come in, obviously you got to be impressed with the size and the ecosystem and the energy, of course. What were your thoughts on what you've seen so far, today's keynotes, last night, Peter DeSantis, what stood out to you?
Yeah, I think it's great to be back at reInvent again. We're kind of pretty much back to where we were before the pandemic sort of shut it down. This is it's almost as big as the largest one that we had before, and everyone's turned up. It just feels like we're back, so that's really good to see. And it's sort of a slightly different style. I think there was more sort of video production things happening, I think, in this keynote, more storytelling. I'm not sure it really all stitched together very well, right? Some of the stories like, how does that follow that? So there were a few things there. And there were spelling mistakes on the slides. You know, that ELT instead of ETL, and they spelled ZFS wrong and something. So it just seemed like there was, I'm not quite sure, just maybe a few things were sort of rushed at the last minute.
Not really AWS-like, was it? It's kind of reminds me of the Patriots, Paul. You know, Bill Belichick's teams are fumbling all over the place.
Right. And part of it may be, I mean, the market, they don't have a leader in marketing right now. Right. Like they don't have a CMO, so there's sort of maybe a lack of a single-threaded leader for this thing. Everything's being shared around a bit more. So maybe, I mean, it's all fixable, and it's mine. This is minor stuff. I'm just sort of looking at it and going, there's a few things that looked like they were not quite as good as they could have been in the way it was put together, right?
But I mean, you're taking a year of not doing reInvent, being isolated. You know, we've certainly seen it with theCUBE. It's like, okay, it's not like riding a bike. You know, there's some things that you gotta kind of relearn the muscle memory. It's more like golf than it is bicycle riding.
Well, I've done AWS keynotes myself, and they are pretty much scrambled. It looks nice, but there's a lot of scrambling leading up to when it actually goes, right? And sometimes you sometimes see a little kind of the edges of that, and sometimes it's much more polished. But overall, it's pretty good. I think Peter DeSantis' keynote yesterday was a lot of really good meat there. There were some nice presentations and some great announcements there. And today I thought I was a little disappointed with some of I thought there could have been more. I think the way Andy Jassy did it, he crammed more announcements into his keynote. And Adam seems to be taking sort of a bit more of a measured approach. There were a few things he picked up on, and then I'm expecting more to be spread throughout the rest of the week.
It was more poetic, right? He took the universe as the analogy for data, the ocean for security, right? The Antarctic was sort of
it looked pretty.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that was like, we're not here really to watch nature videos.
Well,
right?
as analysts and journalists, you're like, come on, give me the meat.
Yeah, well, that was kind of the thing. Yeah.
The AWS has always been, reInvent has always been a shock and awe approach. 100, 150 announcements, and they're really, that kind of pressure seems to be off them now. Their position at the top of the market seems to be unshakable. There's no clear competition that's creeping up behind them. So how does that affect the messaging you think that AWS brings to market when it doesn't really have to prove that it's a leader anymore? It can go after maybe more of the niche markets or fix the stuff that's a little broken, more fine-tuning than grandiose statements.
I think, so AWS for a long time was so far out that they basically said, we don't think about the competition, we listen to the customers. And that was always the statement. That works as long as you're always in the lead, right? Because you're introducing the new idea to the customer. Nobody else got there first. So that was the case. But in a few areas, they aren't leading, right? You could argue in machine learning, not necessarily leading. In sustainability, they're not leading, and they don't want to talk about some of these areas. And
database, I mean, arguably.
They're pretty strong there, but the areas when you're behind, it's like, they kind of know how to play offense. But when you're playing defense, it's a different set of game. You're playing a different game, and it's hard to be good at both, I think. And I'm not sure that they've really used to following somebody into a market and making a success of that. So there's something, it's a little harder, do you see what I mean?
To get your opinion on this, so when I say database, David Floyer was 2 years ago predicted AWS is going to have to converge somehow. They have no choice. And they sort of touched on that today, right? Eliminating ETL, that's one thing, but Aurora to Redshift, end-to-end. I'm not sure it's fully end-to-end, but it's getting
That's a really good, that is an excellent piece of work because there's a lot of work that it eliminates. Those are clear pain points. But then you've got sort of the competing thing is like the MongoDB, and it's just do everything with one database, keeps it simple.
Snowflake.
Or you've got, on Snowflake maybe, you've got all these 20 different things you're trying to integrate at AWS. But it's kind of like you have a bag of Lego bricks. This is my favorite analogy, right? You want a toy for Christmas. You want a toy Formula One racing car, since that seems to be the theme, right?
Okay.
Do you want the fully built model that you can play with right now, or do you want the Lego Technic version that you have to spend 3 days building, right? And AWS is the Lego Technic thing. You have to spend some time building it, but once you've built it, you can evolve it. And you'll still be playing. Those are still good bricks years later. Whereas that pre-built toy is probably broken, gathering dust, right? So there's something about having an evolvable architecture which is harder to get into, but more durable in the long term. And so AWS tends to play the long game in many ways, and that's one of the elements that they do that. And that's good, but it makes it hard to consume for enterprise buyers that are used to getting it with a bow on top, and here's the solution,
And Paul, that was always Andy Jassy's answer to when we would ask him, all these primitives, are you going to make it simpler? You say the primitives give us the advantage to turn on a dime in the marketplace, and that's true.
Yeah, so you're seeing, you take all these things together and you wrap it up and you put a Snowflake on top, and now you've got a simple thing. Or a Mongo or Mongo Atlas or whatever. So you've got these layered platforms now which are making it simpler to consume. But now you're kind of, you're all stuck in that ecosystem, So it's like, what layer of abstraction do you want to tie yourself to?
And Databricks coming at it from more of an open source approach, but similar.
We're seeing Amazon direct more into vertical markets. They spotlighted what Goldman Sachs is doing on their platform. They've got a variety of platforms that are supposedly targeted, custom built for vertical markets. How successful do you see that play being? Is this something that the customers you think are looking for, a fully integrated Amazon solution?
I think so. There's usually, if you look at the MongoDB or DataStax or the other sort of, or Elastic, they've got the specific solution with the people that really are developing the core technology. There's the open source equivalent version that AWS is running, and it's usually maybe they've got a price advantage, or it's there's some better integration in there, or it's somehow easier to integrate. But it's not stopping those companies from growing. And what it's doing is it's endorsing that platform. So if you look at the collection of databases that have been around over the last few years, now you've got basically Elastic, Mongo, and Cassandra, their data stacks as being endorsed by the cloud vendors. These are winners, they're going to be around for a very long time. You can build yourself on that architecture. But what happened to Couchbase and a few of the other ones, they don't really fit. Like, how are you going to if you're now becoming an also-ran because you didn't get cloned by the cloud vendor, so the customers are going, is that a safe place to be, right?
But don't they want to encourage those partners, though, in the name of building the marketplace ecosystem? I mean, they have this huge,
but certainly the platform,
vendors.
Yeah, the platform encourages people to do more, but and there's always room around the edge. But the mainstream customers, like they're really spending the good money, are looking for something that's got a long-term life to it, right? They're looking for a long commitment to that technology and that it's going to be invested in and grow. And the fact that the cloud providers are adopting, and particularly AWS is adopting some of these technologies, means that is a very long-term commitment. You can you can bet your future architecture on that for a decade, probably.
So they have to pick winners.
Yeah, so it's sort of picking winners, and then if you're the open source company that's now got AWS turning up, you have to then leverage it and use that as a way to grow the market. And I think Mongo have done an excellent job of that. I mean, they're top level sponsors of reInvent, and they're out there messaging that and doing a good job of showing people how to layer on top of AWS and make it a win-win both sides.
So ever since we've been in the business, you hear the narrative, hardware is going to die, it's just, it's commodity. And there's some truth to that, but hardware's actually driving good gross margins for the Ciscos of the world. Storage companies have always made good margins. Servers maybe not so much because Intel sucked all the margin out of it, but let's face it, AWS makes most of its money, we know, on compute. It's got 25+% operating margins, depending, there's seasonality there. What do you think happens long term to the infrastructure layer? There's discussion, okay, commodity cloud. We talk about super cloud. Do you think that AWS and the other cloud vendors, that infrastructure, IaaS gets commoditized and they have to go up market, or do you see that continuing? I mean, history would say that still good margins in hardware. What are your thoughts on that?
It's not commoditizing, it's becoming more specific. We've got all these accelerators and custom chips now. And this is something, this almost goes back to, I was with Sun Microsystems 20, 30 years ago, and we developed our own chips. And HP developed their own chips, and SGI, MIPS, right? We were like, the architectures were all squabbling over who had the best processor chips, and it took years to get chips that worked. Now, if you make a chip and it doesn't work immediately, you screwed up somewhere, right? It's become, the technology of building these immensely complicated, powerful chips has become commoditized. So the cost of building a custom chip is now getting to the point where Apple and Amazon, your Apple laptop, has got full custom chips, your phone, your iPhone, whatever, and you're getting Google making custom chips, and we've got NVIDIA now getting into CPUs as well as GPUs. So we're seeing that the ability to build a custom chip is becoming something that everybody's leveraging, and the cost of doing that is coming down to startups are doing it. So we're going to see much more innovation, I think, and this is Intel and AMD are, they've got the compatibility legacy, but the most powerful, most interesting new things I think are going to be custom, and we're seeing that with Graviton 3, particularly in the 3E that was announced last night, with like 30-40%, whatever it was, more performance for HPC workloads. And that's, the HPC market is going to have to deal with cloud. I mean, they are starting to, and I was at Supercomputing a few weeks ago, and they are tiptoeing around the edge of cloud, but supercomputers are water-cooled. they are monsters. I mean, you go around supercomputing, there are plumbing vendors on the booths.
Of course, yeah.
Right, and they're highly concentrated systems, and that's really the only difference. It's like, is it water-cooled or air-cooled? The rest of the technology stack is pretty much off-the-shelf stuff with a few tweaks for the software.
Your point about the chips and what AWS is doing, the Annapurna acquisition, they're on a dramatically different curve now.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to, again, David Floyer's premise, really comes down to volume. The ARM wafer volumes are 10x those of x86. Volume always wins in the economics of semis.
That kind of got us there, but now there's also RISC-V coming along. In terms of licensing, is becoming one of the bottlenecks. Like if the cost of building a chip is really low, then it comes down to licensing costs. And do you want to pay the ARM license? And the RISC-V is an open source chipset, which some people are starting to use for things. So your disk controller may have a RISC-V in it, for example, nowadays. Those kinds of things. So I think that that's kind of the dynamic that's playing out. There's a lot of innovation in hardware to come in the next few years. There's a thing called CXL, Compute Express Link, which is going to be really interesting. I think that's probably 2 years out before we start seeing it for real. But it lets you glue together an entire rack in a very flexible way. So and that's the entire industry coming together around a single standard. In fact, the whole industry except for Amazon, in fact, just about.
Well, but maybe, I think eventually they'll get there, don't you? System on a chip, CXL.
I have no idea whether, I have no knowledge about whether Amazon is going to do anything with CXL.
I'm presuming I'm not trying to tap anything confidential. But it just makes sense that they would do a system on chip. It makes sense that they would do something like CXL. Why not adopt the standard if it's going to be lowest cost? Right.
Yeah, and so that was one of the things out of supercomputing. The other thing is the low latency networking with the Elastic Fabric Adapter, EFA, and the extensions to that were announced last night. They doubled the throughput, so you get twice the capacity on the Nitro chip. And then the other thing was this is a bit technical, but this scalable datagram protocol that they've got, which basically says if I want to send a packet from one machine to another machine, instead of sending it over one wire, I can send it over 16 wires in parallel. And I will just flood the network with all the packets, and they can arrive in any order. This is why it isn't done normally. TCP is in order. The packets come in order, they're supposed to. But this is fully flooding them around with its own fast retry, and then they get reassembled at the other end. So they're not just using this now for HPC workloads, they've turned it on for TCP, for just without any change to your application. If you're trying to move a large piece of data between two machines and you're just pushing it down a network, a single connection, it takes it from 5 gigabits per second to 25 gigabits per second. A 5x speed up with a protocol tweak that's run by the Nitro. This is super interesting.
You probably want to get all that AI, ML stuff that's
the AI, ML stuff is leveraging it underneath, but this is for everybody. Like you're just copying data around, right? And you're limited, hey, it's going to get there 5 times faster if you're pushing a big enough chunk of data around. So this is turning on gradually as the Nitro 5 comes out, and you have to enable it at the instance level. But it's a super interesting announcement from last night.
So the bottom line bumper sticker on commoditization is what?
I don't think so. I mean, what's the APIs, your ARM compatible, your Intel x86 compatible, or your maybe RISC-V one day compatible in the cloud, and those are the APIs, right? That's the commodity level. The software ecosystem is super portable across those, as we're seeing with Apple moving from Intel to ARM. It's really not an issue, right? The software and the tooling is all there to do that. But underneath that, we're going to see an arms race between the cloud providers as they all try and develop faster chips for doing more specific things. We've got Trainium for training. That instance they announced it last year with 800 gigabits going out of a single instance. 800 gigabits of network, and this year they doubled it.
Yeah.
So 1.6 terabits out of a single machine, right? That's insane, right? But what you're doing is you're putting together hundreds or thousands of those to solve the big machine learning training problems. These enormous clusters that they're being formed for doing these massive problems. And there is a market now for these incredibly large supercomputer clusters built for doing AI that's all bandwidth limited.
And you think about the time frame from design to tape out, is just getting compressed.
It is. And
x86 is going the other way.
The tooling's all there. Yeah.
Fantastic, Adrian. Always a pleasure to have you on. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Cheers.
All right, keep it right there, everybody. Don't forget, go to thecube.net. You'll see all these videos. Go to siliconangle.com. We've got features with Adam Silipsky. We got my breaking analysis. We have another feature with MongoDB's Dave Itticheria, Ali Goetze as well, Frank Slootman tomorrow, so check that out. Keep it right there. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in enterprise and emerging tech. Right back.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech. Yeah. Consumers love the benefit of tech. Yeah. You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
more skin in the game.
Today for us.
In charge of his destiny.
Great, you guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
following you and covering your company that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thanks.
Welcome back, friends. It's theCUBE live in Las Vegas at the Venetian Expo, covering the first full day of AWS reInvent 2022. I'm Lisa Martin, and I have the privilege of working much of this week with Dave Vellante.
Hey, yeah, it's good to be with you.
It's always good to be with you. Dave, this show is, I can't say enough about the energy. It just keeps multiplying. As I've been out on the show floor for a few minutes here and there, we've been having great conversations about cloud migration, digital transformation, business transformation, you name it, we're talking about it.
Yeah, and I got to say, the soccer Krishnas are really happy, right? Because the USA made it through, so that's a lot of additional excitement. People were crowded around the TVs at lunchtime. So,
they were.
Yeah, but
they were.
Back to data.
Back to data. We have a couple of guests here. We're going to be talking a lot with customer challenges, how they're helping to overcome them. Please welcome Kevin Zawazinski, VP of Sales Engineering at Commvault, and Paul Megan, Director of Product Management at AWS. Guys, it's great to have you on the program. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Isn't it great to be back in person?
It really is.
Oh, yeah.
Just cannot, you cannot replicate this on virtual.
No.
You just can't. It's nice to see how excited people are to be back. There's been a ton of buzz on our program today about Adam's keynote this morning. Amazing, a lot of synergies with the direction, Paul, that AWS is going in and where we're seeing its ecosystem as well. Paul, first question for you. Talk about, in the customer environment, we know AWS is very customer obsessed. Some of the main challenges customers are facing today is they really continue this business transformation, this digital transformation, and they move to cloud native apps. What are some of those challenges and how do you help them eradicate those?
Well, I can tell you that the biggest contribution that we make is really by focusing on the fundamentals when it comes to running storage at scale, right? So Amazon S3's unique distributed architecture really does deliver on those fundamentals of durability, availability, performance, security, and it does it at virtually unlimited scale, right? I mean, you guys talk to a lot of storage folks in the industry, and anyone who's run an estate at scale knows that doing that and executing on those fundamentals day after day is just super hard, right? And so we come to work every day, we focus on the fundamentals, and that focus allows customers to spend their time thinking about innovation instead of on how to keep their data durably stored.
Well, and you guys both came out of the storage world,
right?
Which it was a box world. And it ain't no more.
That's right. Absolutely.
So it's a service, and it's
that's why
a
architecture
scale.
matters, right?
Yeah.
Paul, talk a little bit about, speaking of innovation, talk about the evolution of S3. It's been around for a while now, everyone knows it, loves it, but how has AWS architected it to really help meet customers where they are? Because we know, again, there's that customer first focus. You write the press release down the road, you then follow that. How is it evolving?
Well, I can tell you that architecture matters a lot, and the architecture of Amazon S3 is pretty unique, right? I think the most important thing to understand about the architecture of S3 is that it is truly a regional service. So we're laid out across a minimum of 3 availability zones, or AZs, which are physically separated and isolated and have a distance of miles between them to protect against local events like floods and fires and power interruptions, stuff like that. And so when you give us an object, we distribute that data across that minimum of 3 availability zones and then within multiple devices within each AZ, right? And so what that means is that when you store data with us, your data is on storage that's able to tolerate the failure of multiple devices with no impact to the integrity of your data, which is super powerful, and then again, super hard to do when you're trying to roll your own. So that's sort of like an overview of the architecture. In terms of how we think about our roadmap, 90% of our roadmap comes directly from what customers tell us matters, and that's a tenet of how we think about customer obsession at AWS, and it really is how we drive our roadmap.
All right, so speaking of customers, Kevin, what are customers asking you guys for? How does it relate to what you're doing with S3?
Yeah, it's a wonderful question, and one that is actually really appropriate for us being at reInvent, right? So we last 3 years, we've had customers here with us on stage talking about it. First of all, 3 years ago, we did a virtual session, unfortunately, but glad to be back, as you mentioned, with Coca-Cola. And theirs was about scale and scope, and really about how can we protect hundreds of thousands of objects, petabytes of data, in a simple and secure way, right? Then last year, we actually met with ACT Inc. as well and co-presented with them, and really talked about how we could protect modern workloads, and their modern workloads around whether it was Aurora or as well as EKS, and how they continue to evolve as well. And last but not least, it's going to be this year, we're talking with Illinois State University as well about how they're going to continue to grow, adapt, and really leverage AWS and ourselves to further their support of their teachers and their staff. So that is really helping us quite a bit to continue to move forward. And the things we're doing, again, with our customer base is really around focused on what's important to them, right? Customer obsession, how are we working with that? How are we making sure that we're listening to them? Again, working with AWS to understand how can we evolve together. And really, ultimately, the journeys, as you heard even with those 3 examples, they're all very different, right? And that's the point, is that everybody's at a different point in the journey. They're at a different place from a modernization perspective. So we're helping them evolve as they're helping us evolve as well and transform with AWS.
So a very mature Commvault stack, the S3 bucket and all the other capabilities, Paul, you just talked about coming together.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And just, we were talking the other day, Paul and I were talking the other day, it's been, we've worked with AWS with integration since 2009, right? So a long time, right? I mean, for some that may not seem like a long time ago, but it is, right? It's, over a decade of time, and we've really advanced that integration considerably as well.
What are some of the things, I don't know if you had a chance to see the keynote this morning.
Yeah, a little bit.
What are some of the things that there was, and in fact this is funny data point for you on data. One of my previous guests told me that Adam Slipsky spent exactly 52 minutes talking about data this morning. That 52 minutes.
Okay.
There's a data point, but talk about some of the things that he talked about, the direction AWS is going in, obviously new era in the last year. Talk about what you heard and how you think that will evolve the Commvault AWS relationship.
Yeah, I think part of that is about flexibility, as Paul mentioned too, architecture matters, right? So as we evolve, and some of the things that we pride ourselves on is that we developed our systems and our software and everything else to not worry about what do I have to build to today, but how do I continue to evolve with my customer base? And that's what AWS does, right, and continues to do. So that's really how we would see the data environment. It's really about that integration as they grow, as they add more features, we're going to add more features as well, and we're right there with them, right? So there's a lot of things that we also talk about, Paul and I talk about around, how do we, like Graviton 3 was brought up today around some of the innovations around that. We're supporting that with autoscale right now, right? So we're right there releasing, right when AWS releasing, co-developing things when necessary as well.
So let's talk about security a little bit. First of all, what is Commvault, right? You're not a security company, but you're an adjacency to security. It's sort of, we're rethinking security, including data protection, not a bolt-on anymore. You guys both have a background in that world, and I'm sure that resonates. So what is the security play here? What role does Commvault play? I think we know pretty well what role AWS plays, but love to hear, well, your thoughts as well on security.
Yeah. I'll start, I guess.
Go for it.
Yeah, so on the security side of things, there's quite a few things. So again, on the development side of things, we do things like file anomaly detection. So seeing patterns in data. We talked a lot about analytics as well in the keynote this morning. We look at what is happening in the customer environment. If there's something odd or out of place that's happening, we can detect that and we'll notify people. And we've seen that, we have case studies about that. Other things we do are simple but elegant, is with our security dashboard. So we'll use our security dashboard to show best practices. Are they using multi-factor authentication? Are you doing password complexity? Things like that, and allows people to understand from a security landscape perspective, how do we layer in protection with their other systems around security? We don't profess to be the security company or a security company, but we help, obviously add in those additional layers.
And obviously you're securing the S3 piece of it, from your standpoint, you guys building it in.
That's right, and we can tell you that for us, security is job zero, and anyone at AWS will tell you that. And not only that, but it will always be our top priority, right, from the infrastructure on down. We're very focused on our shared responsibility model, where we handle security from the hypervisor or host operating system level down to the physical security of the facilities in which our services run, and then it's our customers' responsibility to build secure applications, right?
Yeah, and you talk about Graviton earlier, and Nitro comes into play, and how you're sort of fencing off, the various components of the system from the operating system, the VMs, and that is designed in, and that's a new evolution that it comes as part of the package.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Paul, talk a little bit about security. Talking about that, we had so many conversations this year alone about the threat landscape and how it's dramatically changing. It's top of mind for everybody. Huge rise in ransomware attacks. Ransomware is now, when are we going to get hit? How often? What's the damage going to be? Rather than, are we going to get hit? Unfortunately, it's progressed in that direction. How does ensuring data security impact how you're planning the roadmap at AWS, and how are partners involved in shaping that?
Right, so like I said, 90% of our roadmap comes from what customers tell us matters, right? And clearly, this is an issue that matters very much to customers right now, right? And so, we're certainly hearing that from customers, and Commvault and partners like Commvault have a big role to play in helping customers to secure and protect their applications, right? And that's why it's so critical that we come together here at reInvent, and we're have a bunch of time here at the show with the Commvault technical folks to talk through what they're hearing from customers and what we're hearing. And we have a number of regular touch points throughout the year as well, right? And so what Commvault gets from the relationship is sort of early access and feedback into our features and roadmap. And what we get out of it really is that feedback from that large number of customers who interface with Amazon S3 through Commvault, right, who are using S3 as a backup target behind Commvault, right? And so, that partnership really allows us to get close to those customers and understand what really matters to them.
Are you doing joint engineering, or is it more just, hey, here you go, Commvault, here's the tools available, go build? Can you address that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's definitely joint engineering, like even things around data migration and movement of data. We integrate really well, and we talk a lot about, hey, what are you, like as Paul mentioned, what are you seeing out there? I just left a conversation about an hour ago where we were talking about, where are we seeing placement of data, and how does that matter do you put it on, instant access, or do you put it on Glacier? What should be the best practices? And we tell them, again, some of the telemetry data that we have around what do we see customers doing, what's the patterns of data, and then we feed that back in, and we use that to create joint solutions as well.
I wonder if we could talk about cloud, optimization of cloud costs for a minute. That's obviously a big discussion point in the hallways with customers. And on your earnings call, you guys talked about specifically some customers, and they specifically mentioned, for example, pushing storage to lower cost tiers. So you brought up Glacier just then. What are you seeing in the field in that regard? How are customers taking advantage of that? And where does Commvault play in sort of helping make that decision?
You want to take part one, or you want me to take?
I can take part one. I can tell you that we're very focused on helping customers to optimize costs, however necessary, right? And we introduced intelligent tiering here at the show in 2019, and since launch, it's helped customers to reduce costs by over $750 million, right? So that's a real commitment to optimizing costs on behalf of customers. We also launched, later in 2020, Glacier Deep Archive, which is the lowest cost storage in the cloud. So it's an important piece of the puzzle, is to provide those storage options that can allow customers to match the workloads that need to be on colder storage to the appropriate storage.
And so, S3 is not this, backup and recovery system, not an archiving system, in terms of, but you have that intelligence in your platform. Because when I heard that from the earnings call, I was like, okay, how do customers then go about deciding what they can move? When it's all good times, like, who cares, just go. Yeah. But when you got to tighten the belt, how do you guys
and that goes back to understanding the data patterns. So some of that is we have intelligence and artificial intelligence and everything else and machine learning within ours, so we can detect those patterns, right? We understand the patterns, we learn from that, and we help customers right size, right? So ultimately, we do see a blend, right, as Paul mentioned. We see, hey, I'm not going to put everything on Glacier necessarily up front. Maybe they are, it all depends on their workloads and patterns. So we use the data that we collect from the different customers that we have to share those best practices out and create the right templates, so to speak, and ways for people to apply it.
Guys, great joint, you talked about the joint engineering, joint go-to-market, obviously a very strong synergistic partnership between the two. A lot of excitement. This is only day one. I can only imagine what's going to be coming the next couple of days. But I have one final question for you. I'm going to have the same question for both of you. You had the chance to create your own bumper sticker, so you get a shiny new car and for some reason you want to put a bumper sticker on it. About Commvault, what would it say? Yeah, so for me, I would say comprehensive yet simple, right? So ultimately about giving you all the bells and whistles, but if you want to be very simple, we can help you in every shape and form. Paul, what's your bumper sticker say about AWS?
I would say that AWS starts with the customer and works backwards from there.
Great one.
Excellent. Guys,
Well
it's been
done.
a pleasure to have you on the program. Thank you for sharing what's going on, the updates on the AWS Commvault partnership and what's in it for customers. We appreciate
Thanks,
it.
you guys.
Thank you.
All right, for our guests and Dave Vellante, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage. Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hey everyone, hello from Las Vegas. Lisa Martin here with you. And I'm on the show floor at reInvent, but we have a very special program series that theCUBE has been doing called Women of the Cloud. It's brought to you by AWS, and I'm so pleased to have an excellent panel of women leaders in technology and in cloud to talk about their tactical recommendations for you, what they see as cloud, where they've helped organizations be successful with cloud. Please welcome my three guests. Charu Kapoor, President and Chief Revenue Officer, Consulting and Digital Transformations at NTT Data. We have Rachel Mushawar, AWS Head of North America Partner Sales from AWS. And Jumi Barnes joins us as well, Managing Director, Investment Banking Engineering at Goldman Sachs. It is so great to have you guys on this power panel. I love it. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Charu, let's start with you. Give us a little bit of your background at NTT Data, and I understand NTT has a big focus on women in technology and in STEM. Talk to us a little bit about that, and then we'll go around the table.
Perfect. Thank you. So brand new role for me at NTT Data. I started 3 months back. and it's a fascinating company. We are about $22 billion in size. We work across industries on multiple innovative use cases. So we're doing a ton of work on edge analytics in the cloud, and that's why we are here with AWS. We're also doing a ton of work on the private 5G that we're rolling out, and essentially building out industry-wide use cases across financial services, manufacturing, tech, etc. Lots of women at Entity. We essentially have a women-run cloud program today. We have a gal called Noreen Hansen, who is our practice leader for cloud. We have Madeline, Latifa, who's our AWS cloud leader. We have Molly Ward, who leads up solutions on the cloud. We have an amazing lady in Mona, who leads up our marketing programs. So a fantastic plethora of diverse women driving amazing work at Entity on Cloud.
That's outstanding to hear, because it's one of those things that you can't be what you can't see, right? We all talk about that. Rachel, talk a little bit about your role and some of the focus that AWS has. I know they're big on customer obsession. I'm sure they're obsessed with other things as well.
Sure. So, Rachel Mushawar, pleased to be here again. I think this will be my third time, so a big fan of theCUBE. I'm fortunate enough to lead our North America partner and channel business. And I'll tell you, I've been at AWS for a little under 2 years, and honestly, it's been probably the best 2 years of my career, just in terms of where the cloud is, where it's headed, the business outcomes that we can deliver with our customers and with our partners is absolutely remarkable. We get to, make the impossible possible every day. So I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled to be part of this inaugural Women of the Cloud panel.
Oh, I'm proud to have all three of you. One of the things that, feedback, kind of pivoting off Rachel, one of the things that you said that one of our guests, several of our guests have said, is that coming out of Adam's keynote this morning, it just seems limitless what AWS can do, and I loved that. It gives me kind of chills what they can do with cloud computing and technology, with its ecosystem of partners, with its customers like Goldman Sachs. Jimmy, talk to us a little bit about your role at Goldman Sachs. We think of Goldman Sachs as a huge financial institution, but it's also a technology company.
Yeah, since the age of 15, I've been super passionate about how we can use technology to transform business and simplify, modernize business processes. And I'm so thrilled that I have the opportunity to do that at Goldman Sachs as an engineer. I recently moved about 2 years ago into the investment banking business, and it's best in class, one of the top companies in terms of mergers and acquisitions, IPOs, etc. But what surprised me is how technology enables all the businesses across the board. Right? And I get to be leading the digital platform building out the digital platform for the investment banking business, where we're modernizing and transforming existing businesses. These are not new businesses. It's like sometimes I liken it to trying to change the train while it's moving. Right? These are existing businesses, but now we get to modernize and transform on the cloud. Right? Not just efficiency for the business, but efficiency for technologists as well.
Right. Sticking with you, Jimmy, I want to understand, so you've been interested in tech since you were young. I only got into tech kind of accidentally as an adult. I'm curious about your career path, but talk to us about that. What are some of the recommendations that you would have for other women who might be looking at, I want to be in technology, but I want to work for some of the big companies, and they don't think about the Goldman Sachs or some of the other companies like Walmart that are absolutely technology driven. What's your advice for those women who want to grow their career?
I also, growing up, I was interested in various things. I love doing hair. I used to do my own hair, and I used to do hair for other students at school. And I was also interested in running an entertainment company, and I used to actually go around performing and singing and dancing with a group of friends, especially at church. But what amazed me is when I landed my first job at a real estate agent and everything was being done manually on paper, I was like, wow, technology can bring transformation anywhere and everywhere. And so whilst I have a myriad of interests, there's so many ways that technology can be applied. There's so many different types of disciplines within technology. It's not, there's hands-on, like I'm coder, I like to code, but there are product managers, there are business analysts, there are infrastructure specialists, there are security specialists, and I think it's about pursuing your passion, right? Pursuing your passion and identifying which aspects of technology pique your interest, and then diving in. Get involved.
I love that, diving in. Rachel, you're shaking your head. Yes, you definitely are in alignment with a lot of what Judy's saying.
I am. So, you know, interesting enough, I actually started my career as a civil engineer and eventually made it into technology. So very similar. I saw in, you know, heavy highway construction how manual some of these processes were, and mind you, this was before the cloud, and I sat down and wrote a little computer program to automate a lot of these manual tasks, and for me, it was about simplification of the customer journey and really figuring out how do you deliver value, you know, and fast forward, say 20 plus years, here I am with AWS, who has got this amazing cloud platform with over 200 services. And when I think about what we do in tech, from business transformation to modernizing to helping customers think about how do they create new business models, I've really found my sweet spot. And I'll say, for anyone who wants to get into tech or even switch careers, there's just a couple words of advice that I have, and it's really 2 words. Just start.
Yes.
That's it. Just start. Because sometimes later becomes never, and, you know, fuel your passion. Be curious. Think about new things, and just start.
I love that, just start. You should get t-shirts made with that. Charu, talk a little bit about some of your recommendations. Obviously, just start is a great one. Follow your passion. What would you say to those out there looking to climb the ladder?
So, you know, my story is a little bit like Jumi's, because I did not want to be in tech. You know, I wanted an easy life. I did well in school, and I wanted to actually be an air hostess. And when I broke that to my father, you know, the standard Indian persona, he wanted me to go in and be an engineer.
Okay.
So I was actually pushed into computer engineering, graduated. But then really 2 things today, right? When I look back, really 2 areas I believe which are really important for success. One is, you know, we need to be competent, and the second is we need to be confident. Right?
Yes.
It's so much easier to be competent because a lot of us, diverse women, diverse people, tend to over-rotate on knowing their technical skills, right? Knowing technical skills is important, but you need to know how to potentially apply those to business, right? Be able to define a business ROI. And I see Jumi nodding because she wants people to come in and give her a business ROI for programs that you're executing at Goldman Sachs, I presume. The more difficult part, though, is confidence.
Absolutely. It's so hard, especially when we're younger, we don't know. Raise your hand, because I guarantee you, either half the people in the room or on the Zoom these days weren't listening, or have the same question and are too afraid to ask because they don't have the confidence.
That's right.
Let's pivot on confidence for a minute, Jimmy. Let's go back to you. How would you advise your younger self to find your confidence?
That's a tough one, because I feel like even this older self is still finding confidence, like, to be real. But I think it's about, I would say it's praise. I think it's about praising yourself, like recognizing your accomplishments. When I think about my younger self, I think I liked to focus more on what I didn't do or what I didn't accomplish, instead of majoring and focusing on all the accomplishments and the achievements and reminding myself of those day after day after day. And I think it's about celebrating your wins.
I love that, celebrating your wins. You agree, Rachel?
I do. Here's the hard part. And I look around this table of amazing business leaders. And I can guarantee that every single one of us sometime this year woke up and said, oh my gosh, I don't know how to do that.
Oh yeah.
But what we haven't followed that by is, I don't know how to do that yet.
Yeah, right.
And here's the other thing I would tell my younger self is, there will be days where every single one of us falls apart. There will be days when we feel like we failed at work. There will be days when you feel like you failed as a parent or you failed as a spouse. There'll be days where you have a kid in the middle of Target screaming and crying while you're trying to close a big business deal, and you just feel like, oh my gosh, is this really my life? But what I would tell my younger self is, look, the crying, the chaos, the second guessing yourself, the successes, every single one of those are milestones, and it's triumphant, it's tragic, but every single thing that we have been through is fiercely worthwhile, and it's what got us here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Think of all the trials and tribulations
That's
and
right.
zigs and zags that got you to this table right now.
Yep.
So, Terry, you brought up confidence. How would you advise the women out there, we won't say your younger self, the women out there now that are watching, those that are watching right there, hi, how would you advise them to really find their ability to praise themselves, recognize all of the trials and the tribulations as milestones, as Rachel said, and really give themselves a seat at the table, raise their hand regardless of who else is in the room?
You know, it's a more complex question, just because confidence stems from courage, right? Confidence also stems from the belief that you're going to be treated fairly, right? Now, in an organization, for you to be treated fairly, you need to be surrounded by supporters that are going to promote your voice. And very often, women don't invest enough in building that support system around them.
Yeah.
Right? We have mentors, and mentors are great because they come in and they advise us. And they'll tell us what we need to go out and do. We really need a team of sponsors who come in and support us in the moment, in the business, give us the informal channel, because very often we are not plugged into the informal channel, right? So we don't get those special projects or assignments or even opportunities to prove that we can do the tough task.
Yeah.
So, you know, my advice would be to go out and build a network of sponsors.
Yes.
And if you don't have one, be a sponsor for someone else.
That's right.
A great way to win sponsorship is by extending it to others.
And sometimes too, it's about, honestly, I didn't even know the difference between a mentor and a sponsor until a few years ago. And I started thinking, who are mine? And then I started realizing who they were.
That's right.
And some of the conversations that we've had on theCUBE about women in technology, women of the cloud, some of the women leaders have said, build, and this is kind of like what you were saying, build your own personal board of directors.
Yep.
And that it gives me chills. It's so important for not just women, anybody.
For everyone.
But it's so important to do that. And if you think about LinkedIn as an example, you have a network. It's there. Utilize it. Figure out who your mentors are, who your sponsors are, who are going to help you land the next thing. Start building that reputation, but having that board of directors that you can kind of answer to or have some accountability towards, I think is hugely
very important.
Yeah.
I think, you know, just for those that are listening, a really important distinction for me was mentors are people that you have that help you with, hey, here's the situation that you were just in. They advise you on the situation. Sponsors are the people that stick up for you when you're not in the room, right? Sponsors are the ones that say, hey, I think so-and-so not only needs to have a seat at the table, but they need to build the table. And that's a really important delineation between mentors and sponsors. And everybody's got to have a sponsor, both within their company and outside of their company, someone that's advocating for them on their behalf when they don't even know it.
Yeah.
I love that you said that, build a table. It reminds me of a quote that I heard from will.i.am. I know, very random. It was a podcast he did with Oprah Winfrey on AI. He's very into AI, and I was doing a panel on AI, so I was doing a lot of research, and he said, similar, Rachel, to build the table, don't wait for a door to open, you go build a door. And I just thought, God, that is such brilliant advice.
It is.
It's hard to do.
It is.
Especially when, you know, the four of us in this room, there's a lot of women around here, but we are in an environment where we are the minority. women of color are also the minority. What do you guys think where tech is in terms of DE&I and really focusing on DE&I as really a very focused strategic initiative? Char, what do you think?
So, I spoke earlier about the women that we have at Entity Data, right? We have a fabulous team of women. And joining this team has been a moment of revelation for me coming in. I think to promote D&I, we all need to start giving back, right?
Yes.
So today, I would love to announce that we at Entity would like to welcome all of you out there, folks that have diverse ideas, ISV partners with diverse solutions, thought leaders out there who want to contribute into the ecosystem, right? Customers out there who want to work with companies that are socially responsible, right? We want to work with all of you. Come back, reach out to us and be a part of the ecosystem because we can build this together, right? AWS has an amazing platform that gives us an opportunity to do things differently.
Yes.
Right? Entity Data is building a women-powered cloud team, and I want to really extend that out to everyone else to be a part of this ecosystem.
What a fantastic opportunity. When we talk about diversity and inclusion and equity, it needs to be intentional for organization. It sounds very intentional at NTT. I know that intention is definitely there at AWS as well. What are your thoughts on where tech is with respect to diversity, even thought diversity? Because a lot of times we tend to go to our comfort zones.
We
do.
do.
So we tend to start creating these circles of kind of like, think tanks, and they think alike. We need to be able to go outside of that comfort zone. That's part of building the table and getting people from outside your comfort zone to come in and bring in diverse thought, because can you imagine the potential of technology if we have true thought diversity in an organization?
Right, it's incredible. So one of the things that I always share with my team is we've got the opportunity to really change the outcome, right? As you talked about Will.i.am, I'm going to talk about Bono from U2. Right, one of his favorite quotes is, "We are the people we've been waiting for." And when you think about that, that is us. There is no one else that's going to change the outcome and continue to deliver some of the business outcomes and the innovation that we are if we don't continue to raise our hand and we don't continue to inspire the next generation of leaders to do the same thing. And what I found is when you start openly sharing what your innovation ideas are or how you're leveraging your engineering background, your stories and your successes and frankly some of your failures become the inspiration for someone you might not even know.
Absolutely.
And that's the key. You're right. Inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility have to be at the forefront of every business decision. And I think too often companies think that, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility is one thing and business outcomes are another. And they're not.
No.
They are one in the same. You can't build business outcomes without also focusing on inclusion, diversity, equity, accessibility. That's the deliberate piece.
And it has to be deliberate. Jimmy, I want to ask you, we only have a couple of minutes left, but you're a woman in tech, you're a woman of color. What was that like for you? You were very intentional knowing when you were quite young what you wanted to do, but how have you navigated that? Because I can't imagine that was easy.
It wasn't. I remember I always tell the story, and the two things that I really wanted to emphasize today when I thought about this panel is representation matters and showing up matters, right? And there's a quote, I don't know who it's attributed to, but be the change you want to see.
Yeah.
I remember walking through the doors of Goldman Sachs 15 years ago and not seeing a black female engineer leader, right? And at that point in time, I had a choice. I could be like, oh, there's no one that looks like me, I don't belong here. Or I could do what I actually did and say, well, I'm going to be that person.
Good.
Right? I'm going to be the change. I'm going to show up, and I'm going to have a seat at the table so that other people behind me can also have a seat at the table. And I think that I've had the privilege to work for a company who has been inclusive, who has had the right support system, the right structures in place, so that I can be that person who is the first black woman tech fellow at Goldman Sachs, who is one of the first black females to be promoted up the ranks from analyst to managing director at the company. You know, that was not just because I determined that I belong here, but because the company ensured that I felt that I belong.
Right, that's a great point. They ensure that you felt that.
Yeah.
You need to be able to feel that. Last question, we've only got about a minute left. 2023 is just around the corner. What comes to your mind, Jimmy, will stick with you as you head into the new year?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, what comes to mind, priorities for 2023 that you're excited about?
I'm excited about the democratization of data.
Yeah.
I'm excited about a lot of the announcements today, and I think there is a huge shift going on with this whole concept of marketplaces and data exchanges and data sharing. And I think both internally and externally, people are coming together more, companies are coming together more to really democratize and make data available. And data is power. A lot of our businesses are running on insights, right? And we need to bring that data together. And I'm really excited about the trend that's going on in cloud, in technology, to actually bring the data sets together.
Tara, what are you most excited about as we head to 2023?
I think I'm really excited about the possibilities that entity data has. Right here, right now, City of Las Vegas, we've actually rolled out a smart city project. So saving citizens' life using data, edge analytics, machine learning, being able to predict adverse incidents before they happen, and then being able to take remediation action, right? So that's technology actually working in real time to give us tangible results. We also sponsor the IndyCar races. Lots of work happening there in delivering amazing customer experience across the platform to millions of users real time. So I think I'm just excited about technology coming together, but while that's happening, I think we really need to be mindful at this time that we don't push our planet into peril.
Right.
We need to be sustainable, we need to be responsible.
Absolutely. Rachel, take us out. What are you most excited about going into 2023?
So, you know, there are so many trends that we could talk about, but I'll tell you, at AWS, you know, we're big. We impact the world. So we've got to be really thoughtful and humble about what it is that we do. So for me, what I'm most excited about is, you know, one of our leadership principles is about, you know, with broad responsibility brings, you know, you've got to impact sustainability and many of those other things. And for me, I think it's about waking up every day for our customers, for our partners, and for the younger generations, and being better, doing better, and making better for this planet and for, you know, the future generations to come. So
I think your tagline of Just Start applies to all of that.
It
Ladies,
does.
It has been an absolute pleasure and really an honor to talk to you on the program. Thank you all for joining me, sharing your experiences, sharing what you've accomplished, your recommendations for those others who might be our same generation or older or younger. All really beautiful advice. Thank you so much for your time and your insights. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
For my guests, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage. Thanks for watching.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny.
Great, you guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen AWS. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you. I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
You're rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now.
Goodbye.
I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni.
Hello friends, welcome back to theCUBE's live coverage of AWS reInvent 2022. We're in Vegas, lovely Las Vegas, beautiful outside, although I've only seen outside today once. But very excited to be at reInvent. We're hearing between 50,000 and 70,000 attendees, and it's insane. But people are ready to be back. This morning's keynote by CEO Adam Selipsky was full of great messages, big focus on data, customers, partners, the ecosystem, so excited. I'm very pleased to welcome back one of our alumni to the program, David Shikochis, VP Enterprise Portfolio Strategy, Product Management at Lumen. David, welcome back.
Lisa, good to be here. The Five Timers Club.
You were in the Five Timers Club. This is David's 5th appearance on the show, and we were talking before we went live.
We do the jacket now, or we do the jacket later?
Yeah, the jacket will come later.
Okay.
The Five Timers Club, like on SNL, yeah. we're going to have that for theCUBE. We'll get you measured up and get that all fitted for you.
That'd be better.
So talk a little bit about Lumen, because last time you were here, it wasn't Lumen.
We weren't Lumen last time, so this is the first time. Last time we were here on theCUBE at reInvent. This was probably 2019 or so. We were a different company. The company was called CenturyLink back then. We rebranded in 2020 to really represent our identity as a delivery of, as a solutions provider over our fiber network. So Lumen is the corporate brand, the company name. It represents basically a lot of the fiber that's been laid throughout the world and in North America and in enterprise metropolitan areas over the past 10 to 15 years. Companies like CenturyLink and Quest and Level 3, all those companies have really rolled up into building that core asset of the network. So Lumen is really the brand for the 21st century for the company, really focused on delivering services for the enterprise and then delivering a lot of value-added services around that core network asset.
So rebranding during the pandemic, what's been the customer feedback and sentiment?
Yeah, I think customers have really actually appreciated it as certainly a more technology-oriented brand, right? Sort of shifting away a little bit from some of the communications and telecom background of the company and the heritage. And while those assets that were built up during that period of time have been substantial, and we still build off of those assets going forward, really what a lot of our the customer feedback has been is that it puts us in a posture to be a little bit more of a business solutions provider for customers. Right, so there's a lot of things that we can do with that core network asset. The fiber networking, a lot of the services that we launch on that in terms of public IP, public internet capacity, private networking, private VPNs, VoIP and voice services. These are services that you'd expect from a company like that. But there's a lot of services inside the Lumen brand that might surprise you, right? There's an edge computing capability that can deliver 5 milliseconds of latency within 95% of North American enterprise.
Wow.
There's a threat detection lab that goes and takes all of the traffic flowing over the public side of our network and analyzes it in a data lake and turns it into threat intelligence that we then offer up to our customers on a subscription basis. There's a production house that goes and does production networking for major sports arenas and sports events. There's a wide range of services inside of Lumen that really what the Lumen brand allows us to do is start talking about what those services can do and what networking can do for our customers in the enterprise in a more comprehensive way.
So good changes, big brand changes for Lumen in the last couple of years. Also, I mean, during a time of such turmoil in the world, we've seen work change dramatically. Companies had to pivot massively, quickly a couple years ago, almost approaching 3 years ago, which is crazy,
amazing.
To be digital because they had to be able to survive.
They did.
Now they're looking at being able to thrive, but now we're also in this hybrid work environment. The future of work has changed.
Totally.
Almost permanently.
Yep.
How is Lumen positioned to address some of the permanent changes to the work environments? Like the last time we were at reInvent in person, this didn't exist.
That's right. It's one of the things we talk to our customers almost the most about is this idea of the future of work. We really think about the future of work as about workers and workloads and the networks that connect them. You think about how much all of those domains are shifting and changing, right, what we were talking about, and it's very easy for all of us to conceptualize what the changing face of the worker looks like, whether those are knowledge workers or frontline workers, the venues in which people are working, the environments and the connectivity, predictability of those work desk environments changes so significantly, but workloads are changing. And we're sitting here at a trade show that does nothing but celebrate the transformation of workloads. Workloads running in ways in business logic and capturing of data and analysis of data, the changing methodologies and the changing formats of workloads, and then the changing venues for workloads. So workloads are running in places that never used to be data centers before. Workloads are running in interesting places and in different and challenging locations for what didn't used to be the data center. So the workers and the workloads are in a very dynamic situation, and the networks that connect them have to be dynamic and they have to be flexible, and that's really why a lot of what Lumen invests in is working on the networks that connect workers and workloads, both from a visibility and a managed services perspective to make sure that we're removing blind spots and removing potential choke points and capacity issues, but then also being adaptable and dynamic enough to be able to go and reconfigure that network to reach all of the different places that workers and workloads are going to evolve into. What you'll find in a lot of cases, the workers, a common scenario in the enterprise, a 500-person company with 5 offices and maybe one major facility, that's now a 505 office company.
Right.
The challenge of the network and the challenge of connecting workers and workloads is really one of the main conversations we have with our customers heading into this 21st century.
What are some of the things that they're looking forward to in terms of embracing the future of work, knowing this is probably how it's going to remain?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think companies are really starting to experiment carefully and start to think about what they can do, and certainly think about what they can do in the cloud, with things like what the AWS platform allows them to do, what some of the AWS abstractions and the AWS services allow them to start writing software for. And they're starting to really carefully, but very creatively, and reach out into their base of enterprise data, their base of enterprise value, to start running some experiments. We actually had a a really interesting example of that in a session that Lumen shared here at reInvent yesterday. For the few hundred people that were there, I think we got a lot of great feedback. It was a really interesting session about it really gets at this issue of the future of work and the changing ways that people are working. It actually was a really cool use case we worked on with Major League Baseball, Fox Sports, and AWS, using the Lumen network to essentially virtualize the production truck. Right, so you've all heard that the sports metaphor of the folks in the booth were sitting there, started looking down, and they're saying, "Oh, great job by the guys or the gals in the truck," right? That are that bring in that replay or a great camera angle. They're always talking about the team and the production truck. Well, that production truck is literally a truck sitting outside the stadium, full of electronics and software and gear. We were able to go, and for a Major League Baseball game back in August, we were able to go and work with AWS using the Lumen network, working with our partners and our customers at Fox Sports, and virtualize all that gear inside the truck.
That's outstanding.
Yep. So it was a live game. They simulcast it, right? So we did our part of the broadcast, and many hundreds of people saw that live broadcast. It was the first time they tried doing it. But to your point, what are enterprises doing? They're really starting to experiment, start to push the envelope, right? They're kind of running things in new ways, obviously hedging their bets, right, and sort of moving their way and sort of blue-green testing their way into the future by trying things out. But this is a massive revenue opportunity for a Major League Baseball game, a premier Sunday night baseball contest between the Yankees and the Cardinals. We were able to go and take the entire truck, virtualize it down to a small rack of connectivity gear.
Wow.
Basically have that production network run over redundant fiber paths on the Lumen network up into AWS. And AWS is where all that software worked. The technical director of the show, sitting in his office in North Carolina.
Wow.
The sound engineer is sitting on his porch in Connecticut. Right? They were able to go and do the work of production anywhere while connected to AWS, and then using the Lumen network, or the high-powered capabilities of Lumen's network underlay to be able to go and design a network topology and a work topology that really wasn't possible before.
Right. It's nice to hear, to your point, that customers are really embracing experimentation.
Right.
That's challenging to do. Obviously, there was a big, massive forcing function a couple of years ago where they didn't have a choice if they wanted to survive and eventually succeed and grow.
Yeah.
But the mindset of experimentation requires cultural change, and that's a hard thing to do, especially for, I would think, legacy organizations like Major League Baseball. But it sounds like they have the appetite, they have the interest.
They've been a fairly innovative organization for some time, but you're right, that idea of experimenting and that idea of trying out new things, many people have observed, right? It's that forcing function of the pandemic that really drove a lot of organizations to go and make a lot of moves really quickly, and then they realized, oh, wait a minute, there's I guess there's some sort of storytelling metaphor in there at some point of people realizing, oh wait, I can swim in these waters, right? I can do this. And so now they're starting to experiment and push the envelope even more, using platforms like AWS, but then using a lot of the folks in the AWS partner network like Lumen, who are designing and sort of similarly inspired to deliver on-demand and virtualized and dynamic capabilities within the core of our network, and then within the services that our network can, and the ways that our network connects to AWS. All of that experimentation now is possible because a lot of the things you need to do to try out the experiment are things you can get on demand, and you can kind of you can move back, you can learn, you can try new things, and you can evolve.
Right.
Yep.
Right, absolutely. What are some of the things that you're excited about? As here was this forcing function a couple years ago. We're coming out of that now, but the world has changed. Mm-hmm. The future of work, as you are so brilliantly articulated, has changed permanently. What are you excited about in terms of Lumen and AWS going forward? As we saw a lot of announcements this morning, big focus on data, vision of AWS is really, that flywheel with Adam Slipsky is really, really going. What are you excited about going forward in 2023?
We've been working with AWS for so long and been critical partners for so long that I think a lot of it is continuation of a lot of the great work we've been doing. We've been investing in our own capabilities around the AWS partner network. We're actually in a fairly unique position, and we like to think that we're in that unique position around the future of work, where between workers, workloads, and the networks that connect them, our fingers are on a lot of those pulse points, right? Our fingers are on really at the nexus of a lot of those dynamics, and our investment with AWS even puts us even more so in a position to go where a lot of the workloads are being transformed. Right, so that's why we've invested in being one of the few network operators that is in the AWS partner network at the advanced tier that have the managed services competency, that have the migration competency, and the network competency. You can count on one hand the number of network operators that have actually invested at that level with AWS, and there's an even smaller number that is based here in the United States. So I think that investment with AWS, investment in their partner programs, and then investment in co-innovation with AWS on things like that MLB use case really puts us in a position to keep on doing these kinds of things within the AWS partner network, and that's one of the biggest things could possibly be excited about.
So what does the go-to-market look like? Is it Lumen goes in, brings in AWS, vice versa, both?
Yeah, so a lot of being a member of the AWS partner network, you have a lot of flexibility. We have a lot of customers that are directly working with AWS. You have a lot of customers that would basically look to us to deliver the solution and buy it all as a complete turnkey capability. So we have customers that do both. We have customers that just look to Lumen for the Lumen adjacent services, and then pay a separate bill with AWS. So there's a lot of flexibility in the partner network in terms of what Lumen can deliver as a service, Lumen can deliver as a complete solution, and then what parts of it AWS and their platform factors into on an on-demand usage basis.
And that would all be determined, I imagine, by what the customer really needs in their environment.
Yeah, and sort of their own cloud strategy. There's a lot of customers who are all in on AWS and are really kind of driving and innovating and using some of the higher level services inside the AWS platform. And then there are customers who kind of look to AWS as one of a few cloud platforms that they want to work with. The Lumen network is compatible and connected to all of them, and our services teams are, have the ability to go and let customers sort of take on whatever posture, whatever cloud posture they need. But if they are all in on AWS, there's not many networks better to be on than Lumen's in order to enable that.
With that said, last question for you is if you had a bumper sticker or a billboard, Lumen's rebranded since we last saw you, what would that tagline or that phrase of impact be on that bumper sticker?
Yeah, I'd get in a lot of trouble with our marketing team if I didn't give the actual bumper sticker for the company. But we really think of ourselves as the platform for amazing things. The fourth industrial revolution, everything going on in terms of the future of work, in terms of the future of industrial innovation, in terms of all the data that's being gathered. Adam in the keynote this morning really went into a lot of detail on the depth of data and then the mystery of data and how to harness it all and wrangle it all. It requires a lot of networking and a lot of connectivity, for us to acquire, analyze, and act on all that data. And Lumen's platform for amazing things really helps forge that path forward to that fourth industrial revolution, along with great partners like AWS.
Outstanding, David. It's been such a pleasure having you back on theCUBE. We'll get you fitted for that 5 Timers Club jacket.
Sounds good. I'll be back.
Thanks so much for your insights and your time, and well done with what you guys are doing at Lumen
Thanks,
and
Lisa.
AWS. For David Stokochis, I'm Lisa Martin. You've been watching theCUBE, hopefully all day. This is our first full day of coverage at AWS reInvent 22. Stick around, we'll be back tomorrow, and we know we're going to see you then. Have a great night.